Gentle hands moved over the cat's fur, and the young man addressed his companion as Nick. Confiding in the animal, he confessed that life often felt dull and filled with trivialities, yet now hope shimmered on the horizon. Armed with both magic and the art of negotiation, he believed that any desire could soon become reality. Suddenly, a massive paw emerged behind him. Seizing the cat, he clutched it tightly in his arms as an angry scream escaped his lips. In this unfamiliar realm, his true abilities will finally come to light. On a different occasion, a wagon carrying 2 passengers creaked its way through the dense forest, drawn by a single horse. Encircling them, several figures, some mounted on horses, others traveling by foot, kept a watchful distance. Amid the tense silence, a young girl shivered. At the sound of her name, Karina glanced over. Sliding back her hood, she murmured quietly about how strange it all felt. After losing his parents, his grandfather, the one who had raised him, passed away as well. Left behind, he truly believes he is destined to spend his life alone. 2 hours had slipped by since the funeral and memorial rites concluded. Reclining on the bed, the man glanced at his phone and remarked on the unexpected passage of 10 days since his own death. Notifications regarding the selection results appeared on his screen. The message expressed appreciation from Kawakado's Human Resources Department for considering their company. After a thorough evaluation, however, they regretted to inform him that he would not be hired. The message lingered in his mind as he tossed the phone aside and gazed up at the ceiling. Memories surfaced of others telling him that, without returning the scholarship, a job would be waiting for him. Deep down, a quiet gratitude stirred for the financial support that made attending university possible at all. Advice urged him toward a typical job instead of chasing dreams he never actually wanted. Conversations circled around ambitions and the future, yet they seemed to already be living out their own aspirations. The thought of pleasing his grandfather by joining a reputable company lingered in his mind, but a heavy tension still filled the room. Out of nowhere, a cat leaped onto the young man's lap. He gently stroked its fur, murmuring that this little creature was all he had left. With a heavy heart and nowhere else to turn, he understood that once lunch was over, the search for work would have to begin. The memory of the box resting on his bed surfaced in his mind. Lifting the lid, he discovered 3 ancient rings nestled inside. With careful hands, he lifted each one, turning them over to inspect their worn engravings. At last, he selected a ring and slid it onto his finger, surprised at how naturally it fit. With swift precision, the cat clamped its teeth around one of the rings and pulled it from the box. A sharp warning escaped the guy as he yelled at Nick to leave the rings alone. In the chaos, the ring on the guy's finger brushed against the one caught between the cat's jaws. Instantly, brilliance exploded around them in a burst of blinding light. As the dazzling brightness faded, the young man blinked open his eyes and found himself standing atop a towering mountain peak. Confusion clouded his thoughts, leaving him uncertain whether the surreal scene belonged to reality or the world of dreams. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amid towering mountains and endless fields, completely lost and bewildered about his whereabouts or how he had arrived. When the cat approached, he scooped it up and held it close, embracing it with all the comfort he could muster. Resting on the bed with hunger gnawing at him, he struggled to recall how he had ended up there or what actions had led him to this place. His wandering gaze then fell upon a missing ornament, and at once he became convinced that the rings were to blame. Yet the rings failed to appear, neither on the young man's finger nor adorning the cat's. Vividly, the memory of her slipping that ring onto her finger lingered in his mind. Losing it so easily seemed impossible. A lingering thought suggested some connection between the rings and his presence in this mysterious place. Perhaps that explains his presence. Unlike the vivid worlds found in manga or anime, this place feels unsettlingly real. Doubt lingers, could this truly be another world? A sound from the side caught his attention, and only then did he realize his feet were bare. Finding himself in an unfamiliar world, he hoped desperately for some kind of special power. Silently, he pleaded with the gods for this wish to come true. His voice echoed through the streets as he called out, willing his abilities to reveal themselves. Yet when his eyes opened wide, only emptiness greeted him. Trapped in place, he watched as the cat approached and began gently licking his face. Without much concern, he glanced at his companion, only to realize that his cat was suspended in midair. Crashing to the ground in terror, his eyes grew wide with shock. A desperate scream escaped his lips as he demanded to know how the cat had mastered the art of flight. Was the cat truly granted some cheat-like ability? As his mind raced for answers, the cat descended gracefully, landing squarely atop his head. Sprawled out on the grass, the young man declared glumly that things were dire and survival seemed impossible. Lost in thought, he considered the situation further. Nick possessed a unique ability to cheat the system, but that was only one piece of the puzzle. It was important to figure out what other skills he might have. Suddenly, a window materialized before his eyes, reminiscent of the status screens found in video games. This was Nick's statistics table, a display that had never shown itself until now. Curiously, the table bore the name Daiichi Asakura. His attributes included the magic of a vagabond and a unique ability called sharing and evaluation. In the end, the numbers really were his own stats. A hidden talent granted him a special ability, often called a cheat in these worlds. Still, the nature of this exchange remained a mystery. The appraisal function seemed content. It was the sort of overpowered skill often seen in legends. The cat lingered close, curiosity shimmering in its eyes, prompting him to try his appraisal skills on his feline companion. To his astonishment, the results revealed the cat was blessed with the spiritual magic of earth, water, fire, and wind. In that moment, he had to admit that his cat was far more impressive than he was. His underhanded skill had turned into his livelihood. A return to Japan would only guarantee a life of solitude. Determined to carve out a place in this world, he resolved to persevere. The first step was to uncover the true extent of what this appraisal could accomplish. While roaming across the open field, he eventually reached the edge of the forest. Resting his palm against the rough bark of a nearby tree, he called upon his skill. Instantly, information flowed to him. The tree's leaves measured 1.5 centimeters wide, its branches stretched 8 meters long, leaves were abundant, and the tree stood an impressive 40 meters tall. Impressed by how smoothly the assessment had gone, a sudden glow illuminated the window before him once more. After pressing the button, the tree vanished without a trace. In confusion, the young man smacked his forehead, completely at a loss to grasp the situation. The so-called exchange ability left him utterly bewildered. In that instant, his cat suddenly erupted in wild agitation, forcing the young man to release his hold. Murmuring apologies, he tried to soothe the distressed creature. Fixing his gaze on the cat, he quietly motioned for it to move aside. Turning to one of the nearby trees, he summoned his power. In the blink of an eye, the tree vanished, evaporating on the spot. Padding over to the empty patch where the tree once stood, the cat lowered its nose and explored the fresh earth. The young man, with a quiet confidence, wondered aloud if the animal found it odd and pointed toward the table. With a subtle gesture, he summoned his magic again. In an instant, a sturdy tree emerged from the hole, its branches stretching upward. Startled, the cat leapt back, eyes wide with alarm. Startled, the cat let out a sharp hiss, while the young man pleaded for forgiveness, urging the feline not to be upset. Now, the moment had come for him to truly put his skills to the test. The tree he had rescued still sat safely in his inventory, ready to be traded for valuable points. Thoughts of his worn-out shoes nudged at his mind, prompting him to browse the system. Options for purchasing new footwear appeared before him, confirming the possibility. Following the sale of the tree, enough money filled his pockets to afford the next item on his list. The opportunity arose, and he swapped his glasses for a fresh pair of sneakers. This knack for trading proved remarkably useful. With newfound confidence, a sense of survival, and the prospect of wealth now seemed within his grasp, hope steadily brightened the path ahead, fueling his determination more than ever before. Eager to gather resources, he swept up everything in sight, swiftly adding them to his inventory, towering trees, hefty stones, and much more. In no time, his collection had grown remarkably vast. With the money he had, a chainsaw seemed the best investment despite the hefty price tag. He went ahead and picked one up, though only planning to test it for now. Hunger gnawed at him, a constant companion these days. In that moment, his cat whipped its head around, eyes fixed somewhere unseen, and let out a sharp hiss. Curiosity piqued, the young man quietly inquired what had startled the animal. From deep within the forest, unsettling noises drifted through the trees as a massive black tiger emerged, heading directly toward them. Believing himself rather charming, the young man drew the beast's attention, but the creature let out a low growl that sent him tumbling backward to land unceremoniously. Scrambling to regain control, he attempted to wield his storage ability against the animals nearby. Unfortunately, his attempt failed. When he stored the trees inside, neither birds nor insects could be transported with them. The mechanism behind this remained a mystery to him, but he observed that only plants could be accepted. Other living creatures were excluded. With nothing but his bare hands and no weapon in sight, he knew he would need to at least drive the tiger away. The thought pressed into his mind that he must act first and strike without hesitation, denying the beast any opportunity to retaliate. Reminding himself to remain calm, he took note that the tiger still lingered at a distance. For now, the situation remained under control. Maintaining a safe distance was crucial. At least 100 meters were necessary for him to open the vault before it was too late. Testing his own abilities beforehand had clearly been worthwhile. Meanwhile, his cat's persistent hissing revealed its unease as the tiger edged closer. the young man offered reassuring words, promising that everything would be all right. Once the beast had drawn near enough, the young man activated his storage ability, causing a massive pit to yawn open beneath the tiger. Without warning, the creature plunged straight into the trap. His powers surged once more, conjuring a massive marine container filled with liquid nitrogen in the heart of the pit. The tiger tumbled downward, its claws scraping desperately against the smooth walls as it fought to slow its descent. At last, convinced of his triumph, the young man turned to the cat and inquired about his thoughts on the plan. To him, it had seemed simple enough. However, the cat swiftly averted its gaze. Suddenly, a survivor emerged from the pit. It was the tiger, very much alive. Panic seized the young man as he desperately searched for a weapon. In that crucial moment, his cat unleashed its hidden powers against the fearsome beast. Nick's spiritual magic unleashed streams of water bullets, each one resembling a deadly armor-piercing shell rather than an ordinary projectile. The tiger paid no mind to their actions, steadily moving closer. Meanwhile, the boy rummaged through his inventory, searching for anything that could offer protection. Eventually, he settled on constructing a wall. Once more he paused, letting the tiger creep closer, every muscle coiled with tension. Escape no longer appeared possible. Instead, he braced himself for the beast's charge, knowing this might mark his final stand. Yet something about the tiger's approach unsettled him. Its movement seemed oddly unnatural, as though something was amiss. With this final opportunity before him, he swiftly retrieved a stone from his inventory and let it drop onto the creature below. With the conclusion upon him, he made one last attempt to store the fallen figure in his inventory, and to his surprise, it worked. Hunger gnawed at him, urging him to seek out something to satisfy his empty stomach. First, he laid out traps and stocked up on food, weapons, and essential tools. A drone became my eyes in the sky, allowing me to monitor every unfolding event from a distance. Gazing through the camera, a bustling expedition caught his attention, a crowd of figures moving purposefully. The sharing feature struck him as rather unoriginal, even by his standards. While his cat enjoyed its meal, he gently ran his hand along its fur and quietly announced that the moment for their first encounter had come. Not long after, two members of the expedition rode their horses across a wide, open field. Their eyes caught sight of a young man perched on a rock, a cat nestled comfortably beside him. As they approached, he offered them a friendly greeting. The travelers questioned him about whether he journeyed by himself, and he explained that he and his companions traveled alongside their animals. A look of surprise crossed the girl's face when she noticed the cat. Curious, he inquired if encounters with such creatures were truly that uncommon for them. She answered that she did so fairly often, though never wearing a coat as long as this one. Introducing himself as a Sakura Daichai, he also mentioned the name of his cat. Slowly, the girl removed her hood and revealed herself, introducing her name as Alicia Hartland. The man standing before her blushed with clear embarrassment at her beauty, while inwardly I couldn't help but notice how much she resembled a schoolgirl. Meanwhile, the second girl, still seated on her horse, fixed me with a curious, almost suspicious gaze. Noticing the tension, the man quickly offered that if Alicia wished to pet the animal, she was welcome to do so. Hesitating, she tried to reach for him, but her partner thrust a sword between them, forcing her to retreat and quickly offer an apology. The girl holding the blade turned her attention to the man, asking whether he truly was alone in this place. With a confident nod, he confirmed that merchant was the title he gave himself. After leaving his village behind, he began his journey as an apprentice trader, a story he crafted into a personal legend. Proudly, he began to display the array of goods he had gathered on his travels. Despite the bag's modest size, it contains an impressive assortment of essentials. Among them is a flashlight, compact yet invaluable. The girls gaze at him with wide-eyed wonder, clearly unacquainted with such a device. The girl with the sword inquired whether he had retrieved the mysterious object from the vault. However, the other quickly realized that this was not true. No trace of magic could be sensed emanating from the glowing artifact. The young man reasoned that since the conversation involved storage rooms and magical tools, then statistics must also fall under the domain of magic. Placing the lantern on the ground, he gave it a gentle push, sending it rolling in their direction, and told them it was theirs to take. The girl reached for the object, holding it close as she insisted it was certainly no magical artifact. The other watched in disbelief, her skepticism plain on her face. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired whether they were journeying together. The girl holding the ball calmly explained that she was accompanying the other. Though a hint of fear lingered in his demeanor, he quietly expressed his wish to join them on their way to the closest town or village, provided they had no objections. He then politely requested the name of the second girl. The first individual struck an appealing impression, gently assuring them that someone with ill intentions would hardly make such a request. Nevertheless, the defense attorney's tone remained wary, expressing doubt despite her words. The young man assured her that if she felt uneasy, he could just as easily set aside his weapon. However, there was little sense in sheathing tools that served no real purpose. His hands betrayed his inexperience. Neither bow nor knife seemed familiar to his grip. With a warm chuckle, the easygoing man admitted she had seen right through him. The young woman hesitated, her mind spinning with confusion, but agreed to lead him to the head merchant. Relief and happiness sparked in his eyes as he gratefully thanked the elegant women for their assistance. In a sudden burst of movement, the cat sprang from his embrace and landed gracefully in Alicia's arms. Alicia began gently petting the cat, her voice warm as she spoke about how adorable he looked. His hand lingered in the air, waiting for a handshake that never came. Undeterred, he pivoted toward the guard stationed behind him, arms still extended, and offered her his gratitude for assisting him. She agreed to escort him to the chief merchant, yet insisted I keep a distance of at least 1 meter from her. Letting a magician approach them so closely was out of the question. The type of magician she meant became clear to him. She warned him not to act as if he were journeying by himself, lacking any ability to fight. The meaning behind her words dawned on him. She softly reminded him of his role. He needed to accompany them, yet remain apart. He observed the impressive length of her sword, while she remarked on the sudden shift in his demeanor. Without skipping a beat, the young man remarked that there was nothing unusual about it since they were both the same age. She explained to him that she speaks her mind freely, but warned him not to push her to the point where she might lash out. When he questioned whether he truly seemed that untrustworthy, she confirmed that, in her eyes, he certainly did. As they moved forward, a girl followed behind, her horse tugging playfully at the edge of her cloak. Her focus remained fixed on the flashlight she clutched tightly. Glancing back over his shoulder, the young man caught sight of an approaching expedition, their ranks filled with many travelers. A carriage pulled to a halt, its door swinging open as an elderly man stepped down. He inquired whether he was the passenger destined for an escort to Karam City. With a courteous gesture, the young man placed his hand over his heart and dipped his head to introduce himself. Klaus Bertram responded just as politely, announcing his name and explaining that he led both the caravan and the Bertram Company. Unaware of the true extent of his own influence, the young man chose his words with care and spoke with humble politeness. Admitting his lack of experience in such affairs, he confessed to not having all the answers. The other man listened thoughtfully, then pressed him further, inquiring about what he might give in exchange. A mysterious bag changed hands as its owner quietly offered it for sale. With a subtle signal to his assistant, the man prompted him forward. The assistant smoothly collected the bag from the seller and passed it along to his employer. As the man opened the package, surprise flickered across his face. He glanced at the other, remarking that such a gift was either an act of great generosity or a sign of ignorance about its true value. The younger man simply responded, admitting he likely had no idea what it was really worth in this country. Reflecting on the complexity of the situation, the man acknowledged the unpredictability of pricing. The other explained that the value of these goods fluctuated with location and timing. Even though they originated from his homeland, scarcity and worth remained undeniable. The man answered with candor, admitting his own trade as a merchant. Deceit, he noted, could only tarnish their exchange. In agreement, the man nodded, and events unfolded just as the young man had intended. Grateful, the young man expressed his thanks, mentioning that his grandfather had instilled these values in him. The man chose to speak candidly, explaining that in this country the product held great value, likely exceeding its price back in his homeland. He then inquired about the quantity of pepper contained in the bag. Across the entire continent, not a single nation has managed to cultivate pepper seeds. The precious spice remains entirely reliant on imports, making it accessible only to aristocrats and the wealthy elite. The goods he offered did not come from a neighboring land but from a distant continent. However, he lacked the necessary permit. A man nearby cast a peculiar glance his way, making him tense up. In that moment, the truth became clear. They had discovered he was not one of their own. The man observed his unusual appearance and quickly deduced that he must have come from a distant continent. The young man could only nod in agreement, fully aware that this realization might cause trouble for them in the future. Grateful for the warning, the young man offered his thanks. The merchant mentioned that they still needed to discuss the price of pepper. Before the conversation could move forward, the young man raised a hand, asking them to wait, and inquired if there was anything else they wished to purchase. Considering a future as a merchant in this land, he realized the importance of understanding its ways. Yet, being a foreigner, he lacked the essential knowledge to thrive. Hoping for guidance, he asked if the man could assist him. Claiming honesty, the man offered his words with a casual air, while the other, eager to find goodness in everyone, listened hopefully. The man merely chuckled in response. Becoming a merchant isn't something he can make happen so easily. Instead, the man simply asked how much pepper he expected in exchange. The man held up his fingers to display the number. Doubt filled the young man's mind, as relying on him for help seemed almost foolish. From his backpack he pulled out 5 bags of pepper. The merchant acknowledged the quality, remarking that it was quite good. Always show respect to those you trade with. His grandfather passed down that wisdom, though the truth was, he had picked it up from a book. With a quiet command, Klaus instructed his servant Lloyd to collect the pepper. He then shifted his attention toward Karina. His instructions were clear: stay by Alicia's side and escort Mr. Asakura to Karam City. Curious, I turned to Alicia and checked if she was comfortable with this arrangement. She agreed without hesitation. With the decision made, the men made their way toward the waiting carriage. Extending his hand in gratitude, the young man thanked the girls for their assistance. With a polite bow, they acknowledged him. Karina offered to guide him, and the other girl agreed to join. Without taking his hand, the pair moved ahead, leading the way while he followed along. Wanting to know their destination, he inquired about their plans and learned they were heading to see Karina's boss. Alicia promised to explain everything in due time. Introducing himself simply as Daichi, the young man dismissed any need for formality, hoping instead to be regarded as a friend. Embarrassment colored her cheeks as she fumbled for words, unable to express her reluctance. Before she could protest, the boy pushed the cat gently toward her face, introducing it as his companion Nick. The cat gave a soft meow, almost as if in agreement, and in that instant her heart softened once more. An understanding passed between the boy and the cat as their eyes met, and he gently released the cat's paws. The feline started to slip downward, only to be swiftly caught by the girl, who cradled him in her arms and began to stroke his fur with soothing motions. Daichi walked over and mentioned she was hugging Nick, introducing himself with a friendly smile. Flustered, the girl glanced away, her cheeks turning pink. A look of satisfaction played across his face as he trailed after her, playfully asking if she would carry him in her arms. When she agreed, he closed the distance between them, pretending not to hear her and clearly enjoying the game. Flustered, she shouted once more, this time addressing him as master. A hint of sorrow played across the young man's face, yet when she addressed him by his first name, setting aside any formalities, quiet amusement danced in his eyes. Meanwhile, the cat seemed unsettled, clearly displeased by something unseen. Meanwhile, on the far side of the camp, clusters of tents sprawled across the field in a makeshift village. At one of the tables, a merchant lounged comfortably, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he leaned forward and asked Lloyd for his opinion on the newcomer. The man responded with a fluency in their language that surpassed what might be expected from an outsider. Offering a courteous nod, he answered with practiced grace. Immaculate hands revealed a life untouched by hard labor, shaped instead by privilege and careful upbringing. Klaus picked up on these subtle signs as well. Curiosity sparked as he inquired about the other one, Pepper. The servant replied, suggesting that Pepper had probably handed it over as a gesture of gratitude. Perhaps he was the privileged heir of a wealthy family, or maybe just the most clueless son among the aristocracy. Bertram realized there was potential for greatness ahead. With well-maintained storage, his goods stayed fresh. Vibrant, flavorful pepper adorned the table, hinting at prosperity. Such possibilities seemed within reach. Storage stands as a rare and divine gift, allowing its possessor to tuck away objects and preserve them indefinitely. The amount that can be stored grows with the owner's magical strength, while time itself halts within the space. A magic bag serves as a portable storage container, allowing objects to be tucked away within its depths. While its interior space can be magically expanded, there remains a fixed limit to its capacity, and the passage of time inside continues as usual. Recalling the moments he faked retrieving treasures from the magic bag, he could still picture himself swimming across the vast sea. Though the storage remained full, youth was still on his side. It was important to investigate whether any rare or precious things were hidden in the vault. Their foremost task was to gather information about this unfamiliar land. The servant inquired whether he should expect a change in their respectful behavior toward him, but was reassured that such formality was unnecessary. However, it is important to remind the staff and attendants to treat him with courtesy. From a distance, the guy observed 2 men settled by the tent. One man revealed a box, and inside rested a lavish glass, its surface adorned with intriguing patterns that shimmered in the light. To the hero's astonishment, glass goblets commanded a high price in this world, even though their craftsmanship was nothing out of the ordinary. A voice from outside called out to Karina, addressing her as sister. Near the cauldron, a girl with cropped hair and a scarf wrapped around her head waited, asking for assistance in starting the fire. Karina offered an apology, explaining that she needed to accompany someone on their way. The question lingered in the young man's mind, what made them wonder whether Karina had accomplished it with magic. His curiosity piqued. He later confessed his desire to watch her build a fire. She nodded in acceptance, willing to grant his wish. The grateful girl turned to Karina and expressed her thanks. With curiosity, she inquired whether making a fire with flint had been much trouble for her. Without waiting for an answer, she simply held her palm close to the logs, and in that moment, flames sprang to life. Fire responded instantly to her spiritual magic, leaping to life with just a gesture of her hand. While Nick's offensive spells were certainly formidable, the true marvel lay in witnessing how seamlessly magic wove itself into ordinary routines. Curious, the young man inquired whether she often helped with the task of lighting fires. She admitted that she only took on this chore when her schedule allowed. With practiced ease, she moved among the familiar cauldrons and stoves, kindling a steady flame in each one. Those unable to wield fire magic rely on flint to create flames. Alicia explained that in such situations, people turn to magical artifacts for assistance. She inquired whether possessing magic power was necessary to use these artifacts. The answer revealed that it was not essential. Future careers hinge on one's magical power. Those blessed with powerful magic are offered esteemed professions, while individuals without magic must rely on artifacts. Both groups find their own ways to make a living. Memories from earlier days stirred in the young man's mind as he wondered aloud whether magic determined one's quality of life. Karina responded by summoning Mr. Sakura. A tremor ran through him as he shifted his gaze to the girl who, moments before, had pleaded for assistance. Disappointment clouded her delicate features. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he realized he had revealed more than he intended. Quickly, he pressed his palm to his mouth and muttered a curse under his breath before offering a hasty apology to the girl. With a calm demeanor, she assured him that there was no need to worry. She had grown accustomed to such moments. Although lacking magical powers, she found herself among good people at work, where kindness and cooperation were part of daily life. Fortune had certainly smiled on her, yet the words left her lips tinged with sorrow. The power gained through his deceitful ability had landed him the role of a merchant. What first seemed like a clever plan soon revealed itself to be misguided and self-serving. This same ability held the potential to aid those without magic. As he gazed down at his hands, contemplation filled his mind. Shaking the very foundations of this world promises to be an intriguing endeavor. Through the use of artifacts, those without magic could enjoy lives no different from the magically gifted. By sharing this knowledge, kindness and respect from non-magical people would surely follow. Perhaps it was only his imagination at play, yet motivation filled the air. He reached out to Carrot, placing a lighter in her hand, assuring her that this little artifact could be used to start a fire. At that very moment, he pressed the button on his lighter, a gesture familiar and ordinary in his world. The onlookers seemed baffled, their enthusiasm fading. Karina remarked on his small size, clearly amazed. She had never encountered such a marvel before. Meanwhile, another companion observed that the object did not resemble its owner at all. Its surface gleamed with a transparency akin to gemstone. Claiming it was a lighter, the young man handed the item to Carrot and invited her to give it a try. Carrot's hands trembled as she protested, insisting she couldn't possibly accept something so valuable. In that instant, the young man released his grip on the lighter, letting it drop to the floor. All eyes fixed on the fallen object, each person stunned by the turn of events. With a hint of admiration, he remarked on her unexpected strength. He assured her that even if she managed to break it in two, there would be no reason for anger. Trying to put her at ease, he encouraged her to take the object, gently offering it to her hands. Flicking the lighter, a small flame danced at her command. Pressed to the brittle leaves, it sparked a sudden blaze. Without hesitation, she tossed them into the oven, where the fire licked eagerly at the logs, leaving them streaked with blackened edges. Admiration filled her eyes as she gazed at the object, marveling at the possibility of such an extraordinary artifact existing. Surely, his homeland must be a remarkable place. The hero expressed his wish for everyone in this nation, even those without magical abilities, to gain access to magical artifacts. The girl wondered aloud if he might be a merchant from another land. In her view, someone offering such marvelous items is certain to find great success. Extending the lighter with both hands, she expected him to accept her gratitude. Instead, he gently refused, insisting she keep it for herself. The gesture left her unexpectedly surprised. He urged his teammates to join the others, but the girl pleaded with him to stay. Refusing to accept the situation, she reached out and clutched at his clothes in a desperate attempt to hold him back. With gentle insistence, he tried to reassure her that she was not a burden. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when a voice called out Karina's name. A tall man approached, his face marked with scars and clad in chain mail suited for the night. He asked her reason for being there. Karina addressed him as her boss and explained that she had been on her way to see him. The hero couldn't help but notice how imposing Captain Jeffrey appeared. Karina presented him with a respectful nod, then turned to introduce the main character as Collingham Bertram's business partner. Extending his hand in a gesture of friendship, Dayashai offered to accompany them on their journey to the next city. Jeffrey explained that he had been entrusted with overseeing the safety of Bertram's company. Meanwhile, Karina mentioned that their superior had instructed her to watch over this particular gentleman. Responding swiftly, the captain insisted she join the two companions, to which she agreed without hesitation. Silently, the hero pondered her role as a security guard, questioning whether she truly required an escort once more. The captain then summoned Mr. Asakura, instructing him to accompany them. An offer for a drink was made, but the young man declined. Meanwhile, the girl, unfamiliar with the object now resting in her palm, lingered with a lighter in hand and watched in surprise as the others departed. After enjoying a satisfying lunch, the hero stretched out on a mattress inside the tent, his cat curled up contentedly on his stomach. His thoughts wandered to the earlier reactions of the others, who had marveled at the lighter's plastic, likening it to a precious gem. Quiet contemplation led him to question whether he might have gone too far. Outside on the street, Karina's voice called out, asking if Mr. Asakura was awake. He answered that he was. Arriving late, she offered a quick apology, explaining that the company's president requested to see him. He assured her he would join them shortly, then glanced at his watch, uncertain if it appeared too conspicuous on his wrist. For the time being, he chose to keep them out of sight. Sliding his arms into his jacket, he mulled over any potential issues. The group made their way through the narrow paths between tents, weaving among a bustling crowd. Several men paused their drinking to glance in his direction, their lingering stares catching him off guard. He hadn't expected to draw such attention. The group arrived at a spacious tent, where Karina explained this was their destination. With a respectful bow, their companion pulled back the fabric doorway and apologized for the interruption. Waiting inside sat the merchant's leader, joined by one of the girls who had been with him earlier that day. With a scrape of his chair, the man gestured for the newcomer to join them. Everyone settled around the table, and the man expressed his regret for reaching out so late at night. The hero's thoughts circled with concern, questioning if trouble had arisen. Should any issues exist, he assured them, an exchange of goods was always possible. The merchant firmly insisted his goods were of the finest quality, dismissing any doubts. Curiosity piqued, the young man pressed for more details. With measured care, the merchant placed a neatly wrapped bundle of cloth on the table, its contents concealed for the moment. He intended to draw attention to the lighter, nestled within. The memory of giving it today resurfaced in the young man's mind. The merchant extended his hand, his gesture assuring them not to misinterpret his intentions. He had not taken the girl away. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she sought advice about a lighter, a magical artifact completely unfamiliar to her. A man wearing a grave expression informed him that he failed to grasp the true worth of the object. Surprise flickered across the young man's face. Selling it had crossed his mind, but only as a convenient tool for daily chores around the house. The man explained that the artifact was a luxury reserved for aristocrats and the wealthy. In the stranger's homeland, such an item might be worthless, yet here, its value soared to extraordinary heights. The hero inquired whether it was merely a simple artifact, but the man responded with a silent shake of his head. Its true worth lay in the fact that even those without magic could wield it, giving it greater value than a typical enchanted object. However, complications arose because of its physical form. The item could fetch a price comparable to fine glass or even precious jewelry. In that instant, the young man recalled walking past two individuals deep in conversation about costly glassware. As soon as these items appear on the market, merchants eager for profit will surely target aristocrats and the wealthy as their prime customers. The idea lingered in his mind, stirring a quiet worry about potential trouble ahead. Until now, he had overlooked this possibility. The merchant assured him of support, yet uncertainty hung in the air as he considered his next move. A sense of apathy settles over him, leaving desires and ambitions distant and forgotten. Expressing these feelings seems futile, as the unyielding laws of this world cannot be changed by his words or will. Memories of the glass goblet resurfaced as he explained that he had once attempted to offer it to nobles and wealthy clients. From a hidden compartment, he produced a delicate glass rose elegantly displayed on a stand. Alicia, seated right beside her, couldn't help but exclaim with admiration at her beauty. Even the merchant appeared taken aback. Observing their astonished faces, the young man began to wonder if he had gone a bit too far. A merchant called out, urging someone to halt and slow down. The girl echoed his cries, her voice carrying the same urgency. In that tense instant, the protagonist felt a blade at his throat. Karina stood by his side, aiming it steadily at the man. Swiftly intervening, the merchant reassured her that there were no issues, explaining that he had simply been caught off guard. Karina retrieved the sword from the young man and carefully slid it back into its sheath. With a gentle nod, she lowered her head in apology. The merchant let out a sigh, shutting his eyes as he quietly apologized to Mr. Asakura, admitting fault for losing his temper. Meanwhile, the hero recalled Karina's unusual request to keep at least a meter of distance from her. The thought struck him as odd, especially given the cramped space of the tent. The man observed the unmoving figure before him, the sword aimed straight at his chest. Calmly, the guy explained his certainty that no harm would come to him, trusting in her restraint. Perhaps confusion also played a part, leaving him too stunned to react at all, a silent response that seemed closest to the truth. The merchant recommended that everyone take a moment to compose themselves before resuming their discussion. The hero assured the group that Karina bore no fault, so there was no cause for concern. With a gentle request from the merchant, Karina agreed to step aside, sparing the guests any discomfort. The young man kept describing the glass sculpture, insisting its beauty outshone any precious gem. The merchant pondered whether this truly was the ordinary glass he encountered every day. In his eyes, the sculpture appeared perfectly crafted and undeniably lovely. Diving into his backpack, the young man produced even more glass sculptures and lighters, the same style they had glimpsed before. The merchant observed quietly, realizing each one shimmered with its own distinct glow. He understands that her body differs greatly from the glass artifacts they craft, yet there will always be those who attempt to profit from it as if it were a rare treasure. Resolving the financial dilemma weighs heavily on his mind. If he could focus on earning a living through creating glass objects, life would become simpler. Offering a lighter as a complementary item could add extra value to his pieces. Initially, anyone purchasing these luxurious glass objects receives a complimentary lighter, designed as a practical artifact for daily use. Following this, the items are distributed among nobility and affluent individuals. The merchant inquired about his interest in handing out lighters at the market. The situation left little room for alternatives, so they decided to proceed according to his plan. With a self-assured grin, the man inquired whether the merchant remained willing to work alongside him. The merchant gave his consent, prompting the man to extend his hand in gratitude. Their agreement was sealed with a firm handshake, marking the beginning of their journey together. As they stepped outside the tent, Karina lowered herself in a humble bow before the young man, quietly seeking forgiveness for what had happened. The second girl gently assured him that Karina bore no blame. Just like their companion, she too had been startled and had cried out in surprise. Daiichi admitted that he was the cause. Surprise flickered across his face, but she simply explained she was fulfilling her duty. The blame really belonged to him, and he owed her an apology. Concern clouded the girls' faces as distress settled in around them. Observing their troubled expressions, the young man paused, letting his thoughts linger on their predicament. Calling Alicia over, he gently placed the cat in her arms. Her expression softened immediately, just as he expected. Amusement flickered in his eyes as he watched her reaction. With a quiet remark, he admitted a preference for her smile, finding it much more appealing. Gradually, the girl's reserve faded, allowing a gentle smile to emerge. Observing her bashfulness, the guy found her endearing, a discovery that only deepened her confusion. Karina watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. Curiosity spread through the room as the young man noticed all eyes fixed on him. Word had quickly gotten around that he'd given Cora a lighter. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and asked if anyone else wanted something like that. Karina gently explained that maybe people simply wanted to get to know him better and have a conversation. Whispers often paint him as more than just a traitor or outsider. Some see him as a hero. Rumors swirl of his pursuit of a woman cherished by a foreign noble, her true identity concealed. Others speculate he was banished to this place because of his hidden royal lineage. With a pensive expression, the young man ran his fingers along his chin and remarked that her imagination was quite remarkable. Karina responded, clarifying that these musings belonged to the group, not just herself. The third member added that, in truth, everyone here seemed to possess a fair amount of creativity. Near the edge of the forest, shouts rang out, growing louder as desperate men fled from the trees, their pleas for help echoing behind them. Savage monsters darted after the terrified group. The three onlookers stared in shock, eyes wide at the unfolding chaos. A man's voice rang out, announcing the approach of royal monkeys. An entire swarm was heading their way. Reacting at once, Karina drew her sword and instructed the group to stay behind her. From the shadowy line of the forest, a multitude of monstrous figures began to emerge. The warriors sprang into action, engaging the monsters in fierce combat. Working together, they attempted to encircle their foes. Suddenly, a projectile shot in from the side, striking one of the monsters squarely in the head. Arrows and spears followed, igniting the creatures with bursts of flame. Nearby, a young man observing the battle called out, asking if everyone was safe. Karina nodded in agreement, confidence in her voice. With a quick glance over her shoulder, she surveyed the unfolding chaos on the battlefield. A sudden cry rang out, alerting everyone that more monsters were approaching from the southern edge of the forest. 10 additional creatures emerged from the shadows among the trees. The commander-in-chief rallied his warriors, assuring them of their superior strength and urging them to launch an attack. Contemplating this, the protagonist absent-mindedly scratched his chin, weighing his options. Watching from the sidelines seemed possible, yet the opportunity to lend a hand tugged at his thoughts. Despite this, uncertainty lingered over whether taking action was the right choice. Gazing down at his cat nestled beneath his clothes, he quietly resolved not to reveal the full extent of his power. With a gentle tap to Nick's forehead, he silently urged him to stay out of sight and refrain from using any magic. Unlocking his vault, the young man paused to consider which weapon to take. Karina observed the situation and remarked on the unusual activity. The royal monkeys seemed particularly restless that day. She instructed Elise to investigate whether they might be hiding somewhere in the southern part of the forest. Standing a short distance away, Daichi observed the unfolding events. Just then, his sharp gaze caught movement in the tall grass off to the side. Raising his voice, Daichi called out to Karina, warning her about the presence of royal monkeys in the eastern part of the field. Suddenly, a flood of figures burst from the tall grass, darting straight for them. The newcomers closed in with alarming speed, leaving him desperately searching for any kind of weapon to defend himself. In that instant, a monster lunged from the boy's side, its clawed paw reaching out to strike. Karina swept in at the perfect moment, driving her sword straight through the creature. Out of the swarm, 2 of the creatures veered back toward the group. Their jagged forms lunged directly at Alicia as she concentrated on casting her spell. The main character's voice broke through the chaos with a desperate cry. In a sudden surge of determination, he sprang from his seat with such power that clumps of earth scattered in all directions. Launching himself forward, he aimed a fierce kick at the monster's head, astonished by his own boldness. The creature shifted its focus to the young man, only to be met with a swift kick to the face that sent it tumbling backward, rolling end over end. A ripple of awareness spread through the crowd as more people caught sight of him. A creature reached out its paws toward Alicia, only to be struck squarely on the forehead and sent tumbling into unconsciousness. The girls witnessing this scene stood frozen in disbelief, deeply rattled by the sudden turn of events. The sheer force of the blow hurled the attacker backward, flinging him through the air. Knocked to the ground by a monstrous blow, the young man struggled to rise as the girls rushed over, anxiously calling out his name. Summoning his strength, he gently helped one of them up, concern etched in his eyes as he asked if she was unharmed. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she nodded, whispering her reassurance. The group seized the man by his arms, pulling him upright while insisting it was time to go. Just then, a cluster of monkeys emerged once more behind them, drawing the attention of both Daichi and Karina. With a swift motion, the girl sliced her sword toward one of the monsters as the boy delivered another fierce kick. The battle raged on, but unnoticed behind Alicia, a new creature emerged. Instead of attacking, the monster lingered quietly, simply observing. Sensing something amiss, the girl glanced over her shoulder, her focus drawn toward this silent spectator. The monster lunged forward, jaws wide open, creeping dangerously close to the girl. Daichi sprang into action, positioning himself between her and the beast in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. The girl let out a terrified scream. Catching sight of the commotion, Karina shouted for Mr. Asakura. At that moment, though, her hands were full, fending off one of the relentless monsters. Fear crept into his thoughts as he realized the creatures would soon overwhelm him. Determined to convince himself that everything was normal, he expected pain but was met with only numbness. Even as the monster's fangs pressed into his flesh, no hint of discomfort reached him, leaving him utterly unaffected by the attack. Memory resurfaced, a moment when Alicia had effortlessly wielded magic without relying on any tools or aids. Still, a desire lingered within him to confirm that she relied solely on her raw strength and silent movements. As he watched, it became clear that her abilities truly transcended the need for any improvised means. This was pure magic at work. During that incident as well, a peculiar rustling in the forest caught his attention just moments before the tiger struck. Later, when a stone struck his head, he remained completely unfazed, experiencing no pain at all. Summoning the power of shamanism, he drew a knife from within his robes. channeling magic into the blade, he plunged it into the heart of the monster. For him, it was all about precision, like slicing into a piece of cake with a fork. Every move relied on raw strength and quiet stealth. Turning his attention to Karina, who was still caught in the struggle, he called out to her, insisting she let him handle the monkey creature. With practiced force, he closed in from behind and drove his weapon into the monster's back, relying on the element of surprise to gain the upper hand. The monster remained standing, its screams echoing through the air. The knife, far too short, failed to pierce deep enough to reach its heart. Urgently, he called out to Tom, urging him to stay put. At just 23 centimeters, the blade offered little hope. It was simply an observation. A dagger flashed in his hand, but a sudden misstep sent him tumbling backward. The monkey twisted around, baring its teeth in a menacing grin. Matching the creature's bravado, the young man let a smile spread across his face. In that fleeting moment, Karina sprang into action, and her blade struck true, driving cleanly through the monster's neck. He collapsed lifeless onto the earth, blood spraying in all directions and staining the girl. With a swift motion, she flicked her sword, sending droplets arcing away to leave the blade clean. Blood streaked the girl's face as she let out a weary sigh. With a flicker of magic, the man was lowered almost to the ground, but at the last moment, the spell was cut short, causing him to hit the surface hard. Seeing this, the girl cried out and rushed to his side. A grin spread across his face as he flashed a thumbs up, quietly assuring everyone that he was all right. Even though he remained sprawled on the ground, his first concern was for the girls, asking if they had been hurt. From beneath his jacket, the cat slipped out and let out a small, weary sigh. As the women hurried over, each extended a hand to help him rise. Karina gently insisted that he should be the one sharing his concerns. The other girl quickly echoed this sentiment, remarking that he ought to focus on his own well-being instead of theirs. As the team hoisted him to his feet, he glanced toward the defensive line and inquired about the current situation. Karina replied that the number of enemies was steadily shrinking, and at this rate, victory seemed within reach. Weighing the unfolding scene, he wondered aloud whether offering assistance would make a difference. A deep sigh escaped Karina as the weight of responsibility pressed down on her shoulders. The duty of safeguarding her companions fell squarely on her, and the memory of the moment when the young man suffered a monster's bite stung with sharp regret. Fingers tightened around the hilt of the sword at her belt, a silent vow to do better stirring within her. Realization struck the young man as he saw the defenses falter under a surprise assault from every direction. The royal monkey's determination was beginning to wane. Noticing her uncertainty, he questioned her conviction. At that moment, a noise from behind drew his attention. The sight of monsters retreating into the forest, wary of the growing crowd, caught Karina's attention. She pointed at them, her smile triumphant, satisfied that her prediction had come true. Watching her without blood on her face, the young man found her even more charming and felt content. Noticing the blood staining his palm, he calmly focused on the injury. With a simple gesture, he conjured a towel from his jacket pocket and produced it. Alicia had requested that he pass it to her. With a flick of her wrist, she enchanted the cloth and gently pressed it to his face. The chill made him protest, insisting he could handle it on his own, yet she quietly pleaded for the chance to do it herself. Paying no mind to his complaints, she meticulously wiped away every trace of dirt, her touch gentle and patient. Turning to Alicia, he inquired whether she had summoned spiritual water magic and wondered if she intended to offer an apology. Already aware of her ability to command such magic, he regarded her with a puzzled expression. The presence of both magical artifacts and spiritual powers left him uncertain about what to expect. The spiritual realm embodies 4 distinct elements. Activation of an artifact hinges on magic power, harnessed as the vital force. Magic itself draws strength from the surrounding natural world. While spiritual magic relies on the user's own abilities, artifacts remain unaffected by such dependence. Unlike other forms, spiritual magic can be invoked repeatedly, carrying a greater potency. Contemplating the rules of this world, the young man realized that its magic depended on 4 fundamental elements. Among them, spiritual magic possessed power far surpassing that of mere artifacts. The girl, curious, inquired how he had recognized that what they witnessed was indeed spiritual magic. Unsure how to respond, the young man simply replied that it was just a matter of courtesy. Curiosity sparked in the girl's eyes as she asked him to explain what that meant. In his homeland, spiritual magic holds greater worth than any artifact. Drawing from this belief, he formed his conclusion. Referring to it as an artifact would diminish its significance, as artifacts do not command the same respect. For this reason, he identified it as spiritual magic. The girls eyed him with a mix of caution and curiosity, their gazes sharp and searching. According to Karina, just 20 individuals in this country possess the rare gift of spiritual magic, with only about 100 masters scattered across the entire continent. The number seemed remarkably small to him. Alicia advised him to learn more about the country before venturing into business. As they traveled, he welcomed the idea of hearing everything they could share. The guard, letting out a weary sigh, admitted that they had little choice in the matter. The cat expressed his gratitude, offering to sell 2 statuettes bearing their likenesses as a token of thanks. Both girls immediately declined the offer without hesitation. Meanwhile, the victorious warriors celebrated their triumph with shouts of happiness. The scene appeared to have ended. The young man suggested they visit the place together. Karina responded thoughtfully, noting that there could be injured people there and he might have the chance to assist them. Indeed, the question lingered about whether royal monkeys had launched an attack. The guard admitted to having some suspicions, but explained that clarification was needed. Her gaze drifted toward the 2 men seated on the ground nearby, as if hoping for answers from them. Curiosity sparked about whether spiritual magic might be uncommon. Since Nick wielded it himself, he could claim it as his own artifact and power to exchange. However, discovery by others would certainly lead to trouble. Caution would be essential in its use, as things would not be simple. Lying quietly in bed, the girl replayed the scene in her mind, the moment the main character sprawled on the ground and casually asked if everyone was okay. To her, he always seemed like such an amusing person. Though always gentle in his manner toward her, he possessed a quiet strength. The tale of his victory over the royal monkey, unarmed and alone, remained unheard of in her experience, making his feat all the more astonishing. Memories flickered through her thoughts of feeling utterly hopeless, the monster looming close enough to swallow her whole. In those desperate seconds, he stepped between them, shielding her and taking the monkey's bite in her place. The question echoed within, what drove him to make that choice? His gaze lingered on her, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Overcoming the royal monkey in a single blow seemed impossible, yet vivid memories surfaced, her grandmother's tales of the legendary hero from her childhood. That night she lay in the tent beside Karina, each of them sprawled on separate mattresses. Wrapped tightly in the blanket, she rolled restlessly from one side to the other, determined to keep troubling thoughts at bay. Not a hint of fear had ever crossed his face, even after learning about her spiritual magic. His demeanor toward her remained unchanged. Unlike the people haunting her memories, he treated her with warmth and a gentle smile. Overwhelmed, she withdrew into herself, curling tightly beneath the blanket and losing touch with reality. Morning arrived and the group prepared to set off once more. Karina scolded the young man for refusing to ride a horse, revealing his inexperience with horseback riding. The caravan advanced along the road, while the girls joined the young man inside the carriage. Unused to such circumstances, he trembled uncontrollably. Karina realized that this was the finest carriage available to them. The young man averted his eyes, focusing intently on the passing scenery outside the window. At that moment, 2 riders nearby caught his attention. As soon as his eyes met theirs, they swiftly averted their faces. It became clear that everyone around him was deliberately avoiding eye contact. Karina nodded in agreement. The memory of when he began to inspire such fear had faded into obscurity for him. During breakfast, memories of last night's conversation about his preferences surfaced. The topic of the lighter faded away, yet confusion lingered between them. Something else felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. The tent belonged to him, standing apart from the rest with its distinctive appearance. Karina noticed an unusual light radiating from within, casting a curious glow. The young man explained that such sights were quite ordinary where he came from. With a firm grip on his head, Karina advised him to give everyone a heads-up next time before unveiling treasures from his homeland. Offering a sincere apology, he promised to keep it in mind. Karina followed up with a request to inform the chief merchant as well. Nearby, another girl expressed her curiosity and asked to see the merchandise. Her interest piqued. He decided it was the perfect moment to invite them to view his tent. Embarrassment washed over the girl as she quickly averted her gaze, misinterpreting his words as an invitation to visit his tent after dark. The young man could only stare in disbelief, the situation veering awkwardly into the realm of a romantic comedy. Yet reality reminded them both. They were too young for such things, and only adults should cross that line. With a playful wink, he offered an apology, remarking that she seemed too petite. The girl stood frozen in disbelief. Karina, displeased with his comment, pointed out that Alicia was already 20 years old, calling his behavior impolite. Surprise jolted through the young man as he leapt to his feet, suspecting a prank. Discovering that Karina was just 19 left him stunned, especially since everyone had assumed the 2 were his seniors. He raised his voice, making it known to all that he was, in fact, already 22 and not the youngest among them. Karina's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Alicia let out a laugh, remarking how odd it was for a grown man to act in such a peculiar way. Frustration boiling over, the young man hammered his fists against the carriage seat, demanding to know if they truly believed he was only 16 or 17. The girls hurried to soothe him, assuring him that it was meant as a compliment and apologizing for any offense. With a faint sigh, he admitted it was understandable. He, too, had once mixed up their ages. Sensing the awkwardness, Karina gently proposed they leave the topic behind. Meanwhile, a man paced steadily ahead of the caravan, sprinkling pollen along the path to smooth out the road. Observing the wagons trailing behind, the young man took note of the captives inside, their hands and feet bound. To him, the scene seemed harsh and inhumane. Karina, however, pointed out the reality of the situation, insisting that sympathy for them was misplaced. Rumor has it that a group of 35 ventured into the forest on a mission to capture young royal monkeys. Though their numbers were strong, in the end, a mere 5 members made it out alive. Curiosity flickered in the young man's voice as he wondered aloud about the royal monkey cub's purpose. The truth came swiftly: these rare creatures, tamed from infancy, served as an obedient labor force, especially for the military. Slave collars marked their fate. At the thought, a chill ran through him. The very name of those collars filled him with revulsion. Curiosity sparked as he considered their price. For those no older than 2 months, the cost reached 20 gold coins, while those under 6 months sold for 10. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired whether those individuals were actually criminals. The response came with a hint of hesitation, describing the situation as complicated. Still, they insisted the troublemakers had brought this upon themselves by stirring up a troop of monkeys. At the bare minimum, they would need to answer for their actions in yesterday's fight, since it had clearly crossed into the realm of crime. Failure to pay means a life of servitude to settle the debt. The reality of adventuring seems far less rewarding than it first appeared. A gentle smile spread across Karina's face, revealing that she too belonged to the world of adventurers. He bowed his head, asking for her forgiveness. With consistent effort, this line of work could prove to be quite lucrative. Misfortune struck when 2 herds launched an attack at the same moment. Alicia shifted her gaze to her companion, inquiring whether they had thoroughly examined the situation. Discovering that no one bothered to confirm whether their teammates had survived, he realized just how harsh and strange this world had become for him. The carriage rumbled along, its wheels spinning steadily. The young man admitted his foolishness in the company of such refined girls. In response, they assured him that all was forgiven. The traditions and customs in this country stood in stark contrast to those he had always known, yet observers saw the effort he made to adapt. Karina quietly reminded Alicia to ease up and not push him too hard. With the bag from the main merchant now resting on his lap, the young man gestured for the girls to take a break and relax. From his bag, he produced sandwiches and drinks for everyone, passing them to the girls with an encouraging smile. Their eyes widened in surprise as he calmly assured them there was nothing to fear. He explained that these were foods from his own country and invited them to experience a new culture through these snacks. He hoped the unfamiliar flavors would win them over. The girls reached out eagerly, accepting the gifts offered by the young man. Curiosity sparked in their eyes as they examined the food, turning it over and taking in its aroma. The young man encouraged their honesty, assuring them that he genuinely wanted to hear their thoughts. Karina inquired about the enchanted bag resting on his lap. The head merchant had indeed entrusted it to him as a discreet way to conceal the contents of the vault. Thanks to this clever trick, all the goods inside remained remarkably fresh. As he began ripping open the package, a voice suddenly called out from the side. Glancing in that direction, his gaze drifted toward the window. Outside lay Takura village, nestled beneath towering mountains, surrounded by sprawling fields dotted with mills and an assortment of buildings. Turning his head this way and that, he tried to take in his surroundings. Karina followed close behind, though from her position, the view remained obscured. The young man mentioned that they should eat lunch without delay. Producing a bottle of water, he explained it was a special vessel encased in packaging as clear as glass, resembling a plastic-wrapped sandwich. He wanted them to recognize how rarely he revealed this to others. Karina reassured him with gentle words, and gratitude shone in his response. He wondered aloud whether they would have about an hour to rest and suggested exploring the outskirts of the village. Alicia nodded, finding the idea appealing. Karina proposed that after their meal in the carriage, they could enjoy a walk together. First, she wanted to get a sense of the village's atmosphere. Once lunch is over, their stroll will take them to the bustling heart of the village rather than its quiet edges. The settlement, far from small, offers more than just scenery. The girl believes that exposing Daiichi to various cultures carries greater value than simply admiring landscapes. Practical matters also call. New shoes and clothes need to be purchased. Observing the man's unusual outfit, she realized it was nothing like what people wore around here. Pulling his jacket tighter, he seemed aware of how much he stuck out. He conceded to the idea and turned to Alicia to see if she had any objections. Grateful, Perina offered her thanks, clearly pleased that their attention had shifted back to the matter of the escort mission. As he caught sight of her face, the young man lost his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat and flushing with embarrassment. In an attempt to regain his balance, he inquired about her intended destination. She estimated it would be another 15 or 20 minutes. Afterward, he mentioned that he and Alicia would wait for her in the carriage. The carriage came to a halt, prompting everyone to dismount and tend to the horses. Meanwhile, the cat darted playfully around the carriage, enjoying the newfound freedom. Gazing out the window and humming a gentle tune, the hero hardly noticed as Nick trotted over to Alicia, placing his front paws delicately on her dress. Alicia's playful spirit quickly shone through, and she invited Nick into a cheerful game. The cat eagerly responded, joining her in their lively play. The young man watched them closely, noticing how deeply engaged the pair appeared. The girl's hand darted so swiftly that the cat failed to catch her time and again, up until a single fleeting moment. The girl remarked on Nick's impressive speed and called upon her own magic, determined to match his pace. Their movements intensified as they both accelerated. Alicia, much like Nick, now possessed enhanced physical strength. The sight was almost too astonishing to accept. Suddenly, the girl seized the cat and offered a sly smile. Her sharp gaze caught the same newfound power in Nick. In the end, their secret had been revealed. With a grave expression, he turned to Alicia and quietly asked if she could promise to keep everything just between them. Alicia met his gaze and wondered aloud if it truly would remain their secret. He gave her a reassuring nod, repeating his answer. Flustered, Alicia glanced away, her cheeks tinged with pink, and murmured that, since Daichai preferred it this way, she would agree. An odd tension lingered in the air as their names passed quietly back and forth. Suddenly, the carriage door swung open and Karina stepped inside. Without noticing the mood, the girl flashed a smile and inquired whether they had finished. The boy observed its remarkable speed. Turning to the group, Karina announced that they would remain in the village for the next 2 days. With a weary sigh, the young man inquired if there was any trouble. The injuries inflicted by the royal monkeys proved far more severe than anyone had anticipated. Immediate repairs were necessary, and the carriage stood immobilized. There was no choice but to halt their journey for the moment and recover. In that moment, she suggested they finally enjoy their lunch together. The young man offered her a sandwich, and her smile showed her delight as she gladly accepted. Watching her peaceful expression now, memories of the previous day, when her face had been streaked with blood, slipped into his thoughts. The water sandwiches settled onto the carriage seat, drawing Karina's curiosity about such a peculiar meal. Alicia turned a questioning gaze toward the young man, wondering how one should eat it. With a simple answer, he explained it was just bread and told her to take a bite. To her surprise, the texture proved incredibly soft. Following his instructions, the girls each took a bite, their eyes lighting up with delight. Karina, caught off guard, noticed that there were 2 complete pieces meeting perfectly in the center, a detail that amazed her. The second nodded in agreement, savoring the flavors. Warm, gently toasted bread cradled slices of tender meat that seemed to melt away on the tongue. Fresh, vibrant greens brought a subtle zest, while the sauce tied everything together in a remarkable harmony. The taste lingered, unforgettable. Everyone took note of every detail, including the unexpected presence of vegetables inside. The man offered a friendly smile and mentioned that if they enjoyed the food, they were welcome to take more, and he would gladly provide extra packages. Karina's face lit up with joy as she thanked him, clutching a towering pile of sandwiches in her arms. Delving into his briefcase once more, the man produced an assortment of treats, brightly colored candies, dried fruits, and other tempting snacks. A rich, sugary aroma drifted through the air. Nick, crouched beside him, let out a soft meow. The young man gently whispered for him to relax, promising he had a surprise to offer. Producing a bowl of cat food, he set it down, prompting the cat to start eating at once. Extending his hand playfully, he mentioned his own hunger as well. The cat, uninterested in sharing mealtime, swatted at his hand with a quick paw. Alicia observed the scene with a laugh, remarking that the cat clearly preferred not to be interrupted. At that moment, Karina sampled a sandwich topped with cream and fresh fruit. Culinary surprise swept over her features as she tasted the dish. When the young man inquired about her opinion, she softly replied that it was both sweet and delicate. He described the treat as a fresh cream, known to be especially popular with girls. Tasting it, she found the flavor delightfully rich. Its popularity now made perfect sense. Offering her another serving, he waited for her response, and she gladly accepted. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he inquired whether she enjoyed dishes that featured cream. He He offered her a chance to sample some if she wished, and the suggestion struck him as amusing. A gentle smile played on her lips as she agreed. A sudden surge of emotion made his heart flutter, prompting him to press a hand to his chest. Relief and happiness washed over him knowing his efforts had been appreciated. Karina, catching onto something, wondered aloud if the meal came at a reasonable price. With a convincing sincerity, he glanced at them and asked if he truly seemed like someone concerned about money. Flustered, the guard averted his gaze and muttered that he was acting like a fool. A gentle smile spread across his face as memories surfaced of solitary evenings spent eating prepackaged meals bought from the store. A gentle smile played on his lips as he turned back to his backpack. Carefully, he retrieved 2 plates of cake and set them neatly on the carriage seat before the girls. Tents sprang up all around once more. The head merchant, wearing an expression of utter disbelief, inquired whether he had truly struck the royal monkey while it was soaring through the air. Karina understood how unbelievable it sounded, yet assured him that every word was true. The merchant, his curiosity piqued, inquired whether he had truly bested 5 monkeys. Absorbed in her own tasks at that time, she conceded that such a feat might indeed have looked possible. Yet she assured him she had observed the entire battle without taking her eyes off the scene. The merchant finally surrendered. Using her wind magic, she could detect any movement, even those hidden from view. It wasn't exactly the way he imagined, but he decided to accept it. Last night, Mr. Sakura found himself in the midst of chaos when the royal monkeys launched their attack. The merchant pressed his fingers to his temples, fatigue etched across his face. According to him, even she likely lacked the sheer strength to withstand the bite of their fangs. A knife borrowed from a Sakura would offer little protection. With a sword in hand, he could have stood a chance. Fortunately, only 4 monkeys lingered nearby. No others seemed to join them. In that case, no one comes to mind on this continent who can wield magic unaided by devices. The young girl mirrored her opponent's every move, her fighting style eerily identical and almost unsettling in its precision. The boy stood helpless, neither his grip on the sword nor the movements of his body guided by experience. Combat seemed foreign to him, yet a deeper potential simmered beneath the surface. What set him apart was his command of magic, needing nothing but his own will. Admitting this truth out loud proved difficult for her. A newcomer to the world of trading, he lacked the experience of seasoned merchants. Bretrade mentioned that she knew several skilled traders, but he was not among their ranks. His understanding of the trade barely stretched beyond the basics. Curiosity gleamed in the girl's eyes as she wondered aloud if the young man hailed from nobility across the sea. Such an origin, if his words held any truth, would neatly account for the mysteries surrounding him. Curiosity flickered in the girl's eyes as she inquired about his next order. Doubt lingered in her mind, finding his abilities rather questionable. Determined to protect his origins, he resolved to keep his connection to another continent hidden. For their group, his true identity was too important to reveal. Karina understood well that Mr. Asakura had done more than just rescue them. He had also offered vital support to their company. He asked her to stay at his side, particularly once they reached the bustling streets of Karam. The townspeople there were likely to regard him with suspicion. Relying on her assistance, he hoped she would quietly provide information to prevent anyone from discovering things better left hidden. Accepting the task, the girl couldn't help but see him as a true hero in her eyes. A memory surfaced of him grinning, offering her 2 slices of cake, prompting a gentle smile to cross her face. Reunion with the group came swiftly, precisely the pace they preferred. Some time passed. Narrow village streets stretched between rows of houses, drawing the heroes onward. They stepped beneath the sign of the atelier, slipping inside to discover a colorful array of garments filling the space. The young man slipped into a few of the outfits, examining his reflection with curiosity. I inquired about their fit, prompting the girls to study his appearance with thoughtful eyes. Karina observed that he now resembled a seasoned traveler. The cat, as if in agreement, let out a gentle meow. Tugging at his shirt, the young man wondered aloud if it looked out of place on him. Alice remarked that he was always wearing attire from abroad and warned that if this continued, people might begin to talk. Karina brushed aside any concerns about whether the shirt suited him personally, insisting that what truly mattered was how well it fit with the surroundings. Perhaps they meant he shouldn't draw attention to himself, fearing he might appear out of place. Travelers weren't supposed to dress that way. He realized she became noticeably friendlier after enjoying some sweets, just before receiving a slap on the back. With practiced hands, he folded every piece of clothing and announced his work was finished. Then, glancing at the saleswoman, he declared he would purchase everything and take care of the rest on his own. Calling her his sister, he earned a gentle smile in response. She replied, half-joking, that she was already someone's little sister, or perhaps now a bit too old to truly be called one. Leaning his elbows on the counter and cradling his chin in his hands, the young man remarked that she was only 4 years his senior, nothing more. As a sister, he said, she could really hold her own. The saleswoman offered a warm smile, calling him a charmer, and shared that she had a daughter close to his age. Confidently, he would have mistaken them for sisters and nothing more. Her satisfaction with his remark prompted her to let him pick out a few additional items. Watching as he carefully reviewed the bill, Karina gave a small nod of approval. At that moment, the young man dipped a hand into his briefcase and calmly inquired whether this would suffice as payment in place of silver coins, revealing a gleaming silver ingot. The sight left everyone around him utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Karina stepped between him and the saleswoman, calmly requesting that he wait. She placed her own money on the counter, coins clinking as they landed. The saleswoman, still caught off guard, barely managed to assure them that everything was all right as Karina quickly led the young man out of the shop. Stepping out onto the street, voices rose above the city's bustle. She demanded to know if Daicha's actions were deliberate, her frustration echoing off the buildings. Daicha, his expression clouded with confusion, explained he only intended to pay with silver. Hiding her face behind her hand, she realized the error was hers. Meanwhile, the young man, wearing a grin, gestured to the side and suggested they continue on to the next store. Karina seized his collar and declared their first destination, the head of the Bertram Company. Guiding the young man by the scruff of his neck, she strode forward as he scraped across the ground, a broad grin spread across his face. The two of them made for an unusual and bewildering spectacle to anyone passing by. The head trader inquired about the reason behind his actions. After a brief pause, the man lifted his gaze and answered that he simply wished to settle his debt. While Alicia enjoyed a game outdoors with Nick, the merchant gestured toward the silver ingot resting on the table. He inquired whether this was truly the method of payment being offered. Silver coins remained a mystery in this land, for his homeland relied on ingots as currency. Offering a silver plate as payment seemed perfectly reasonable to him, and he couldn't grasp what problem others might have with it. Suspicion clouded the lead merchant's thoughts as he wondered why news of the coins had escaped him prior to their encounter. With ample water, food, and every essential item stocked in his personal storage, there had been no reason for him to part with his money. Anger simmered in Karina's eyes as she stood silently behind. Klaus awkwardly ran a hand over his face, uncertainty etched in his expression. Accepting the situation with a reluctant nod, he silently acknowledged that he should have remembered he carried no local currency. A sudden memory flashed across the man's face as he reached for his briefcase once more, explaining that this was exactly what he needed the case for. With a quick glance at Bertram, he wondered aloud if there was any interest in making a purchase. The briefcase popped open, and its contents spilled onto the table in disarray. On the other side, Klaus sat in utter despair, lost for words. Sometime after, the young man strolled down the city streets, the coins from the merchant jingling in his palm. He playfully tossed one into the air and caught it, enjoying its weight. The merchant's last words lingered in his mind, reminding him to stay cautious upon reaching Karam. Customs that seem ordinary in his homeland become peculiar and out of place here. Should he possess any belongings from his country, the merchant insists they remain hidden from all eyes, no matter the circumstance. Trailing just a few steps behind Karina, the young man closed the distance and inquired whether her anger still lingered. She denied it, yet her expression betrayed the truth. The frustration was written all over her face. With hands gently clasped in a plea for understanding, the young man apologized for not seeking her opinion earlier. He wondered aloud if there might be a way he could lift her spirits. Irritation flashed across her face as she insisted that everything was fine between them. Dissatisfaction lingered in her voice, directed at his indifferent approach to escort work. Uncertainty settled over the young man, who felt lost despite his desire to explore the world. In his heart, he knew he was to blame for the situation. Next time, he assured, caution would guide his actions. His words carried the weight of a promise. Eyes squeezed shut, the girl spun toward him and declared that since he hadn't known, she could let it go this time. However, from now on, she insisted he discuss his plans with her in advance and take time to consider his actions. He gave his assent without protest. As Karina hurried over, she gently stroked the cat Alicia was offering. A smile softened her features. With a satisfied nod, she mentioned the need to apologize to Nick, suspecting he must also be upset. Clearly, she felt the owner carried the blame for everything that had happened. Curious, the young man inquired further, recalling that Karina had insisted she was not angry. Her response spoke louder than words. Without hesitation, Karina drew her sword and leveled it at him, her eyes glinting with menace. Reacting swiftly, he rummaged through his pockets and produced an assortment of treats and sweets, extending them toward her in a gesture of apology. Tempted by the sweets, the girl did her best to hide her interest, feigning indifference with a practiced air. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she wondered aloud if he hoped to win her favor with sweets, but he shook his head in denial. He mentioned that she hailed from his own homeland. There, offering chocolate serves as a gentle apology to soothe the feelings of a dear friend or cherished companion after causing trouble. The notion may be false, yet if reconciliation could always be achieved so simply, the world would be free of trouble. He handed out sweets to the girls, prompting Karina to either trust his words or feign belief, all for the sake of enjoying the treats. Assuming his words hold truth, she might just be able to handle it. The girls sampled the sweets, discovering a delightful flavor. Their curiosity piqued, they inquired about the treat. Calmly, the young man produced more, assuring them he had plenty to share. The girls quickly settled the situation, leaving little room for confusion. Relief washed over him, tinged with a hint of lingering concern. He offered a sincere apology, and it was accepted without hesitation, though not without a warning. Next time, caution would be expected. His vow hung in the air as they wove their way through bustling market stalls, surrounded by a lively throng. Adventurers mingled everywhere, their presence fitting for this sort of village, yet discomfort shadowed Karina's face. The scene unsettled her. The young man sensed an air of hostility in their gazes, and he quickly realized that others had picked up on it as well. At the moment, Daiichi stood unarmed, his lack of a weapon leaving him vulnerable. There was also a good chance that word had already spread about his involvement with Bertram's company. With his frail appearance and foreign air, trouble seems destined to find him. Unscrupulous types will see nothing but an easy mark. Though the words sounded grim, these creatures weren't majestic royal monkeys after all. The idea of visiting the gun store lingered in his mind, but Karina stepped in with a gentle warning, urging him not to chase after excitement today. With genuine concern, she reminded him to stay safe and look after himself. With arms wide open, he assured the other to trust him. Beneath his rugged exterior, he lived as a gentle and peaceful citizen. Unimpressed, the girl remained indifferent, quietly hoping he hadn't grown too confident after his recent victory over the monkeys. Embarrassment colored his cheeks as he pointed toward the celebrating adventurers. He wondered aloud which group would be weaker if pitted against monkeys. Disapproving expressions clouded the girls' faces, their confusion evident at his remark. Calmly, he explained himself, insisting his words were meant only out of curiosity. Alicia hesitated to speak ill of anyone, yet the truth remained. In a one-on-one battle, the royal monkey held the upper hand. Teams of adventurers, though, could join forces and outsmart their opponent with clever traps and ingenious tricks. With a dismissive gesture, the young man signaled for an end to the unsettling conversation, insisting it was time to shop for gear instead. Inside the armory, his attention was quickly captured by the impressive array of various balls on display. Karina quickly released his arm, insisting that purchasing armor came first. The young man slipped on a vest-shaped piece, testing its fit. Karina considered asking if it felt too flimsy, but Nick seemed confident. He would have no trouble concealing it beneath his clothes, just as he had in the past. Alicia wondered if he had reconsidered something important. Observing him closely, she realized just how gentle he truly was. With an embarrassed smile, he scratched his head and quietly asked whether she genuinely believed that about him. The group was well equipped with magical armor. One of the men hefted a massive shield, prompting Karina to point out that neither armor nor shield was included in the count. Alicia admired his endurance, noting how impressive it was for him to bear such a colossal item. Despite the effort it took to carry his shield, the man continued forward, as if displaying an advertisement for all to see. He swayed the shield from side to side, clearly hoping to avoid drawing too much attention. Realizing this approach was far from discreet, he concluded it would be wiser to store it away. With that decision made, he prepared to switch to his weapons instead. Dreams filled his mind with visions of possessing a long sword, the kind famous in classic fantasy RPGs. Together, they approached the display where those coveted blades rested. Karina inquired about his preference for a long sword. He explained that his choice of weapon is more about projecting intimidation than actual use in combat. Rising to his feet, a sly smile formed on his lips, as though he found his own words particularly astute. Lisa observed his impressive skill with admiration, while Karina remained silent in astonishment. The reason for their reactions was clear. His combination of raw physical strength and enchanted armor set him apart. Infusing his sword with mana, the young man felt a surge of power far surpassing ordinary fencing. Mastery over magic, he realized, brought undeniable advantage. Those who command it inevitably claim victory. Those gifted with magic can infuse their bodies with extraordinary strength, turning the simple act of plowing a field into a swift and effortless task. Lighting a fire becomes as effortless for him as it is for Karina. Without this gift, one must rely on flint and patience. Magic items typically find their way into the hands of skilled magicians, while other fields attract little attention from the general public. This divide continues to widen, steadily separating those with magical abilities from those without. The situation grows more pronounced with each passing day. Lending even a small hand would make a difference. Glass goods now find their way into the hands of the kingdom's aristocrats and wealthy merchants, yet his true goal lies elsewhere, offering affordable items for those unable to wield magic. These products, inexpensive and easy to use, promise new possibilities for everyday people. Lost in thought, the young man paused, prompting Karina to ask if something was wrong. He offered a gentle smile and turned away, assuring her everything was fine. He had simply been reminded of his homeland. With that, they continued their leisurely stroll, wandering past rows of shops and store windows. The two slipped into a deserted alleyway, its narrow path hidden from the crowd. As they walked, Daiichi quietly mentioned that he had discovered something interesting during their time shopping. Goblins had begun to appear regularly near Takura village, prompting the Adventurers Guild to issue a request for their extermination. Answering the call, 3 adventure parties set out, 13 members strong. Unofficial reports indicated that around 17 parties, totaling approximately 40 people, had departed. To Karina, this seemed like an excessive number, especially given that the actual population of goblins remained a mystery. More concerning was the possibility that many among them lacked sufficient experience. Each person who joined must have had a purpose, since there was never a need for such a large group. Curiosity gleamed in the young man's eyes as he wondered about the strength of these monsters. The goblin harnessed the power of enchanted objects, weaving magic into every move. Yet even more formidable foes lurked among them, a goblin general, or perhaps something far more dangerous, commanding fearsome physical abilities that needed no magical trinkets at all. A crowd had gathered at the scene, their numbers drawing suspicion. Strangely enough, the young man accepted her words without protest. Based on their gear and the adventurer she encountered, their abilities placed them squarely at E rank, perhaps stretching to D at most. Adventurer ranks began at H, reserved primarily for students just starting out. At the peak stood the prestigious S rank, representing the very best. Adventurers reaching a rank earn the status of high-ranking nobility, surpassing even the authority of counts. Their rank rivals that of knights in terms of prestige. Meanwhile, S rank is reserved for those whose extraordinary accomplishments set them apart, with the king himself bestowing this esteemed honor. The SNA possess a remarkable sense of honor and stand out as truly exceptional beings. Their rankings range from A to G, forming the fundamental structure. However, true power has no connection to these ranks. Ranks are determined mostly by merit, yet those adventurers who achieve level D or higher are seasoned warriors, having survived countless battles throughout their journeys. The young man inquired about Karina's rank and learned she was classified as rank C. While the ranking system still confused him, he sensed he could trust her. Her wealth of experience spoke for itself. The thought lingered in his mind. Surely, someone of his strength deserved an official rank. Memories of triumph over the fierce tiger and the royal monkeys surfaced, reminding him that not even all his weapons had been put to use. Returning to the other adventurers became a priority. Uncertainty loomed over the true number of goblins, yet the large crowd heading out seemed excessive. The entire situation felt deeply suspicious. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he turned to Karina, wondering if she had anything to share on the matter. Should she harbor any thoughts, he urged her to confide in him. Alicia leaned closer, eager to hear as well, promising to listen if Karina decided to speak. Meanwhile, Daichi quietly resolved not to make any more reckless decisions. Enthusiastically, the girl gestured toward the cat and insisted that even the feline was curious. Moving closer, the young man retrieved the cat from beneath his clothes and gently placed it in her arms. She embraced the furry companion, lifted him up with delight, and then dashed off to play together. Instead of responding directly, he shifted his gaze, lost in thought. 2 months earlier, bandits had launched a savage assault on a village located 4 days away from here, leaving no survivors in their wake. Memory lingered in his mind. The complete destruction of the village unsettled him, a strange feeling nagging at the edge of his thoughts. Goblins frequently haunted the area, prompting a recent request for their extermination. By the time aid arrived, the village lay in ruins. Many adventurers journeyed there, yet every one of them came back empty-handed, unable to claim a single life. A feudal lord pledged half the reward for eliminating the goblins threatening the nearby settlement. Should he abandon his duties, or if the adventurers choose to withdraw, the mission would be left incomplete. Failure to carry out the feudal lord's command would likely become a question of trust in the adventurer rather than grounds for a fine. People would see them as trustworthy, not inept. To tackle the task ahead, the first step would be to broaden the search area. Her aim was clear: to hunt down and eliminate as many goblins as possible. The distinction between adventurers and bandits blurred, leading Karina to suspect they all belonged to a single clan. This possibility lingered in her mind, shaping her assumptions about the group. The thought crossed his mind that this village might be the next place the bandits planned to strike, presenting a perfect chance for him to settle the score with them. The memory of the gun tucked away in his inventory surfaced in his mind. Mentioning that he needed to look into something, he invited the girls to join him. Their swift agreement showed their willingness to accompany him. Eager to experiment with the weapons brought from his homeland, he hopes Karina will recognize both their formidable power and discreet practicality. Weighing the situation, Karina considers that if even 3 people notice, the weapon's concealment may fall short. Doubts stir within her, making her question if the idea is simply foolish. A heavy sigh slipped from the young man's lips. Together with Karina, he had taken down 5 royal monkeys, powerful creatures by any standard. Such a feat suggested that Karina's strength surpassed even that of the formidable General Goblin. With a sharp retort, she remarked that, regrettably, his power far surpassed that of the monkey. With a casual shrug, the young man brushed off Alicia's concern. Alicia turned her attention to Paul, wondering about his situation. No matter what trouble might arise, their formidable strength would let them break free without much effort. A sense of relief washed over the young man, and Alicia decided to draw on that confidence as well, though she only managed to do so slightly. Nick quietly settled himself atop the girl's head, closing his eyes as if drifting into a nap. Standing just behind her, Karina cast a curious glance his way, then turned to me with a puzzled look. Any secluded spot in the woods would suffice, as her goal was to steer clear of others. Only when absolutely necessary to support the caravan would she permit the use of force, and even then, it must be applied from a distance. Accepting the condition, he swiftly turned and began to walk away. Just then, a figure hurried by and bumped his shoulder in passing. The man hurled harsh words at Daichi, his demeanor threatening and hostile. In Japan, Daichi would have simply disappeared without a trace, swallowed by the situation. Now, within having conquered the royal monkeys and Krina standing by his side, fear no longer grips him. Daichi calmly pointed out that the aggressive man had bumped into him first. Before he could say more, a group of burly villagers appeared and closed in around them, clearly motivated by their own concerns. The man who had been shoved hurled an insult at Daichi. Turning to the adventurer, he demanded to know how he dared to speak that way. Curious onlookers among the locals paused and glanced over at the commotion. Adventurers seated nearby with drinks in hand took notice as well, murmuring quietly and casting speculative glances toward the group of men. Encircled by hostile men, probing questions cut through the tense silence, demanding to know if fear had gripped them and why no one spoke. Eyes soon fixated on the striking women at Daichi's side, a detail hinting he came from wealth rather than poverty. Greed flared as the men schemed to seize both his riches and his companions. Karina issued a stern warning. Any attempt to step closer would leave them with no one to blame but themselves. Their situation had already taken a dangerous turn. Daichi glanced at the girls and inquired which among these people was considered stronger, or if perhaps a single royal monkey surpassed them all. The girls exchanged uncertain looks, unsure whether to take his question seriously, and puzzled at how such a comparison could even be made. The men questioned Karina's bravado, wondering aloud if she truly belonged in their company. With a sly grin, she fired back a sarcastic remark, pretending to tremble in fear and mocking their doubts. A man challenged her, questioning if she truly intended to make jokes in their midst and wondering if she had the courage to face them all. If she was set on picking a fight, he demanded she step aside, for another had already laid claim to her fate. The heroes stood speechless, bewildered by the sheer absurdity unfolding before them. Their conversations mirrored those found in manga panels, yet pointing this out to their companion only sparked his frustration. Perhaps the next logical step was to test their weapons against these bizarre circumstances. He inquired whether the girls were being troubled, assuring them that a single word would prompt him to deal with their tormentors. Karina glanced over her shoulder and calmly explained that killing the troublemakers would only invite disaster for them. However, if the men left with a few bruises, there would be no real consequences. The first man to strike Daichi on the shoulder grew furious, demanded to know if Daichi was looking for a fight, and lashed out with a harsh kick. Calmly, Daichi replied that he was nothing more than a merchant. Karina faced him once more, pointing out that taking their lives would force him to pay a hefty compensation to the feudal lord. The idea lingered in his mind. One could get away with murder here, as long as the right price was paid. The realization left him unsettled by the harshness of this world. No lives will be taken, only wounds dealt. This punishment serves as a warning to others. Adventurers must always be prepared for whatever challenges may come their way. Weapons drawn, the men charged forward, hurling insults as they advanced. Karina's voice rang out as she shouted her defiance, vowing not to let their actions go unchecked. Daiichi, with hope in his voice, asked the girl once more if he truly could keep them. She nodded her agreement. Rising to his feet, the hero turned to the girls, urging them to prepare themselves too. Sakura Daiichi unsheathes his sword, its gleaming blade poised for a relentless strike. The brilliant metal catches the light, hinting at impending danger. Onlookers stand bewildered, unable to grasp the reason behind his sudden, bold action. With a calm yet chilling composure, he addresses the bandit, declaring that he will spare their lives out of sheer magnanimity. However, he warns them to brace themselves for a world of unimaginable pain. Without warning, two men hurled themselves at Daiichi, their fierce determination evident in every movement. The audacity of the boy's words left them baffled. Convinced he was challenging them, they prepared to demonstrate their strength and skill, eager to prove just what they could do. Sakura Daiichi spun on her heel, assuring Karina that her remarkable abilities made handling these two men a simple matter. In a firm voice, she instructed Alicia to stay behind her. Both girls complied, their eyes shining with resolve, prepared to claim victory as if it were their only choice. The memory of his unique cheating ability surfaced in his mind. With it, a Sakura Daiichi could obtain modern items and trade them freely. His vast storage space allowed him to retrieve anything he desired, as long as it wasn't a living being. Energized by anticipation, the young man taps into his rare ability to wield magic without relying on objects, feeling his strength surge and the power of his possessions grow. His mind buzzes with excitement as he imagines combining all his skills, eagerly setting the stage to turn his ambitious vision into reality. With a single powerful strike, the young man sent both opponents crashing to the ground, one landing sprawled across the other. Struggling, they managed to lift themselves up, clearly caught off guard by the sheer force delivered so effortlessly. The moment the bandits regained their composure and looked once more at Daiichi, sheer terror swept over them. The young man had already begun to unleash his deadly skill, one capable of snatching their lives away in the blink of an eye, leaving them powerless to react. Suddenly, a man's leg vanished into the murky mud that had risen from the ground. A cry tore from his lips as he struggled, then, with a burst of energy, he leaped backward, frantically shaking his legs free. The man's attempt to leap to safety fell short. With a flash of movement, the girl launched her swift assault. Shock rippled through the crowd as everyone nearby instinctively grabbed their wrists in pain. In one fluid motion, she had struck down every opponent by severing their tendons. Astonishment flickers across the young man's face as he watches the technique unfold. He turns to the girl, his voice edged with disbelief, and asks if she truly damaged the men's tendons. Meeting his gaze, she quietly yet firmly confirms it, unwavering in her resolve. The men crouched on the ground, desperately clutching their wrists in a futile attempt to stem the bleeding. Gazes filled with a primal terror turned toward her. With a swift motion, the girl aimed her blade at one of the adversaries, declaring that this strike served as retribution. Earlier, she had warned everyone to stay away from the person she was protecting. Terror seized those who had attacked. Memories of the excruciating pain still burned in their minds, pushing them close to madness. Desperation overwhelmed the men as they pleaded for mercy, vowing to stay far away from both the girl and the young man from that moment on. With unwavering resolve, the girl held her sword steady, its gleaming blade fixed on her adversaries. She commanded them to deliver her message to their allies and companions. In response, the men gave their word, pledging to carry out every instruction she issued. Laughter rippled through the crowd as residents quietly marveled at the sight. A single woman had effortlessly overcome an entire band of attackers. The remarkable scene felt almost unbelievable, yet numerous witnesses had watched it happen right before their eyes. In an unexpected burst, Nick, cradled in the girl's arms, released a loud, demanding meow. A Sakura Daiichi glanced over, curious, and wondered aloud if the pet had just woken up. After a short pause, he privately labeled the cat as undeniably lazy. With a gentle touch, Alicia bowed her head and softly stroked the cat, a shadow crossing her face. Sympathy welled up within her as she imagined the noise disturbing the animal's peaceful rest. Quietly, she moved closer to the group of men, each step measured and cautious. Initially, she softly requested an apology, leaving the men puzzled about the cause of her behavior. Before they could react, the girl raised her voice, demanding that the robbers apologize to her kitten for disturbing his sleep. Eyes wide with disbelief, Karina stared at Alicia, sharing the same astonishment as the bandits. Alicia, unexpectedly passionate about the kitten's right to rest, gently lifted the small creature close to Karina's face. With quiet conviction, she asked whether Karina felt any sympathy for the tiny one, whose peaceful slumber had been so harshly disturbed by their commotion. Without hesitation, Alicia commanded the men to apologize for disturbing the kitten's rest. The men swiftly dropped to their knees, offering heartfelt apologies and vowing never to repeat their mistake. Nick the kitten let out a delighted meow. With a sparkling wink, Alicia reassured the men, describing her pet's gentle nature. Thanks to Nick, she promised, everyone would soon be safe and able to return home without harm. With a weary motion, Karina brushes the sweat from her brow. Relief fills her, grateful that events unfolded safely. After all, a cat gifted with magical powers is a fearsome creature, capable of wreaking havoc not only on others but upon itself as well. Karina directed her gaze at Asakura Daikai, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she questioned him about the weapon that had severed the bandit's leg. With a hint of reproach in her voice, she remarked that his combat techniques had grown excessively lethal. With a dismissive gesture, the man points out how the girl had effortlessly wrecked all her opponent's tendons at once, disabling them in mere moments and leaving them unable to stand against her team. The group continued down the path and soon arrived at a narrow bridge. As they paused, Karina shared a bit of wisdom. Water magic could mend injuries, restoring cuts and scrapes with a gentle touch. Yet she warned, even this powerful magic had its limits. A lost limb could not be restored so easily. Karina mentions that the cost of treatment in the royal capital would be enormous. The young man realizes that even if he ends up injured, he will recover thanks to the healing power of water magic. With Karina and Nick close by, any trouble from this man could be handled without worry. Sakura Daichi commended Karina's efforts and noted that the bandits were now unlikely to cause problems for a while. The defeated men writhed in agony on the ground, completely unprepared for the fierce welcome they had received. The girl calmly clarifies that men sometimes rely on underhanded and unsavory tactics rather than straightforward assaults. One option would be to wait for the others back at the house or hotel. Without much thought, the young man imagined an ambush possible, even inside their tent. Karina nodded in agreement, prompting him to suddenly drop to his knees before her, offering a heartfelt apology in the tradition of his homeland. The group halted near the worn sign marking the entrance to the shadowy forest. Curiosity burning in her eyes, Karina turned to the young man, quietly pressing him about his confrontation. How had he managed to take a man's limb? Despite her efforts, she still couldn't unravel the mystery, unsure what kind of magic or power could make such a thing possible. Karina urged him to drop the act, certain that he possessed a technique capable of dispatching bandits in the blink of an eye, a belief confirmed when one opponent suddenly lost a leg. With composed assurance, he explained that this skill was truly one of a kind, accessible only to him. Karina and Alicia, both astounded, listened attentively for him to continue. With arms outstretched, the young man declares that no such skill exists anywhere on this continent. Alicia's lips part as if to challenge him, but he presses on, turning the conversation toward tales of his distant homeland. His thoughts appear tangled, perhaps searching for clarity about what is truly unfolding. With a firm hand, Karina silenced him mid-sentence. In a level voice, she insisted that only a single person possessed this skill. The statement left the young man even more confused, wondering why there had been any point in discussing how rare such individuals were. Sakura lets out a sigh and absent-mindedly scratches the back of her head. A gentle smile crosses her face as she turns to Nick, seated quietly in his hood, and shares with the girls how this very skill forced him to leave his homeland. A hand shields his face as the weight of realization settles in. His remarkable talent had placed those he cared about in peril, forcing each of them to withdraw for their own safety. He turns to the girls, seeking their thoughts on the matter. Karina and Alicia bowed their heads in unison, recognizing the weight of the decision the young man had faced for the sake of those he cared about. Acts like his rarely came from anyone indifferent to family and friends. The young man continued on his way, hinting that Karina and Alicia might enjoy hearing his tale. The girl reassured him, gently saying that there was no need to share if he wasn't ready. With a gentle smile, Asakura Daichi glanced back and assured them the story would remain just between them. Gazing at his open palm, a tiny bullet materializes as he describes his rare talent. With a mere thought, he can conjure lead and iron on the spot, then launch them with searing bursts of flame to strike his enemies. All it takes is the activation of his power. With genuine curiosity lighting up her eyes, Karina studies the bullet resting in the young man's palm. The tiny piece of lead fascinates her, especially since she realizes it is designed solely for use on human limbs. This revelation, witnessed firsthand, leaves her quietly intrigued. Daichi explains that channeling the power of fire into a bullet transforms it into a projectile capable of hurtling forward with tremendous speed, unleashing a force so great it can shatter limbs and potentially unleash even more fearsome consequences. With a steady hand, the man traps the bullet between his fingers, calmly describing its destructive power. Karina's mind reels at the thought of such a dangerous assault, especially with the lingering memory of her previously displayed skill still hanging in the air. Expressing his desire to experiment alongside the girls, the young man prepares to demonstrate his unique skill. As he does, he eagerly awaits any practical advice Karina and Alessia might offer, drawing from their own observations in real combat. Karina figures the guy is done with that device, but he shakes his head, eager to tinker with it further and eager to offer just a glimpse of his true abilities. The young man with the intense gaze suggests grabbing a bite to eat after they finish their experiments. Karina recalls his constant chatter about sweets, and in her mind, she can only imagine him referring to candy or pastries. Any other kind of snack never even crosses her mind. The young man counters the girl's suggestion, pointing out that there are savory treats to enjoy as well as sweets. Turning to Karina, he asks what snack she would prefer once the experiment and its review are finished. A hint of embarrassment colored Karina's cheeks, though the promise of delicious treats quickly brightened her spirits. Satisfaction flickered in the young man's eyes, pleased that he had managed to win her over. Curiosity now stirred within him, eager to hear the girl's thoughts on his abilities. A warm smile appeared on Karina's face as she nodded in agreement. In that instant, the young man discovered Karina's fondness for sweets, a weakness she couldn't hide. Meanwhile, Alicia watched her friend with confusion, unable to grasp why the mere mention of sweets brought out such excitement. Venturing into an isolated spot, the group found themselves surrounded by dense trees. Scanning the surroundings, one of them silently wished for a wide, open field instead. An expanse of space would allow his abilities to shine, far more than this confined forest clearing ever could. With a note of reproach, Perina reminds them not to be so particular. No one knows what kinds of monsters might be lurking in this place. Above all, caution is essential if they wish to avoid crossing paths with dangerous foes. Sakura requests Alicia's assistance in holding Nick throughout the experiment. Delighted by the opportunity, Alicia eagerly agrees, savoring the extra moments she can share with her beloved pet. Observing Nick, the young man realizes that immense happiness lights up Nick's eyes, thanks to Alicia's boundless affection. Her constant pampering ensures there is no room for sadness in Nick's world. At that moment, the kitten nuzzling Alicia's cheek slowly starts to slip under the fabric of her dress, softly burrowing deeper into her neckline. Alicia gently lifted the kitten, her voice firm as she spoke his name, making it clear he had misbehaved. In those moments, Daiichi sensed a silent understanding passing between her and Nick, a communication beyond words. Sakura Daiichi felt a surge of delight for his pet, quietly offering praise and hoping for its continued luck. The creature had accomplished such a sly yet simple feat, the kind most people secretly wished they could try. Karina, catching sight of Daiichi's unusual excitement, eyed him with uncertainty and gently prompted him to begin the experiment. Armed with a diggle, the young man took aim, the formidable weapon sending out a forceful shot that cost the bandit a limb. His remarkable ability allowed him to summon any object from his world at will, weapons included, giving him a decisive edge. With a subtle motion, Asakura unlocked the vault right in her palm. Moving swiftly, she readied her diggle and in an instant demonstrated her technique. A bullet tore through the air, striking a tree trunk with such speed that shards of wood splintered outward. The display of precision and power left the girls speechless. The young man turned to his friends, eager to hear their thoughts on what had just transpired. Alicia remarked that the attack magic was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. He gently steered the conversation back, urging them to share their actual opinions rather than simply express their amazement. At first, the girl's attention slipped past the young man's words, but she quickly offered an apology. With genuine curiosity, Karina turned to Daichi, eager to know if he was certain that the object he showed earlier wasn't simply a piece of lead. Karina lets her fingers glide across the tree's surface, curiosity shimmering in her eyes as she inquires whether this skill can be employed again. She quietly contemplates the challenge of unleashing powerful attack magic in such rapid succession. Dismissing any opposition, Karina stands firm in her resolve. She clarifies that when a person possesses a magic level of C or D, it becomes possible to strike several targets simultaneously. Meanwhile, those with E and F ranks might experience a decrease in power, yet they can maintain this capability without interruption. Karina points out that not even the human eye can track such speed. Considering this, Daiichi rests his hand on his chin, pondering. Attacks of this nature exist within earth magic, though their velocity falls far short. The likelihood of this man needing such magic appears slim. Ultimately, living as a magician resembles walking around armed at all times. Even those considered low-ranking pose significant danger to ordinary individuals, since even their most modest abilities can inflict lasting damage. Karina finds herself puzzled by Asakura Daiichi's explanation. In her view, it makes little sense that someone without magical abilities could stand their ground against an unranked magician wielding offensive spells. The intricacies of this world system remain confusing and hard to grasp for someone who has just arrived. Yet, when an ordinary individual wielding attack magic faces an adventurer lacking special abilities, the advantage falls to the one with magic. As he lowers his gaze to the floor, he becomes aware that he continues to cast spells without the aid of any magical tools. Curiosity filled the young man's mind as he pondered whether wielders of offensive magic could truly be called magicians. Alicia soon clarified the situation, revealing that these individuals had in fact registered with the guild and held ranks starting from F or higher. The magician levels Karina spoke of earlier are separate from the adventurer ranks. It became clear that these distinctions matter, and understanding them allows for more effective battles without exhausting unnecessary energy. While the girls enjoyed their meal, Asakura Daiichi requested that I explain the differences to him. Just then, Karina brightened with relief that the experiments had finally ended, a sign that perhaps everyone could now indulge in a little snack and leave their battles behind for a while. The young man announces that things are about to become far more serious, urging the girls to pay closer attention. Asakura Daiichi quietly hopes that their advice will prove wise and valuable for the challenges ahead. In an instant, a massive weapon sprang from his grasp, firing a powerful shot that landed precisely where the earlier attack had struck. The relentless pounding filled the air, forcing the girls to cover their ears against the deafening noise. Several bullets strike the familiar tree, though a few stray off course, failing to meet their mark. Realization dawns on the guy. His shooting skills need more work. In stark contrast, Nick's water bullets cut through the air with impressive force and pinpoint accuracy, far surpassing the rest. Alicia points out that some magicians focus exclusively on offensive magic, though their abilities allow them to strike only a single target at a time. Karina agrees, her swift response underscoring the undeniable simplicity of this fact. Recognition dawns that Nick's command over water far surpasses the offensive magic wielded by renowned battle magicians. Clearly, concealment of a pet's most formidable powers provides the advantage of an unexpected trump card when the moment calls for it. The young man approaches with a question on his mind. Turning to the girls, he wonders aloud whether it might be possible to blast a hole through this tree using offensive magic. Only a magician of the highest caliber could hope to achieve such a feat. Karina ponders the situation. Breaking through a massive stone with explosive fire or earth magic already poses a significant challenge, and shattering such a colossal tree seems even less feasible. The feat Asakura aims to accomplish appears daunting. Karina glanced at Alicea, seeking her thoughts. Alicea considered the situation and replied that if 3 magicians each used earth magic with different objects and one person focused on earth spiritual magic, success was possible. However, she added that their plan would also require someone with exceptional marksmanship. In contrast to the more common method of conjuring water bullets through precise carvings, this type of attacking magic stands out as unusual. Advanced magic of this caliber is extraordinarily rare in this world, encountered only by those fortunate enough to witness it. Karina calmly assured Daiichi there was no need for concern. She suspected that he was considering taking another shot at the towering tree, likely hoping to impress the girls with his marksmanship once more. A calm smile spread across his face as he considered his arsenal, now valuing Nick's magic as his greatest advantage. The group chose to pause their journey, laying out a makeshift table in a quiet clearing among the trees. Surrounded by nature, they savored desserts reminiscent of strawberry cakes, relishing the peaceful interlude together. Asakura Daiichi hoped to discuss the ranking system among magicians, yet the girls requested a pause, longing for a peaceful meal after their tiring journey and the demanding, though fascinating, showcase of their abilities. A spark of excitement appears in the guy's eyes as he brings up a topic he had meant to discuss. Sensing his anticipation, the girls lean in, curiosity lighting their faces. With a hint of pride, he reveals his plan to open a shop right in the heart of the village. The girls listen closely, their interest evident as he describes his vision. The young man expresses his desire to open a shop in the heart of the village. A chorus of girls responds, each voicing a single word, surprised by his unexpected proposal. Clearly, the suggestion catches them off guard, and their reactions reveal the variety of thoughts and opinions that stir within each of them. The notion unsettles Karina, a nervous chill running through her at the thought. Doubts whisper through her mind, stirring memories of that man peddling peculiar wares to unsuspecting villagers. Most folks, after all, remain clueless when it comes to handling unfamiliar products. In contrast, Felicia's eyes sparkle with intrigue, captivated by the possibilities this idea presents. The challenge lay in the fact that the man was listening to the conversations unfolding around him. Asakura requested a chance to review his plan of action and examine the shop's layout before the head of Klaus had the opportunity to notice him. Among everyone present, Alicia drew Daiichi's attention most, since her ability to use magic items could prove invaluable. To ensure everyone remained informed, Daiichi explained his current strategy to the girls, making certain there were no misunderstandings. From her bag, Sakura Daiichi pulled out a box of matches and some lighting sticks. Curiosity sparkled in the eyes of the girls, unfamiliar with these strange objects. The novelty of the items drew them in, eager to learn the purpose behind each one. Alicia and Karina studied the unfamiliar items with cautious curiosity. Their puzzled expressions made it clear that this was their first encounter with such things, leaving them uncertain about their purpose. Their confusion felt natural, considering these objects hailed from another world, far from anything in their daily lives. Striking a single match, the young man reveals its hidden power. Asakura leans in, noting that these are no mundane matches, but specially crafted, water-resistant ones. Almost instantly, a small yet resilient flame blooms on the wood, burning with surprising brightness and determination. Karina suspected there could be magic at play. Alicia disagreed, certain she felt no trace of magical energy. The girls quietly pondered how they might create fire without the aid of magic or any tools. The young man clarifies that this item holds no magical power and isn't enchanted in any way. Even those without any special abilities or attributes can make use of it. Daiichi comments on the impressive ease with which these matches ignite. The man adds that anything can catch fire just as easily. To prove his point, he flicks a flaming match onto a stack of dry leaves piled nearby. In moments, the leaves catch, and a burst of flames springs to life. Alicia considers whether these matches might serve as a substitute for a magical item. The man pours a special liquid over a heap of leaves and nods in agreement with her idea. Calmly, he showcases the simple, everyday qualities of the objects from his world. Sakura Daiichi shares his intention to offer these items to individuals unable to use magic because of their circumstances. Providing a chance for these people to experience magic reflects an admirable sense of generosity. While savoring strawberries alongside her cake, Karina muses over the notion that offering these treats to everyday folks likely brings little profit. The true motives behind Asakura's decision to proceed with this venture remain a mystery to her. With genuine concern, the young man voices his wish to bring a bit of comfort to their lives. That's why he plans to offer quality items at prices that everyday folks can easily afford. Disbelief flickers across Karina's face as she glances at the boy, while Alicia's eyes radiate gentle sympathy. Daiichi inquires about the situation, but both girls quietly shake their heads, silently reassuring him that there's nothing to worry about. The young man insists that wealthy people inevitably acquire rare items, a circumstance that strikes him as unfair. Karina confesses that the thought had never crossed her mind. With countless responsibilities occupying her every day, considering such matters rarely becomes an option. The young man disregards the girl's words, insisting that wealth opens every door. Meanwhile, Karina knits her brows in frustration and calmly reiterates that the matter has never even crossed her mind. Alicia recognizes the immense potential for success and recommends that Daiichi begin offering consumable goods. She points out that focusing on such products could help prevent his idea from running into serious trouble. Sakura Daiichi realizes that finding goods is no longer a challenge. At the same time, Karina recalls his vast warehouse, certain that with such a supply, he will never face shortages or issues with stock. Grasping the gravity of the situation, Sakura feels confident that, when the going gets tough, Daiichi will find a solution. Alicia, on the other hand, struggles to comprehend his easygoing nature. To her, it seems impossible that Daiichi could truly believe things will resolve themselves so easily. A confident smile spreads across his face as his gaze drifts into the distance. Convinced of the plan's simplicity, he intends to present it to head Klaus next, ensuring that every detail of the sales strategy is clearly understood. Confidence radiates from his gaze as he looks straight ahead, unwavering in his belief that just because something is difficult, it does not mean it cannot be done. Meanwhile, the girls nibble on their sweets, coming to terms with the fact that persuading Asakura Daiichi is beyond their reach. As the girls savor their second slice of cheesecake, the man brings up a curious topic. Turning to Karina, he inquires about her elemental magic, eager to know which elements she can command and in what quantities. His fascination with her abilities is unmistakable. With a fork poised in her hand, Karina enumerates 3 core elements: water, fire, and wind. Daiichi's eyes light up with curiosity as he inquires how many types of elemental magic she can command. With her hands neatly folded before her, Alicia gazes down, her voice quiet and unassuming as she admits to possessing mastery over every element. One would never guess at a glance that so much strength lies hidden within such a delicate and gentle appearance. Astonishment washes over the young man, his admiration for Alicia growing even deeper. Karina quietly reveals that Alicia's mastery of every magic technique remains a closely guarded secret. Sakura Daichai nods in quiet understanding, realizing that pressing the girls for more information would be unnecessary. To avoid intruding and to maintain his bond with Karina and Alicia, he decides to let the matter rest. Following that exchange, Karina chided Alicia for hesitating to answer such a simple question. Alicia's expression dimmed as she quietly apologized. Given the importance of this information, it was clear that absolute discretion was required. Sakura surmises that both girls are magicians, confirming their membership in the guild. With this knowledge, the girls feel free to discuss the ranks Daichi is so eager to learn about. Karina nods in agreement, mentioning that both she and Alicia hold high ranks. Apparently, those within a rank hold the most power, while those ranked with letters further down the alphabet are considered weaker. The ranking system is straightforward enough that even someone from a different world can grasp it without much trouble. Sakura Daichi stared in disbelief at the impressive skills displayed by the girls. Their mastery of magic exceeded all expectations, leaving him deeply impressed. Previously, he had underestimated their abilities, but reality proved his assumptions completely wrong. The young man asserts that despite Karina's striking presence, it does not necessarily indicate magical talent. After all, she battled the royal monkey wielding only a sword, not her powers. Sakura, initially confused by the situation, looked for someone to clarify what was happening. Karina speaks up, revealing that she holds a rank and can wield magic even without using any objects, particularly specializing in wind magic. This revelation prompts Daichai to consider whether she had relied on her magic during the recent encounter with the royal monkeys. Karina attributes the incident to having poured every ounce of her strength into that attack. Harnessing large amounts of magic demands time, a luxury she lacked in that critical moment. Karina recalls a soccer player who carelessly spent all his energy by using wind magic. Such recklessness cost him dearly, for enduring a long match requires careful management of one's strength. With a sincere apology, the young man recommends the girl take a bite of the ice cream. Its flavor, reminiscent of delicate whipped cream, pairs perfectly with the dessert's tempting appearance, making the treat all the more inviting. Karina observes a surprising gentleness in the young man, a softness that hadn't been there before. The ice cream glistens with a creamy sheen, almost too perfect to be real. With a curious flick of her spoon, she samples a tiny bite, and in an instant, pure delight brightens her face at the exquisite flavor. During their conversation, Daichai inquires whether Alicia holds a B rank as well. Alicia admits she lacks any battle experience. The memory of encountering the royal monkey for the first time comes back. Paralyzed by fear, she found herself unable to even lift a hand. Daichi inquired whether the girl possessed the ability to wield magic items. She nodded in confirmation. With the gift of enchantment at her fingertips, she chose to put this talent to use, lending much-needed support during that challenging fight. The young man seeks clarity on the nature of the enchantment skill. Alicia responds by explaining that items designed to counter witchcraft actually contain magic that enhances their effectiveness. Imagine infusing an object with fire, granting it blazing attributes. The process may seem straightforward, yet mastering it demands extraordinary expertise. Alicia beams with delight as she explains how one can grasp the essence of a subject's power through similar means. This allows even those without an affinity for magical attributes to benefit from it. Whenever magic is sealed within an item, Alicia finds she can wield it effortlessly. Daichi, feeling a surge of inspiration, declares that a single magical item matches the strength of 4 enchanted ones. Karina, however, shakes her head, insisting the reality is much more complicated. Alicia describes how enchantment magic offers remarkable versatility. Take, for instance, an object imbued with the power to ignite. It will burst into flames as intended. Possession of an advanced magical toolkit allows the user to manipulate the fire's intensity, though such specialized equipment comes at a significant cost. One explanation exists, though it carries significant risk. Using this item sparingly is best. Occasionally, someone may attempt to light a stove, only to discover that it shoots out blazing projectiles capable of causing injury. Curious, the young man asks the girl about being born with the gift of enchantment. Karina nods and explains that this ability is something she's possessed since birth, a natural talent. Encountering others with this rare gift is unusual, but Daichi happened to be fortunate enough to meet her. The thought of abandoning the pursuit of crafting magical items had already crossed his mind. Imagining a station capable of detecting enemies appealed to him, though the prospect of ever managing to carry such a contraption seemed nearly impossible. Tension didn't suit Nick, whose strength often lay in serving as the team's hidden ace. At pivotal moments, Daichai would urge him to unleash his water magic, relying on his unique abilities. Helena considers the possibility that Nick might use Karina's wind magic to sense adversaries, believing there is a genuine chance of success. Turning to Karina, she requests a demonstration of how to locate an enemy by harnessing wind magic. Doubt shadowed Karina's face when the question arose, certain this wasn't something that could be proven or witnessed so easily. Displaying her skill right then seemed out of place, and she had no intention of making a spectacle at the wrong moment. Without hesitation, the guy launched into flattery, gently insisting there was no harm in it. He encouraged Karina to demonstrate her ability, coaxing her to display her impressive skill in action. With the plates of sweets already cleared away, Karina gently closes her eyes. Above her, a large circular shape materializes, reminiscent of a radar used to detect monsters. A glowing line sweeps across the circle, signaling the activation of her unique ability. Nick's expression shifted in an instant, calm composure melting into obvious fear. Sakura Daichai caught the change, watching closely. Meanwhile, Karina used her skill and found something that clearly offered little reassurance. Eyes squeezed shut, Karina leaned forward, tension radiating from her frame. With urgency in her voice, she pleaded for the boy to hold on, sensing an unfamiliar presence nearby. Every movement became deliberate as caution settled over them, knowing a single misstep could invite unwanted trouble. The guy mentioned the possibility of a monster lurking nearby, but Karina ignored everyone's words, fixated only on its immense size and the fact that it moved. Meanwhile, the girl believed that it might actually be a man. Curiosity stirs within the young man as he questions what could bring anyone into such a thick and tangled forest. In a swift, chilling moment, dread floods his mind as the thought dawns. These might be bandits lurking nearby, capable of dispatching them without mercy or leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Karina struggles to gauge how many bandits might be lurking in the vicinity. With calm assurance, Alicia estimates the number of bandits at around 8. Karina expressed her gratitude to the girl, who responded with a quiet apology. She explained that the number she provided was only an estimate and that making decisions based solely on it would be unwise. Despite the uncertainty, this exchange allowed both Asakura and Karina to keep Nick's ability concealed. A smile spreads across Karina's face as she gives her agreement. The young man quickly realizes that this new approach surpasses Karina's wind magic, which often lacks precision and cannot always be trusted. With this more reliable information in hand, their search is now guided by a clearer sense of direction. The young man suspects that Alicia's elegance is mostly an illusion. Karina's desire to keep everything hidden for as long as possible now makes perfect sense. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that Karina isn't the only one concealing information about Alicia. Klaus and Captain Jeffrey are also keeping secrets. Realization dawns that this moment leaves no room for such distractions. Once more, the young man pondered the number of bandits. Curiosity sparked. He turned to the girls and wondered aloud if their previous encounter had involved fewer foes. Entertaining another possibility, he raised the idea that perhaps they had crossed paths with a group of adventurers instead. Karina's hand hovered near the hilt of her sword, poised to draw it at a moment's notice. While she acknowledged the slim chance of coincidence, experience told her this was no random event. The group braced themselves, ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a determined look, Karina slides gloves onto her hands and firmly urges the group to stay back until they have figured out the true identities of the newcomers. The table where the boys sat seemed to fade from existence. Gathering their belongings in record time, the girls and Asakura hurried away. Now, they moved together through a forest filled with towering trees, their massive branches casting deep shadows across the earth. Sakura Daiichi possesses a rare and exceptionally valuable talent in this world. Despite his efforts to keep it hidden, the power to obtain anything he desires always remains within his grasp. In the end, 8 adversaries emerged from the shadows. Should these strangers be mere bandits, there would be little doubt that the young man and Karina possessed enough skill to fend them off and shield Alicia from harm. With caution, the young man quietly turned to Karina to ask if the group should take cover. The girl calmly warns of the danger ahead, urging the guy to remain still. Their opponents remain a mystery, shrouded in unknown spells and abilities. To make matters more troubling, Nick has already picked up the scent of a formidable presence nearby. Without warning, the kitten slips out from the guy's sweatshirt, its eyes fixed ahead with a tired gaze. A sense of unease settles in as the guy starts to realize that they must be banned after all, especially given how unwelcoming Nick's response had been. Resolute and unyielding, the young man stands ready to unleash every weapon stored in his vault. The destruction of his village fuels his determination, and he prepares to ensure that those responsible face the consequences of their actions, leaving them with no route to escape justice. Karina observed the situation growing increasingly dire. The young man, puzzled, asked about the new development. Turning to face him, the girl explained that additional enemies had appeared. Karina's brows knit together as she counts roughly 20 enemies ahead. The boy recognizes the sheer number, an intimidating force. Asakura's resources offer some protection, but even her vast arsenal won't be enough to guard against every threat. Should these men truly be bandits, their hideout cannot be far. Once the group tracks it down, all of this will finally come to an end. By discovering the bandits' lair, the villagers will at last be safe. Without wasting a moment, Alicia turned to Karina, ready to make a suggestion, but Karina cut her off before she could speak and refused without hesitation. She then urged the others to head back and relay everything to Head Bertram and Captain Jeffrey. The group returned, welcomed warmly by Captain Rad, whose genuine pleasure at their arrival lit up his face. He summoned Jeffrey over, eager to hear the young man's ideas. The captain, delighted by Jeffrey's enthusiasm, listened intently, though the topic Daiichi wished to discuss remained a mystery to him. Rising from the table, the man turns to his guests, requesting a moment of patience. As a gesture of hospitality, he offers them tea. Grasping the kettle, he prepares to fill their mugs. The young man declines with measured politeness, his demeanor unwavering. He expresses a desire to speak privately with the man before Captain Jeffrey makes his entrance. Though anxiety flickers in Asakura's eyes, a firm resolve anchors him, and he stands ready to pursue his intentions without retreat. A gentle smile spreads across the man's face as he reaches for the teapot, preparing to fill the mugs. He invites the young man to speak his mind, encouraging any thoughts he wishes to share. Klaus focuses intently, his warmth and attentiveness making it clear that Daiichi has his full support to express himself freely. Daiichi declared his intention to open a store in the village, his voice carrying clearly through the air. The captain, eager to make sure everyone understood, repeated Daiichi's announcement with such booming force that the tent nearly lifted off the ground. Covering his ears, Daiichi glanced around and realized that even the villagers nearby must have heard the captain's thunderous voice. With a sheepish look, the captain quickly offered an apology for the commotion. With measured ease, Daiichi set the waterproof matches on the table. The man eyed them with surprise, curiosity flickering across his face as he questioned whether Daiichi truly meant to sell items like these and wondered aloud about their purpose. Without hesitation, Asakura Daiichi strikes a match, its flame springing to life in an instant. Calmly, he reveals to the man that no magic is behind this display. Witnessing this simple wonder, the man's astonishment is clear, and a single idea swiftly takes hold in his mind. The men clutch a single match between their fingers. Wonder and curiosity light up his face as he examines the unfamiliar object. Gradually, it dawns on him that this match can only be struck once, so he inquires if there's a time limit for its use. Nodding with certainty, the young man agreed. Daiichi was resolute in his belief that the product would be a hit. He shared his intention to market it specifically to those unable to wield magic. Tension flickered across the man's face at the mention of selling all the merchandise to the general public. Captain Klaus, unfazed, inquired about the price those items would fetch in his own shop. The man calmly sets his price, stating that each item will be 2 silver coins. In Japanese currency, that amounts to 2,000 yen, even though waterproof matches actually sell for only 1,000. He makes it clear he's not here to give things away. Business comes first. With a nod of approval, the man signaled his understanding. Captain Klaus turned his attention to the price of the flint. Calmly, the young man responded that 60,000 would earn a single silver coin. Outraged, the man slammed his palm against the table, confusion flickering in his eyes as he struggled to grasp why this cost so much less than simple matches. Sakura explains that the matches are quick to catch fire, despite being water-resistant. Without warning, the man spins on his heel, makes for his locker, and then calls out to Karina. Producing a peculiar device from his belongings, the man revealed what appeared to be nothing more than a stone fixed to a sturdy metal handle. With a nod, he requested that Karina use this strange object to start a fire. Karina struck a metal object against a stone, sending a shower of sparks that instantly set the paper on the plate alight. The flames eagerly consumed the paper as smoke quickly drifted and curled throughout the room. Comprehending the situation, the young man contemplates the challenge of igniting a fire without matches. Asakura Daiichi realizes that if townsfolk can spark flames on their own using flint and metal, the demand for flint could soar. Captain Klaus suggests raising the price of flint, believing it could fetch a better profit. He then turns to Sakura Daiichi, seeking his perspective on this approach. Sakura Daiichi considers the proposal, weighing in on the merits of selling such uncommon goods, especially since these items function without relying on magic. In that instant, her gentle, smiling face, so innocent and untouched by magic, returns vividly to his mind. Daiichi stands his ground, unwavering in his decision to sell flint for exactly 1 silver coin. An uneasy silence stretched between the man and the young guy. Daiichi realized there was no point in measuring himself against such a formidable presence, especially when facing the leader of the Klaus company. Klaus, known as the Golden Crane, carried an air of authority that demanded both respect and protection. Embarrassment washed over Sakura as he took in the oddity of the situation. This business arrangement seemed closer to an act of charity than a genuine exchange. Still, the man across from him remained resolute in his intentions, patiently awaiting Klaus's final word. With a thoughtful gesture, Head Claus runs his fingers along his mustache, signaling his understanding. Concluding from Mr. Asakura's words, he notes that there is no real objection to the matter at hand. At this point, it becomes clear to him that any attempt to sway Daiichi would be futile. From his collection, the young man unveils a few more treasures: a delicate rose figurine, a mysterious pouch holding something unknown, and a sleek lighter. Hoping to spark further interest, he mentions there are still other items the group has yet to discover, objects reserved for the wealthy and members of the royal circle. Delight spreads across the man's face as he eagerly inquires about the rest of the selection. Just then, Jeffrey's voice drifts in from the tent entrance. He has returned after completing an errand for Klaus. The young man requested a bit more patience, promising to reveal the rest in due time. Mutual understanding came quickly between the parties, and both accepted the arrangement without hesitation. With their agreement in place, the trade of rare goods seemed certain, and the young man prepared to open his shop. Jeffrey poked his head out from the tent, receiving a nod to come in. Standing quietly behind the group, he blocked the exit while Klaus spoke up, urging everyone to finally share the truth about what occurred in the forest and the village. Klaus wore an air of unwavering seriousness, while Asakura, Alicia, and Karina quietly pondered the best way to respond to the man's inquiry. Bandits swept through the village, leaving devastation in their wake. The once peaceful streets now swarmed with ruthless thieves who reduced every obstacle to rubble and refuse. Beyond the chaos, a mysterious group took shelter beneath the cover of the forest, watching and waiting in the shadows. Within the forest's embrace, shadows linger, concealed yet searching to uncover the truth. Chapter Clause mentions having an idea to share. Curiosity sparks as the man turns to Jeffrey, inquiring about the identity of this individual. Jeffrey mentions that although they could be hunters or adventurers, the recent attacks on the village have led to a growing number of bandits lurking along the roads near the forest. The chances that these are the exact same bandits appear remarkably high. Among those gathered, someone proposed handling this threat just as they had previously dealt with the robbers. With unwavering support, Jeffrey agrees to the plan. He turns to the group, waiting for instructions, and proposes they divide into teams to thoroughly investigate every corner of the forest. Ensuring their safety comes before anything else. At this moment, thoughts swirl in the young man's mind as he weighs the chances of overcoming the bandits with the strength of the entire caravan and its armed guards. Klaus admits his eagerness to oversee the search, though dividing the group into teams never crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Jeffrey argues that Karina's involvement from the beginning would have made a difference. Klaus considers the suggestion and finds merit in it, nodding his agreement. Without hesitation, the young man eagerly raises his hand, insisting on joining as well, assuring everyone that his involvement will guarantee a smooth operation. Alicia steps forward, expressing her desire to participate alongside them. With a firm gesture, Claus extends his finger toward the group. As both the young man and Alicia are guests in his domain, placing them at risk would threaten his own standing. Claus offers an apology, explaining that circumstances leave him with no choice but to refuse the young man's proposal. Karina then shifted her focus to the chapter. In her mind, Alicia and the others taking part in the search seemed like a promising plan. Karina started explaining to the head how impressively Mr. Asakura handled himself during last night's confrontation with the Monkey King. She decided, however, not to mention the particular skill he had relied on in the heat of battle. Karina explains that Asakura not only wielded unconventional weapons, but also demonstrated exceptional command of high-level, non-elemental magic, potent enough to unleash significant destruction. Such abilities possess the potential to inflict massive damage. Mrs. Alicia, by Karina's account, possesses the skills and experience needed to steer clear of danger. Chapter Claw faces Karina, seeking her insight on the chances of their guests making it through the impending battle. Karina points out that Mr. Asakura possesses the greatest firepower of anyone in the camp. His impressive physical abilities set him apart, allowing him to break away from enemies with ease. With sudden enthusiasm, Alicia raised her hand high and confidently announced her ability to unleash a long-range magic attack if necessary. Hearing this, Klaus and Karina exchanged glances and mutually decided that it was best to bring things to a halt. Alicia's frustration spilled over as she voiced her fear that Klaus must see her as a burden. Klaus calmly reassured her, denying any such thought. Meanwhile, Karina stepped in, encouraging Alicia to leave the battles and safeguarding duties to her instead. Lowering her palm with a gentle motion, Alicia gazes downward, sorrow flickering in her eyes. Observing the subtle shifts in the room, Asakura starts to suspect there is more to Alicia than meets the eye. The respectful deference from others hints at a noble background, perhaps even an aristocratic lineage. Eyes shut in focused resolve, Headclaws signals the group to prepare. He calmly instructs everyone to steer clear of any confrontation for as long as they can, reminding them that making it home safely remains their most important goal. Cloud explains that Jeffrey will remain on standby, while Karina steps up to lead the search team. He requests that the responsibility of selecting the other members be left in his hands, emphasizing the significance of choosing the most suitable individuals for such a crucial mission. Every boy nodded in agreement, absorbing the instructions with quiet focus. On the saucer, the last wisps of smoke curled upwards from the ashes of burned paper, spiraling into the air. Preparations finished, the boys began leaving the camp. Krenna quietly noted that their search party consisted of only 5 members. Leading the squad as captain, Karina oversees a team that includes Mrs. Alicia, Daichi, and 2 additional guards. The commander mentions he will inform these 2 guards that Nick possesses expertise in non-attributed magic. Asakura, with no need for embellishment, finds Karina genuinely dependable when it comes to matters like this. The girl clearly possesses all the necessary qualities in abundance for such a task. Grateful for his help, Karina offers a heartfelt thanks. She quietly adds that certain individuals must remain unaware of Asakura's abilities and his true mastery of magic. Karina pivots gracefully, her gaze softening as it lands on the young man. With a gentle hand resting under her chin, she observes the crowd and finds their antics amusing. Asakura, thrown off balance by Karina's demeanor and remarks, resolves to exercise greater caution in response to her insights. Deep in thought, Karina closed her eyes for a moment and suggested it might be wise to conceal Asakura's distinctive ability. Confusion lingered in the young man's mind as he realized his skill was already masked perfectly, requiring no further effort. Quietly, he mentioned he would ponder it more during the journey with his friends. While Karina ponders her next move, she considers a range of possibilities. A melee weapon, perhaps a katana or a similar blade, might prove useful in this situation. Karina's voice reached Dennis and Frida, who lingered close by. They soon realized a girl was summoning them and mentioned she had a particular task in mind for the pair. As understanding dawned on Dennis, he addressed Karina with respectful curiosity and inquired about the situation. Observing Karina's heightened excitement, Frida saw the same question reflected in her eyes. Frida, her hair neatly gathered in a ponytail, moves with quiet confidence beside Dennis, whose striking looks leave a lasting impression on everyone they meet. Together, their youthful energy stands out in any crowd. Karina describes sensing a group of roughly 20 suspicious individuals lurking in the forest. Wanting to confirm her suspicions, she asks Frida and Dennis to join her and the others as they venture out together. Dennis runs a rough hand over his stubbly cheek, doubting that a search like this, especially now and with a group of 20, will yield any results. A gentle, sweet laugh escaped Frieda as she observed her partner's misfortune in the pursuit of a well-paying job. The man offered a humble apology and shared that, above all else, he valued a practical approach to earning a living. Deep down, Dennis yearns for his partner's understanding. Observing their exchange, Asakura remarks on the sharp, clever banter passing between Dennis and Frida. Their conversation leaves no doubt about their expertise and professionalism. Karina assured Frida and Dennis that all the details would be revealed as they traveled. Meanwhile, 2 new students inquired about Asakura and Alicia. As their questions lingered in the air, Karina launched into her tale. The group pressed on, their journey stretching out before them. Karina declares that she and Asakura will take the lead at the front, while Alicia is assigned to the center of their formation. Dennis and Frida are tasked with guarding the back of the group. Dennis raises his voice, drawing the man's attention. Much to his astonishment, he learns that Mr. Asakura, reputed by everyone as a simple merchant, possesses formidable combat abilities as well. Asakura, caught off guard, reacts to this sudden recognition. Confusion clouded Daichi's thoughts as he wondered why the man couldn't grasp his current stance. Yet, the man merely flashed an awkward smile, admitting it felt odd to label his abilities as combat skills. Truthfully, his clash with the Monkey King the previous night marked only his second consecutive battle. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, the man declared in a booming voice that overcoming the royal monkeys in the second battle proved true talent. As a gesture of praise, he delivered a firm slap on Oscar's back. With an awkward smile, the guy admitted that all the formalities made him uncomfortable and politely asked me to drop the mister. He said I could just use his name, Asakura or Daichai. Eventually, he settled on Daichai, suggesting I call him that from now on. Wrapping his arm around the other's shoulder, the man strode forward with a steady purpose. In the midst of their walk, Dennis recalled a rumor he'd once heard. Daichi had plans to open a shop in the city. Hoping to uncover the truth, the man turned to Asakura and quietly inquired if the news was true. The young man nods in agreement with Dennis's suspicions, admitting that although reaching this place remains his primary objective, uncertainty still lingers over whether he will choose to remain there in the end. Dennis sees great potential in Karam as a place to launch a trading venture. With its sizable population and key location on the trade route linking the capital to the port, the city stands out as a valuable strategic hub. Gratitude glows in Asakura's eyes as he absorbs the valuable information, offering heartfelt thanks to the man who assisted him. Without warning, Dennis steps forward and volunteers to accompany her to Karama Daiichi. Dennis harbored a different perspective on the matter. He envisioned Daiichi's arrival in Takura village as the beginning of a bustling trade, with exotic wares from distant lands enticing eager local buyers. The truth became clear to Asakura. Once the search operation concluded, his only intention had been to open a modest kiosk. Daiichi explained his intention to experiment with exchanging goods that hailed from outside their homeland. Upon hearing this, Dennis's curiosity sparked, and he quickly inquired about the distinctive car Daiichi planned to put up for sale. Sakura Daiichi describes how his invention can easily start a fire. Dennis listens intently, giving an approving nod. He had heard whispers about such gadgets before, yet Daiichi's explanation surpassed everything he expected. Striking a waterproof match, Daiichi sparks a sudden bright flame that springs to life with barely a pause. Dennis gazes at the spectacle, his eyes wide with amazement, hardly able to believe that such wonders exist without the aid of magic. Frida found herself taken aback by such an unexpected tactic. Karina addressed the group, instructing everyone to line up. Together, they moved closer to the spot where Karina had sensed the presence of 8 individuals not long ago. The group approached the edge of the forest, its shadows stretching towards them. When the others inquired whether Karina sensed anything unusual in the area, she quietly shook her head, signaling no. Even with her reassurance, a silent understanding passed between them. Everyone needed to stay on guard. To lift everyone's spirits, Dennis sprawled out in a comically awkward pose, his legs pointing high in the air. Glancing over at Karina, he remarked on her obvious unease and tried to reassure the group, declaring his readiness for any challenge that might come their way. Dennis's strategy went unnoticed by those around him. In this new role, he struggled to earn even a hint of trust from his peers. Sakura Daiichi advanced with measured determination. At that moment, Nick slipped out of his sweatshirt, and the pet, attuned to the slightest disturbance, detected another presence. Its claws slashed through the fabric as it whirled around, fixating on the origin of the sensation. Sakura quickly calculates that the opponents are still 3 hours away. The thought occurs that if Nick managed to spot someone using wind magic, extra caution is needed. Daiichi quietly searches for a way to alert the others without drawing attention. From behind Sakura, Alicia's voice cuts through the silence. With unwavering composure, she extends her finger, directing their attention forward. Her tone remains grave as she reports that, roughly 5 kilometers ahead, 3 individuals are gathered in the specified direction. A quiet breath of relief escapes Sakura, grateful that he was spared the trouble of figuring out how to break the news about the strangers to the others. Noticing their proximity to the target, Daiichi quietly slides binoculars out of his pocket. Dennis, puzzled and curious, glances at the unfamiliar device in Daiichi's hands and makes a wish for keener eyesight. Daiichi calmly explains that the object is a pair of binoculars, perfect for observing distant events with clarity. Extending the binoculars to Dennis, the man invites him to take a look as well. Wasting no time, Dennis raises them to his eyes. Suddenly, startled screams burst from him as distant objects appear right before his eyes, their proximity shocking him. At that moment, Daiichi leaned closer to Karina and quietly shared what he had noticed, a glimmer of something among the bushes, visible through his binoculars. As he spoke, he gestured subtly toward Dennis, who was still absorbed in examining his unfamiliar device, curiosity lighting up his face. The young man mentions that while he was exploring the area, a glimmer caught his attention entirely by chance. Truthfully, it was Nick's keen instincts that led to this discovery. Karina closes her eyes, gathering herself, prepared to issue the next command to her team. Word reaches the team that an unidentified group has been spotted less than 2 kilometers from their position. Uncertain about the specifics, the group prepares to widen their search perimeter in hopes of uncovering more information. Raising the binoculars to his eyes, Dennis observes Karina carefully. Confidence fills him as he anticipates Ms. Karina's unwavering caution in such a perilous situation. Beside him, Frida's eyes shine with pride for Karina, her agreement clear as she nods in silent approval. With steadfast resolve, Karina faces Alicia and confides in her trust. Determination lights up her eyes, ready and willing to carry out every order the squad captain gives. The signal for physical enhancement activated. Karina called on the team to prepare for the coming fight. Frida and Dennis lifted their shields in anticipation. At the same time, Karina asked Asakura Daichi to ready her own shield as well. In a swift motion, Asakura unveils an enormous shield, its massive form more than enough to protect his whole body. The others stand in disbelief, their eyes widening at the sheer size and unusual shape of the shield. Karina remarks that opting for a simpler shield would be far more practical than choosing this one. Meanwhile, Alicia's imagination sparks. She sees the value in a sturdy, powerful shield, convinced it allows one to charge forward boldly, striking out in every direction. A sense of calm settled over the group as Alicia knelt down, tracing lines in the dirt with a slender branch. Carefully, she sketched out a rough map of the surrounding area, pointing out that a cave lay hidden roughly 2 kilometers from their current spot. Deep within this cave, a mysterious group resides, composed of humans and beastmen alike. A surge of horror washes over Alicia as she senses the number of individuals in this unfamiliar group easily surpasses 50. The chilling realization grows stronger with the possibility that the group could number over 60. The boys respond differently to Alicia's words. She quietly admits that this is all she could sense. Discovering anything further seems nearly impossible, especially since the mysterious group remains hidden deep within the cave. Dennis observes the scene and notes that it resembles a shadowy group carrying out secretive activities in a hidden cavern. Frida urged everyone to hold off on making judgments, yet admitted the situation appeared quite suspicious. Meanwhile, Karina insisted that Alicia had already provided plenty of information and signaled for her to step aside. Sakura sensed an air of overcaution settling among her and the others. In response to her words, Frida and Dennis shared a brief look. A moment later, both leaned their heads back, revealing their shared understanding. With his palm shielding his eyes, Dennis remarks about the presence of beastmen in the group. In Frida, mirroring his caution, explains that beastmen possess an extraordinary sense of smell, which could very well detect them even from afar. Dennis advises that the wisest course of action is to retreat for now and return later, armed with even more relevant details. At the same time, it is essential that nobody leaves without gathering at least some piece of information. Frida remarks that discovering roughly how many members belong to the group, along with uncovering the locations of their hideouts, is already a significant accomplishment. Frida and Dennis erupted into hearty laughter, amused by the thought that such scant information might actually earn them a special reward. Sakura Daichi touched his cheek thoughtfully, a hint of confusion in his gesture. The message the others were trying to send had become perfectly clear to him. Moving quietly behind Daichi, Dennis rests his palm on his shoulder. He leans in and asks if Daichi understands what truly matters most for security. Asakura tilts his head, inviting Dennis to explain. With a subtle wink, Dennis begins to share his thoughts on the importance of honesty. Sakura Daichi quickly backtracks on his earlier tales, insisting he is simply a traveler heading to visit relatives, earning his living in silver back home. Gratitude flickers across the young man's face, his odd smile lingering as he expresses thanks for the guidance, claiming he now understands the situation. Karina glances at Daichi and lets him know it's time for them to go. Frida sends a playful kiss his way, declaring her fondness for men who speak the truth. Faint blush colored Sakura's cheeks as a hint of embarrassment washed over him. Dennis wasted no time swooping in, unleashing a barrage of pointed questions about whether Sakura had fallen in love. Before departing, Sakura discreetly left the censer at the base of a towering tree. Upon arriving at the camp, Sakura stared in disbelief. Not long ago, the entire place had pulsed with activity, every corner alive with movement. Now, nothing remained but an open, deserted field. Karina observes that everyone seems to have relocated to the ancient one. Meanwhile, the camp members quietly begin transferring their possessions to a neighboring village. Karina observes the villagers quietly eyeing the newcomer, their curiosity apparent but unspoken. Meanwhile, the newcomer glances around, puzzled by the absence of any robbers. Thoughts flicker across his mind about what might happen should those thieves reappear unexpectedly. Karina calmly clarifies that neither she nor her group has any intention of pursuing criminals, assuring everyone that there is nothing to be concerned about. Dennis points out the considerable number of guards stationed here, all capable of repelling any threat. The group's members boast solid fighting skills as well, ensuring that success remains firmly within their grasp. With an ambassador already dispatched to notify the knight's order, the group's responsibility shifts to remaining in the village, holding the enemy's attention and buying time until the knights make their arrival. Clarity dawned in Asakura Daiichi's mind. Dennis explained their predicament, pointing out that the number of enemies far exceeded their expectations. Frietta raises the idea of seeking help from the villagers, though uncertainty clouds her voice as she wonders whether anyone would actually believe their story. Karina glances toward the tent, her mind settling on the decision that reporting everything must come first. Gradually, a soccer player comes to understand that this is how they have ended up camping here and shares this realization with Karina. Calmly, the girl replies that, given the circumstances, there is truly no alternative for them at this moment. Meanwhile, gaining support from the villagers proves to be an easy task. When Dennis inquires about the opinions of the village headman and the others, Karina explains that they advised seeking additional reinforcements. Memories of the village's own civil defense group come to Prietta's mind. Karina points out that things would turn out well if they became part of that community. Dennis admits that when warned of an impending attack on their village, there is simply no alternative left to them. Karina glances over at Dennis and Frida, telling them to take it easy and rest until evening. After that, they can get back to their regular tasks. Frida ponders Mrs. Karina's likely response in this situation. Meanwhile, the girl announces her plan to guide Daichi and Mrs. Elijah along the main street. A wave of horror swept over Karina, washing away her earlier calm. Memories of Frida and Dennis raising their voices returned to her, those heated moments when their masters had called Mr. Asakura by his first name. In that instant, Frida and Dennis exchanged wary glances, their minds already racing to piece together the implications. With hands raised in a gentle protest, Karina tried to set the record straight. Everything stood in stark contrast to what the others imagined. Calmly, she pointed out that Mr. Asakura simply harbored a dislike for anything overly formal. Dennis observes that Karina refrained from addressing Asakura in that particular manner during the assignment. Frida agrees and proposes that perhaps Mr. Karina's mind is simply preoccupied with concerns about the mission. Embarrassment radiated from Karina as a crimson blush spread across her cheeks. Dennis, quick to catch on, remarked that Karina must be keeping a secret from them. Unable to bear the teasing, Karina raised her voice and pleaded for them to stop. Dennis shifts his gaze to the man beside him and quietly requests his thoughts. Doubt clouded Yuzakura's face as she admitted Karina had acted a bit out of character. Perhaps genuine concern had been troubling her. Beneath his composed exterior, Asakura Daiichi simmered with misery, secretly longing for the others to put an end to him. At the slightest deviation in Karina's behavior, those two would seize the opportunity to ridicule her without mercy. Frietta wasted no time sweeping Karina into a flurry of hugs and kisses, eager to draw her into a circle of women's chatter. Offering her sisterly wisdom, Frietta promised to be there whenever Karina needed advice. With a gentle shake of her head, Karina turned down the offer. Dennis eagerly attempts to join the girls' conversation, but Karina, growing irritated, shoves Frida aside. Karina's patience wears thin as she silently wishes for the teasing to end quickly. With a sly wink, Frietta glances at Asakura and asks whether he considers Karina an attractive girl. Sakura remarks that Karina appears undeniably pretty when concern clouds her face, yet in his eyes she now seems even cuter. Daiichi, baffled by his own boldness, wonders what compels him to speak so candidly. Confusion washed over Karina, leaving her uncertain of what she had just heard. Meanwhile, Frida and Dennis stood quietly behind her, their fingers intertwined, moved by the heartfelt admission unfolding before them. Escort gently takes Karina by the hand and guides her onward. He offers a warm farewell to Frida and Dennis, mentioning that he and Karina still have preparations to make for the shop. As Escort's fingers intertwine with hers, a shy flush colors Karina's cheeks. With warm smiles, Frida and Dennis graciously encouraged Mrs. Karina to proceed. Annoyance flickered across Karina's face, unable to grasp why they were wishing her luck when she and Asakura were simply planning to visit the store. The group begins to drift apart, each person charting their own course. Frida and Dennis linger, eager to enjoy themselves a bit longer. Karina, convinced the others are out of earshot, carries on quietly with Asakura Daiichi in the tranquil village. Only 2 hours remain before their departure. Asakura proposes they spend this time observing how the villagers respond to their presence. Karina shifts her gaze from the young man and remarks that with so few people out on the street today, things might just stay quiet. Sensing the spark of excitement in Karina's eyes, Alicia inquired whether something noteworthy had happened in her absence. Karina quickly composed herself, assuring Alicia that nothing significant had occurred. Alicia fixes Karina with an intense, almost mesmerizing stare. Resting her hand lightly on Karina's shoulder, she insists that something must have occurred. Flushed with embarrassment, Karina hurriedly assures her that it was nothing important. To divert Alicia's focus, Karina proposed they start getting ready for the store's opening. With only 2 hours remaining, it was crucial not to waste any time. With an eager wave, Sakura tries to catch the attention of Karina and Alicia, hoping to draw them nearer and alert them to something significant unfolding nearby. A young man walked up to an elderly woman tending her stall and offered her a friendly greeting. The woman looked up from her wares and inquired if he was interested in making a purchase. Sakura expresses his wish to present the women with some goods, politely requesting a moment of their time. A young man arranged a stack of medium and small boxes on the table, catching the eye of a nearby vendor, who instantly became intrigued. With genuine admiration, the woman compliments the man on his impressive boxes. She admits that, at times, she even finds herself envying a Sakura Daiichi for having them. Growing older, the woman notices an odd sensation growing inside her, a deepening envy for those who possess boxes. Beside her, the girl responds with a gentle nod and a warm, understanding smile. Extending his hand toward them, Sakura inquired about their method for starting a fire. The woman answered by demonstrating how she struck silicon to create a spark. Nearby, a girl nodded in agreement, confirming her explanation. Pressing her palms to her cheeks and letting out a heavy sigh, the girl remarks that even though not everyone possesses a bit of magical power, every single one of these magical artifacts comes at a steep price. Sakura's lips curved into a smile. With a casual gesture, he presented the girl and the woman with an inexpensive tool designed to start a fire effortlessly, freeing them from the need to rely on magic. Astonishment flickered across the woman's face. Daiichi reached into the package, pulled out a single match, and extended his hand, inviting her to offer her palm. Sakura, steady and sure, guided the woman's hand as she struck the match against the box. Instantly, a spark flared to life, leaving both the girl and the woman frozen in astonishment. Observers quickly became aware of the spectacle unfolding before them. Bewildered faces turned toward one another, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they attempted to unravel the mystery behind the sudden ignition, especially since no magical tools seemed to be involved. Excitement flickered in Karina and Alicia's eyes as the product began to attract attention and enjoy rising popularity. Buoyed by confidence, Sakura sensed that his business was truly taking off, recognizing this moment as just the beginning of a promising journey toward greater achievements. With arms outstretched, Sakura attempts to soothe the restless crowd, his voice steady as he reassures them that there are enough matches in stock for all, and promises that no customer will leave empty-handed. The attendant explained that the lists would be handed out according to the queue, making any pushing and shoving useless. Eager customers clustered around the counter, each hoping to claim a rare item promising fire without a single spell. With curious anticipation, the girl struck a match from the box and watched it flare to life. All washed over her as the tiny flame danced on the tip. She could kindle fire now, no magic required. The novelty of these peculiar matches filled her with wonder, marveling at how a simple tool could unlock such an extraordinary ability. Sakura Daikai arrives, carrying a hefty vat reinforced with wooden bars. He demonstrates to the girl a simple ignition device, capable of quickly igniting the firewood. However, he warns that this tool can only be used once. The girl gives a slight nod, signaling her agreement. Miss Sakura can tell she still doesn't quite grasp how ignition works. The young man requests permission to show everyone. Daiichi strikes a match and tosses it onto the wood, which he has already coated with the igniting agent. Flames quickly leap from tablet to tablet, leaving none untouched. Astonishment swept through the crowd, unfamiliar with such a spectacle. Among them, a man watched in disbelief as the fire raced hungrily across the wood, stunned by both its ferocity and swift advance. Sakura points out that buyers have already realized matches can start a fire without the need for magic. Even a faint spark, with the aid of an incendiary, quickly grows stronger. This makes it easy to ignite any type of firewood. With a hint of regret, the young man mentions a minor flaw in his goods. Each item is meant for single use only. His announcement brings a wave of disappointment among the customers, some of whom voice their dissatisfaction upon understanding that these products cannot be used again. With a gentle smile, Sakura reveals that a box containing 25 matches is priced at 2 silver coins. Attention shifts to the superior quality of the matches, as he hopes the reasonable cost will draw in buyers. The incendiary box held 60 items, all available for just a single silver coin. Onlookers reacted with genuine astonishment. Asakura remembered Klaus's prediction about how the townspeople would respond, and now saw those words come true. With a booming voice and infectious enthusiasm, the young man calls out to the townsfolk, inviting them to purchase his wares. Confidence radiates from his every word as a bright smile lingers on his face, eager for their response and poised to carry on his lively trade. From the midst of the crowd, a gloved hand shoots upward. A young girl, her face set with resolve, announces her intention to purchase both products. The assembled onlookers shift their attention to her as she stands poised, awaiting a reply. 3 silver coins change hands as payment, and Daichai bows his head in gratitude. With genuine warmth, he hopes the purchase brings her satisfaction and encourages her to return in the future. Sakura invites the girl to linger a bit longer if her schedule allows, mentioning there's something else he'd like her to see. Curiosity flickers across her face as she turns to Daichai, surprised by the suggestion that he might still have something left to reveal. Sakura clarifies that this isn't really a product, rather, it serves as a small perk for everyone. The young man believes this little addition will surely catch people's interest, and the girl expresses her agreement. From his bag, the guy pulls out an object, drawing the group's focus as he prepares to reveal his modest bonus. With a practiced hand, the Sakura lifts a heavy grate and sets it carefully atop a vat filled with smoldering wood. Curious eyes follow every move, leaving the other merchants puzzled by the young trader's intentions. Without delay, Sakura threads chunks of meat onto a skewer and places them over the grill. A rich, savory aroma starts wafting through the air, instantly tempting anyone nearby. Curious onlookers asked the young man what dish he planned to prepare. Daichai explained his intention to make barbecue. He described shish kebab as small chunks of chicken threaded onto skewers and generously coated in sauce. A customer, though no stranger to frying chicken himself, encountered this dish for the first time. The rich aroma drifting from the barbecue didn't just fill the air, it quietly enchanted everyone nearby, drawing their attention. From what Daichi has observed, those struggling with poverty or unemployment typically manage just 2 meals a day, one in the morning and another in the evening. Even so, he feels confident that he succeeded in stirring the appetites of these people. Sakura retrieves a single skewer of freshly cooked shish kebab and gestures toward the girl who first showed interest in the remaining 2 items, inviting her to have the first taste. Sakura clarifies that this is the bonus he spoke of earlier. The girl finds it hard to accept how effortlessly she is invited to join the meal. All attention in the room fixated on her, every movement and reaction carefully observed. Wide-eyed with amazement, she savored the barbecue, its flavor unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Sakura's relieved smile reflected her happiness as the girl and the villagers enjoyed the barbecue together. The girl finished every bite she was served, savoring the flavor, and then leaned in curiously to ask about the ingredients in the sauce and whether it was available for purchase. An eager hush swept through the crowd, each person drawn in by the unfolding spectacle. Eyes remained fixed on the scene, captivated by the growing tension in the atmosphere. A collective yearning to step into the moment pulsed quietly among them, tempting everyone to become part of the action. The crowd wasted no time, hurrying into the store and eager to purchase anything that would grant them a taste of the famed dish. A few shoppers hesitated, asking if they might simply buy a single item from the available selection. Sakura proclaims to everyone that there's a barbecue happening, inviting them to join in. No purchase is required to get a taste. Even those who take just a single item are guaranteed their share. The crowd surged forward, swarming the counter with urgency. Convinced that purchasing 2 sets of items entitled them to twice the portion of barbecue, many customers pressed their claims all at once. With genuine urgency, the young man requested a moment's patience, overwhelmed by the rush of customers. Balancing a couple of servings in his hands, he made his way toward the woman who stood beside the spot where he had set up his shop. With a respectful nod, Asakura expresses his gratitude to the woman and the girl at his side for letting him arrange his stall nearby. He also takes care to apologize, acknowledging any trouble his presence might have caused them. The woman reassures Asakura that it's nothing to fret over since they're about to close for the day. As a token of his appreciation, the man hands them a generous serving of shish kebab. Grateful smiles lit up the faces of the girl and the woman as they expressed their thanks for the treat. With an easy gesture, the man acknowledged their gratitude, watched them depart, then turned effortlessly to resume his business, prepared to dive back into his work. Commands left to Sakura Daichi's lips almost on autopilot, exhaustion clouding his senses, until every action blurred together. Behind him, Karina and Alicia lingered with relaxed ease, savoring barbecue skewers as if the chaos around them hardly mattered. Meanwhile, the girl and the elderly woman bid their final farewell to the young man. Asakura then informs everyone that his store will soon be closing, encouraging anyone interested in making a purchase to do so without delay. A group of adult men sidle up to the counter, their eyes glinting with a hint of irony as they observe the young man's flourishing business. Clearly envious, they watch him close up his merchandise and consider how much they'd like to have such work themselves. It dawns on the young man that these threats are probably empty words meant to intimidate. At this moment, the man inquires whether Sakura would be willing to spare some chicken without charge. With a faint smile, Sakura explains that every last piece has already been snapped up, leaving not a single bit of chicken behind. He mentions that the demand far exceeded expectations and offers a sincere apology for any inconvenience caused. Fury flashed across their faces as the men instantly unleashed a barrage of taunts and insults at him. Among them, one man shouted out, claiming he had witnessed Sakura slip the very chicken he was eating into his own bag. With a deep bow at the waist, the young man addresses the group, announcing that the store is closing for the day. He assures them that both he and his merchandise will return to this very spot tomorrow, inviting the men to come back then and choose whatever goods they seek. Many men consider this kind of treatment toward customers completely out of line, feeling compelled to step in and show Sakura the right way to manage a business. Out of nowhere, two newcomers advance toward the young man, only to be halted by the gleaming edge of a sword stopping just short of their faces. Karina positioned herself firmly between the man and Sakura, fixing the intruders with a steely glare. A man jabbed a finger in her direction and assured her she was not involved in their affairs. He warned her to step aside or she might get caught in the crossfire. Nearby, the one-eyed man weighed the dangers carefully, aware that they now faced a magician with formidable skills. Karina's little finger bears two key rings, each adorned with the letters B and C. The men find themselves speechless, astonished by this unexpected encounter. Amid the confusion, Sakura stands uncertain, unable to grasp the situation. Men, regarding Karina with a mixture of caution and respect, begin to inquire about her wishes, suspecting she may not be involved in the unfolding events. With quiet composure, Karina reveals herself as the man's bodyguard. Her icy stare, sharp as a blade, cuts straight through the crowded room. The men around her instinctively stiffen, sensing the formidable resolve and silent menace she radiates. A deep frown creases one man's face as he faces Karina, his gaze sharp. He questions her calmly, wondering aloud if she truly believes she can take on 4 experienced adults by herself. A mischievous grin lights up the girl's face as she tilts her head toward her shoulder, an unsettling gesture that heightens the man's anxiety. Calmly, she warns him not to underestimate her, hinting that doing so could lead to regret. The men glanced over their shoulders, understanding now that deceiving the young man and his guards would prove impossible. Accepting defeat and discovering that all the merchandise had been sold, they readied themselves to depart, casting a final, contemplative gaze at the young man and Karina. From a ledge above, a voice cut through the tension, curious about the commotion below. Seated there, a man with striking features and a bold scar watched the scene unfold. He inquired about the trouble at hand. One member of the group, now visibly animated, recognized Alan. With a spark of excitement, he confessed his astonishment at encountering Alan in such an unexpected place. The mystery of how his old friend had remained hidden here for so long left him thoroughly perplexed. Alan assures them of his willingness to lend a hand with their troubles. A faint smile appears on the man's face as he expresses sincere gratitude toward Alan. Flashing a mocking grin, the man glances at Karina and questions whether she's reconsidered dumping her salesman boyfriend. He points out that people like the boyfriend rarely achieve anything and muses aloud about how much longer Karina plans to tolerate him. With a slight frown, Karina fixes her gaze on the man, choosing not to respond right away. Karina's gaze lingered on Sakura, her eyes filled with quiet anticipation, as if silently urging him to reach a decision. Flustered by the attention, Sakura quickly stumbled over his words, apologizing profusely and clarifying that every last item had been sold, leaving nothing remaining in the storeroom. Fury erupted among the men, the indignity of their treatment sending their patience spiraling to its end. Only one demand remained, a face-to-face meeting with Sakura, so they could finally set matters straight and restore order. With a swift gesture, Sakura masked his mouth with his hand, feigning innocence and suggesting the entire situation was just a misunderstanding. Daichai's voice dripped with sarcasm as he accused Sakura of treating the group like a band of fools. Across from them, frustration simmered among the men, their patience finally snapping as bitterness took hold. The group reached a clear consensus. The merchant needed to find a way to support himself without delay. A mob of furious men filled the street, their stares fierce and unyielding. Among them stood one figure whose face was marred by a jagged scar. Their attention locked onto a young man with dark hair and a girl with golden hair drawn into a tidy ponytail, petals of a blossom tucked neatly into her strands. Alicia Hartland, another girl, cradled a knit cat in her arms, a toy belonging to a dark-haired Daichai boy. Her lively spirit shone through as she gently waved the cat's soft paws, delight coloring her face. Alan, the man marked by a long scar across his face, lifted his hand and shut his eyes. In the heavy silence, he quietly asked the others what had caused them to fall so quiet. Blocking their path, the blond man faced Alan and declared that the group had made a mistake by failing to assess their true abilities. As a consequence, he insisted that punishment was necessary. Upon hearing his words, the girl with the flower in her hair, along with Karina and Daichai, grimaced with displeasure. Alan responded to the blond man's suggestion of punishing the others by expressing confusion as to why the man hadn't taken action himself. In Alan's mind, it seemed the blond man was simply intimidated by Karina and Daichai. Laughter erupted from Alan's gang as every man threw his head back, mouths wide open, unable to contain their amusement. With noticeable tension, the blonde-haired man jabbed his finger toward Karina, raising his voice to defend his caution around her, given her reputation as a B-class magician. Across from him, Karina remained composed, her gaze settling quietly on her hands. Moments earlier, Alan's gang and Alan himself had been unable to contain their laughter, but now they stood paralyzed, frozen in mid-chuckle, stunned into silence by what had just been revealed. A wicked smile slowly spreads across Alan's face as he admits to being inattentive, claiming there was no way he could have identified the men. Alan sprang from his seat, his hand moving to the sword fastened at his belt. Striding toward Karina and Daichai, he declared that Karina was not the only one recognized as a magician in this place. The gang members behind him repeated his words, their voices carrying the same conviction. With self-assured grins, Alan and his crew slid their blades free and advanced toward their opponents, issuing a clear warning about the fight that was about to unfold. Karina and Daichai moved swiftly into their stances, preparing for the imminent clash. With a quick warning, Karina reminded Daichai to remain alert. Daichai calmly reported that two armed opponents were closing in from the front, while another figure advanced from behind, likely a magician based on his movements. Daichai watched as the armed men advanced in his direction. Confidence filled him when he considered his talent for physical enhancement. He trusted his own strength in close combat. However, the possibility that his pursuers could wield magic unsettled him. Against such powers, even firearms might prove useless. Karina fixes her gaze on Daichai and asks whether he is able to deal with one of their assailants. Pausing to glance at her, Daichai remains silent. Her request catches him off guard. This is the first time Karina has turned to him for assistance. The chance to help someone as captivating as Karina stirs a new determination within him to take down the thieves. Daichi accepts the challenge of facing both opponents and launches his assault. With one hand, he firmly restrains his adversary, while in the palm of his other hand, a shimmering cloud of energy begins to form, alive with flickering waves. Daichi calls out to Karina, boldly declaring his ability to handle two opponents at once. Karina raises her voice in reply, insisting that dealing with just one enemy approaching head-on will be enough for now. Alan's voice cut through the tension as he demanded to know what was being discussed. Men brandishing swords pressed their assault, closing in with relentless determination. Daichi braced himself, ready to withstand their onslaught. Suddenly, a bright flash pierced the chaos. In the aftermath of the blinding flash, the bandits sprawled across the ground, fresh wounds seeping blood onto their skin. Instinctively, their hands pressed hard against the injuries, desperate to stem the flow. Already on their knees, the blond man and his gang lowered their heads before their captors. Karina positioned herself in front of the subdued bandits, arms folded across her chest, patiently waiting for them to speak. Daichi, standing by her side, glanced over with evident surprise at her commanding presence. Karina narrowed her eyes and set her gaze on the blond man responsible for sparking the conflict between the group and the bandits. With a foolish grin lighting up his blond features, the man admitted he'd already forgotten what he meant to say. Turning to his fellow bandits, he wondered aloud if any of them remembered or wished to question Karina. The others shifted uneasily and shook their heads, making it clear they had nothing to add. Daichi moved past Karina and knelt before the blond man, curiosity evident in his gaze. Intent on uncovering more details, he readied himself to ask a question. Fear washed over the blond man as he assured Daichi of his willingness to answer whatever questions might come his way. With a composed demeanor, Daichi inquired whether the bandits had been tasked with eradicating the goblins. the man promptly confirmed Daichi's suspicion. With a hint of pride in his voice, the man explained that he and his companions were adventurers officially registered in the city. Gesturing towards his colleague, he emphasized that their squads had formally taken on the assignment. The blonde-haired man calmly asserted his belief that Alan's party, led by the magician, had not obtained the necessary permission. Alan struggled, his breaths coming in short, labored gasps, clearly worn down by the ordeal. Remaining crouched, Daichi rested his chin thoughtfully on his hand as he studied the blonde man across from him. In a calm voice, he inquired about the number of goblins they had managed to capture. The man, however, avoided giving an exact number. With a wicked glint in his eye, Daichi leaned forward, intent on knowing the exact count of goblins taken prisoner. Terror flickered in the blonde man's eyes as he admitted that his squad had captured none of the goblins. The leader of the other gang echoed his fear, confessing that his team had failed just the same. Daichi mulled over the troubling news in silence. The head of a struggling gang, frustrated by their poor showing, turned attention to the men who had suffered injuries during the skirmish. He claimed these wounded fighters had managed to capture 11 goblins before the bandits ultimately finished them off. Still kneeling on the ground with his hands bound, the defeated man's face turned pale with terror as talk of the goblin massacre circled and accusing fingers singled him out among his gang. Daichi leaned over one of the fallen gang members, his gaze sharp. He pressed for information, inquiring about the goblins that he and the rest of the gang had killed. The man, wounded and weary, admitted that Daichi's suspicions were correct. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Daichi fixed the man with a piercing stare, silently demanding answers about him and the rest of the squad. The man drew back uneasily, dropping his gaze to the ground and falling into silence. Daichi reached out to the injured man, but received no reply to his question. Without waiting any longer, he turned sharply and pressed the other man to reveal their identities. Daichi spoke to a man sporting a mustache and an eye patch, though it took the blindfolded man a moment to recognize he was being spoken to. Stepping in to clarify, Karina suggested that the blindfolded man share what he knew about the members of the wounded man squad. With a shaky voice, the man whose head was wrapped in bandages explained that the squad of wounded men numbered 4 altogether. The man with the bandage gestured toward a member of the attacking squad, a figure distinguished by shoulder-length blonde hair. Among them, he stood out as a water magician skilled in the art of healing magic. Blindfolded, the man reminded his 2 comrades that their squad always stayed out in front since they couldn't rely on magic. Both attackers knelt on the ground, hands gripping the bleeding wounds they'd suffered in the fight. Alan, the blindfolded man and the final one to take aim, employed magic as his weapon in battle. Seated with his back to the group, he remained silent throughout, never speaking a single word. Daichi surveyed the fallen men, recognizing a group whose strength and skills complemented each other well. With such a balanced dynamic, overcoming 11 goblins seemed only natural. Yet while observing them, uncertainty lingered in Daichi's mind. Rising to his full height, Daichi lifted a hand and swept his gaze across the crowd. Inquiring among those nearby, he asked whether everyone had received the summons to exterminate goblins in the village of Torreno. Wearing a blindfold and sporting a mustache, a man lifted his hand and calmly announced that both his team and a group of vanquished magicians had recently been given the same assignment. Daichi pictured the savage monsters in his mind and turned to the blindfolded man, curious about how the villagers had managed to escape goblin attacks for so long. The man responded calmly, explaining that during the entire 10 days they had spent in the village, not a single goblin had appeared. The man with the blindfold explained that a group of magicians arrived in the village, and 3 days after their arrival, the goblins began to emerge. Daichi assured the blindfolded man that fortune had favored them, allowing their escape from the village just before the goblins struck. Had they lingered any longer, they might have faced serious harm. The man wearing the blindfold nods in agreement with Daichi's statement. Turning his back on him, Daichi shifts his focus to the group of vulnerable men nearby. At that moment, the water magician steps in, diverting Daichi's attention. Daichi turned his attention to the group of vanquished magicians and inquired how they managed to overcome the goblins. His curiosity drove him to determine whether their claim held any truth, and if so, to discover the exact number of creatures they had faced. Upon reaching the village, the water mage led the group straight into the forest, intent on tracking down the first monster they could find. Drawing from stories shared by fellow squads, the water mage remembered that goblins had not surfaced in over a decade. Suspecting that something might be lurking beneath the silence, the group ventured deeper into the dense, shadowy heart of the forest in search of any hidden monsters. Daichi pondered whether the mage squad had succeeded in locating the monster's lair. The water mage responded with a silent shake of his head, eyes closed. Observing him, Daichi retreated into thoughtful silence. Daichi cast a sidelong glance at Karina, who responded with a quick, reserved look before turning away sharply. Resting his hand on his chin, Daichi closed his eyes once she looked away. Daichi raised his voice, commanding the room into silence as he sought the men's opinions about the future handling of their captives. Nearby, Karina stood quietly, gaze fixed to the floor. A single heap of weapons grew as the men gathered their spoils. They debated their next move, whether to turn the squads over to the authorities or perhaps, if the squads showed true remorse and reconsidered their actions, grant them freedom. The detachment stirred at the mention of liberation, voices merging into a rising chorus. Irritation flickered across Karina's face as the noise swelled around her, while Daichi watched the scene unfold with mild surprise. Turning from the jubilant crowd, Karina quietly insisted they needed to leave and relay everything to Klaus and Jeffrey. Nearby, Daichi stood with his eyes closed in silent reflection, while Alicia waited patiently by his side, cradling Nick the cat in her arms. Daichi cast a wary glance at the water mage, who remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. Daichi found himself captivated by the magician, considering that the water magician's words might hold some truth. With a squad made up of magicians, overcoming the goblins and reaching the heart of the forest to find them appeared within reach. Daichi distanced himself from the water mage, unable to shake the uneasy feeling that something was off. The magician's tale lingered in his mind, raising doubts and fueling his growing concern. Despite turning his back to the water magician, Daichi's attention remained fixed on him. Doubts lingered in his mind about whether this magician would ever reveal the whole truth so easily. As Daichi moved further away, the magician lifted his head, his eyes quietly following Daichi's departing figure. Guided by an elderly man, Karina moved quietly through the campsite, weaving between tents illuminated by flickering torches. According to my husband, before bandits struck the village of Torino, 2 squads had been dedicated to hunting goblins. Carrying newfound information, Karina approached the company president. The elderly man cast her a brief look, shifted his position, and quietly inquired about the sensations she experienced during her visit. An elderly man stepped into one of the camp's tents, the entrance flap lifted aside by Karina. She slipped in after him and warned in a low voice about a group of 4 magicians whose dark aura unsettled her. Her distrust extended not only to them, but also to several other adventurers gathered in the camp. Resting his hand on the smooth wooden back of a chair, the elderly man gently pushed it aside before turning to Karina and quietly seeking her thoughts on the agreement forged between the bandits. With a note of careful deliberation, Karina urged the group to proceed warily. Meanwhile, the elderly man settled himself into the chair he had positioned moments before. An elderly man settled himself at a table illuminated by a modest lamp. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he inquired whether Daichi had truly discovered all this on his own. Karina stood before the old man, awaiting his response. Vivid memories of Daichi's bright smile linger in Karina's mind, recalling how he greeted everyone warmly. As she and an older gentleman exchanged thoughts about Daichi's recent initiative to set up a small kiosk, Karina pondered whether his inspiration had roots in the events that unfolded in Toreno village. Placing his hands on the table, the old man lowered his chin onto them and spoke quietly. He mentioned that tonight, his men from the bar would be dispatched to gather further information. This task, however, was not meant for Daichi. Frustration flickered across Karina's face as she bit her lip. The moment passed, and she dropped into a deep bow before the elderly man, eyes squeezed shut, her apology sincere and soft. With trembling hands, the elderly man cradled the cup, as she explained that Daichi had genuinely attempted to reach the squad, disguising his effort as the simple task of setting up a kiosk. Such a notion was beyond the imagination of any man or anyone else. An elderly man glanced up at Karina, his eyes sharp with curiosity, and inquired whether the adventurers had spotted it. The way he acted made him seem highly suspicious. Memories of the Daichi bandits' interrogation linger in their minds. The elderly man calmly explains his lack of fear regarding attacks on the village itself. Instead, his real concern lies in the danger his caravan faces while traveling. Without uttering a word, Karina listened intently to the elderly man, her gaze fixed on him. He quietly remarked that delving further into their troubles would serve no purpose. With his eyes gently closing, the elderly man remained seated at the table in thoughtful silence. Raising his gaze to Karina once more, the older man brought his hand near his face and inquired about her thoughts on Daichi. With a composed and earnest expression, Karina stated that Daichi possessed an unfaltering sense of responsibility. Memories of Daichi's retreating figure linger in Karina's mind as she reflects on his many strengths. Beyond his skill with magic, Daichi shows remarkable wisdom and an impressive breadth of knowledge. There is no question in her mind that his education and intellect surpass her own. Coins slid smoothly across the table under the elderly man's steady hands as he listened to Karina. She spoke of his remarkable ability to perform mental calculations swiftly and flawlessly, never needing paper or pen. Raising a glass to his lips, the elderly man remarked on Ditchy's impressive knack for calculations. Even seasoned merchants, he observed, rarely managed to compute figures in their head and seal deals with such speed. Images of the forest flickered in Karina's memory, where she and Daichai had gone to train her attack magic. While she focused on casting spells, Daichai had devoted himself to calculating their effective range. The results, derived from his careful calculations, startled her. When she finished recounting the incident, the elderly man found himself equally astonished by the revelations. With a furrowed brow, the elderly man brought his hand to his face, turning to Karina to inquire whether she could recall the appearance of the calculation formula, the same one that Dacha knew well. Karina quietly shook her head from side to side, signaling that she did not remember. Kina fixed her gaze on the man and answered that the idea eluded her entirely, insisting it was far too much to remember. Karina paused to reflect, and her mind filled with flashes of Daichi, hunched over his work as he scribbled out calculations. Despite the seeming complexity of his methods, she realized they were only rough estimates. Yet as she watched him, a striking resemblance to a university professor took shape in her imagination. At that moment, Karina recalled how Daichi, whenever exhaustion from calculations set in, would pull out a peculiar measuring device. He would aim it at a tree and determine distances with ease. Hearing this, the man listened intently, a look of surprise crossing his face. Lifting his glass toward his face, the elderly man revealed that, back in his homeland, Daichi carried the distinguished blood of royalty or nobility within his veins. With her hands clasped behind her back, Karina cut in, suggesting that Daichi might very well be the wealthy, serene heir of an esteemed family, or perhaps simply a pampered son. Raising his glass to his lips, the elderly man took a measured sip before turning to Karina, his eyebrows lifting in surprise as he inquired about her opinion of Daichi. A peculiar look flickered across Karina's face as her eyes narrowed, and she remarked that Daichi approaches everything with an air of nonchalance. Karina's gaze sharpened, her brows knitting together in clear skepticism as she remarked that Daichi never seemed to resolve difficulties himself. Instead, every obstacle in his path was always handled by those around him. Karina remembered Daichi's performance on stage. Alicia stood before him, her expression filled with satisfaction. As Karina wrapped up her story, she remained completely still, not even her hair stirring. The elderly man gently set his cup down on the table. Karina then proposed increasing Daichi's response level. Her suggestion caught the older man's attention, piquing both his curiosity and interest. With unwavering resolve, Karina insisted that Daichi required monitoring as thorough as that reserved for royal nobles or heirs to the throne. The elderly man folded his hands, fingers lacing together, as curiosity sparked within him about Karina's unexpected proposal. Observing the man closely, Karina lifted a hand in caution. She explained that even for their nation, Daichi posed an extraordinary threat. His command of high-level, attribute-less magic set him apart. Inside his bag, he kept a collection of unusual items, entirely unfamiliar to them. Draped in a scarf that arched high above her head, Karina spoke, praising Daichi's remarkable education. Resourceful and quick-witted, he could navigate any challenge by skillfully using those around him and adapting to his surroundings. Karina conjures up the memory of Daichi standing firm, his hand extended as swirling magic gathered at his fingertips. Surrounding him, symbols of power materialized, an assault rifle, a glowing bulb, a sleek mobile phone, each object representing a different skill. With mastery over such forces, seizing control of the nation becomes within his reach. Karina's expression shifted to one of worry, beads of sweat forming along her cheek as she closed her eyes in thought. Meanwhile, Kinda clasped her hands behind her back and suggested that Daichi might prove to be the ruler of a nation where magic held even greater sway. Wariness returned to Karina's expression as her eyes narrowed with concern. She suggested that Daichi's sway within their country could be overwhelming. Upon hearing her words, the elderly man pressed a hand to his face and let out a weary sigh. Brow deeply creased, the elderly man delivered a stern warning about Karina. As the daughter of Count Krusha, a key figure in the royal faction, she would stop at nothing to take down Daichi, using any means at her disposal. At the sound of the man's words, Karina's brow tightened and anger flashed across her features. She shouted something in response and advanced toward him, the air in the tent growing thicker with tension. Reaching the table, she braced herself against it with both hands as the man remained still, his gaze fixed steadily on her. With a gentle smile, he extended his arms outward and assured her in a light-hearted tone that everything he had said was merely a jest. Fury blazed in Karina's eyes, her brows knitted in frustration. Pointing to the turmoil engulfing the kingdom of Yendorf, she warned that making such a joke now could prove fatal for an old man. Turning his gaze aside, the elderly man absent-mindedly scratched his nose. He explained that, aside from Daichai's elevated status back home, the value of his wares and wisdom alone could spark a rivalry between two opposing factions, each eager to claim him. Lowering her hands, Karina remarked that whichever faction chose to support him would end up gaining greater influence. Karina clasped her hands behind her, the shadowy outline of a dark castle looming at her back. With quiet intensity, she explained that what troubled her most was the possibility of Daichi being drawn down a different path. Stroking his mustache with deliberate care, the elderly man fixed Karina with a piercing gaze. Determination hardened his features as he insisted that every effort must be made to keep Daichi from departing for another country. Through city streets lined with houses and towering trees, a group of boys made their way. At the rear, Daichi trailed behind the others, a sword slung across his back. With his arms tucked behind him, Daichi glanced around in surprise, curious about the reason everyone had gathered together. Among Daichi's companions stood a dark-haired girl, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail and gloved hands resting at her sides. With a warm smile, she looked over and asked Daichi why he seemed reluctant to enjoy her company. With a bright smile, the ponytailed girl leaned in close to Daichi and suggested that having someone like her on the team might be a good idea. Daichi, looking a bit embarrassed, quietly agreed. With a cheerful grin, the girl gestured toward the short-haired man, Dennis, suggesting that if Daichi disapproved of him, she could easily give Dennis a scolding, or, even better, bring another girl onto the team in his place. Meanwhile, Dennis folded his arms in irritation, his displeasure evident. The girl with the ponytail insisted that having beautiful girls on the team was far preferable to a middle-aged man. With a bright smile, she presented 3 young women. One with lustrous dark hair, another smartly dressed in uniform, and the third confidently sporting a helmet atop her head. A flush crept across Daichi's cheeks as he awkwardly scratched at his face, politely declining the invitation from the girls and the rest of the team. Nestled against him, Nick the cat peeked out from inside his shirt, while Alicia stood behind, her lips curved in a gentle smile. With a puzzled expression, the girl with the ponytail turned to Dennis, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She remarked that he was fortunate Daichi had decided to let him stay on the team. Embarrassment left Dennis at a loss for words, his own cheeks tinged with red. Karina cast a quick glance at the group and reminded them of the plan. The ambush for the bandits had to go exactly as agreed. Turning fully toward Daichi, Karina shared that Dennis and Frida were accomplished B-rank magicians, skilled in both close quarters and ranged combat. Daichi strolled alongside, the rooftops of wooden houses flickering past in a blur. Thoughts wandered to the formidable magicians within the rank, each one possessing strength on par with Karina. Daichi observed Denya's and Frida carefully, considering that Karina was a master of wind magic. If these two possessed powerful offensive abilities like fire magic, they could surpass Karina in strength. With genuine admiration, Daichi complimented them, leaving both Denya's and Frida taken aback by his unexpected praise. A grin slowly spread across Dennis's face. His fingers brushed over his rough chin as Daichi's words of praise sank in, leaving him quietly pleased. A gentle blush colored Phryne's cheeks as she smiled, explaining that all the security personnel at the Bertram Company are magicians ranked D or higher. With standards like that, she never feels particularly exceptional among them. Outside, Daichi faced his companions and admitted his confusion. He recalled hearing stories about Bertram's guards, tales that spoke of their formidable strength. Nearby, residents from the surrounding wooden houses mingled, while children played joyfully in the street. Dennis, with a bright grin, explained that their group was recognized across the world simply as a standard security company. Leading the group, Perino walked ahead and began to remark, without glancing back, that Dennis was rapidly becoming an expert in wide-range offensive magic, capable of striking fear into their enemies. Behind him, the others kept pace, attentively listening to Karina. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Daichi as he shut his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, yet faint rays of light seemed to emanate from his presence. Thoughts of escaping the group began flickering in his mind. Frietta calmly observed that this was the most effective solution, while Dennis assured her there was no reason to question it. Karina paused beside one of the buildings, her attention fixed on a barrel suspended from a chain. The guy came to a halt a short distance behind her. The barrel dangled from a chain at the corner of the house, marking the spot as a bar with a painted sign. At that moment, Karina raised her hand, signaling everyone to fall silent. Startled, Daichi glanced upward as a nick cat slithered out from beneath his collar, baring its teeth and emitting a low, menacing growl. Nervous glances flickered from Daiichi as he watched the cat. Curiosity churned within him, pushing him to figure out why the feline seemed so upset. Alicia approached both Daiichi and the cat, slowly waggling her finger just in front of the animal's face. Her interest matched Daiichi's, eager to see how the cat would respond. Unbothered by the commotion, the cat carried on with its furious meowing, oblivious to its surroundings. Daiichi considered whether Nick had picked up the scent of bandits in the bar, perhaps using some form of spirit magic. Quietly, Daiichi warned his companions that there could be troublemakers lurking inside. In the midst of their conversation, Daiichi, Karina, and Nick's cat exchanged glances. Karina turned to Daiichi, curious about his thoughts on the bandits based on the cat's behavior. With a subtle, one-eyed wink, Daiichi signaled his agreement with Karina's observations. A confident smile spread across Karina's face as she lifted her hand, declaring that dealing with this task would be simple if the bandits happened to be inside the bar. Dennis stepped through the entrance first, with the rest of the group close behind him. The group gazed at a modest tavern with a staircase leading up to the second floor. On the ground level, a handful of men sat around tables, raising hefty mugs as they drank. Some clinked their mugs together in camaraderie, while plates piled with different dishes covered the tabletops. The group stepped inside as Dennis glanced around, a quick flick of his tongue over his lips betraying his anticipation. Karina followed, her gaze sharp and attentive, while Daiichi did his best to keep pace, distracted by the restaurant's bustling atmosphere. The rest trailed in behind them. Karina continued her careful survey of the place, and her focus drifted toward something off to the side that seemed to capture her interest. Scratching her head and narrowing one eye, she announced that she had located the people they were searching for. Daiichi, taken aback, stepped quietly to stand behind her. Seated at a table near the staircase to the second floor, 4 men nursed hefty mugs and tucked into their meals. These were the very same opponents the group had bested before. Nearby, a young woman wearing a headscarf and apron moved gracefully among the tables. Alicia approached Daiichi, stifling a yawn behind her hand, and acknowledged his efforts with a warm compliment on a job well done. Daiichi's gaze settled on the bandit's leg beneath the table. A ragged hole in the pants revealed skin without a trace of injury. With a calm voice, Daiichi remarked that someone had already tended to this man's wound. Memories surfaced of the wounded, dark-haired bandits sprawled on the earth. Karina explained that the bandit gang had a mage among them, one adept in volu magic. Injuries of that sort would be nothing for him to mend. He could restore such wounds within minutes. Daiichi presented the 2 injured men he had just sketched, his fingertips lingering thoughtfully on his chin. He estimated it would require only a few minutes. Karina responded, assuring him that the injuries she caused typically healed in under 3 minutes. Daiichi glanced at Karina, remarking that he had assumed their plan was simply to pose as regular bar patrons. With her eyes shut and head bowed, Karina quietly replied that such measures were no longer needed. With a heavy sigh, Dennis crouched down, his expression clouded with disappointment. He murmured about how much he longed for a drink. Wearing a gentle smile, Freedom placed a reassuring hand on Dennis's back and suggested they pick up some drinks and wait outside for the others. Dennis accepted a hefty jug from an elderly man with a bushy mustache. Nearby, Karina lingered with a figure cloaked in a dark hood, both stationed beside the cart on the bustling street. The 4 men everyone had been anticipating finally emerged from the bar and strode off into the distance. From her vantage point at the corner, Karina observed their departure and quietly noted that the bandits had left the village behind. Dennis and Alicia made their way over to Karina, curiosity sparking in Dennis's eyes as he inquired about the bandits' unusual decision to enter the forest at this particular hour. As the group watched the men drift further into the distance, a voice among them mentioned that venturing into the forest wasn't necessary to get in touch with their companions. Round the corner, Dennis and Alicia Karina kept watch as Karina observed the treeline, convinced the bandits' contact was concealed somewhere among the woods. Intent on their mission, they set off to find him and deliver a letter containing vital information about the village's predicament. With a sly grin, Dennis tapped his finger against his nose and remarked that Bertram's guards possessed far more cunning than he had expected. Through the shadowed depths of the forest, 4 men made their way in silence. The hefty sword strapped to one of their backs caught occasional glimmers of moonlight between the branches. Amid their cautious progress, one member pointed out that if the team struggled to complete their mission or if circumstances shifted unexpectedly, they would send for backup. Concealed within the bushes, Karina positions herself at the front while the others crouch behind her. Their gazes sweep the surroundings in search of movement. Eventually, Alicia's eyes catch a subtle detail that draws her attention. With a tired yet sharp edge to her voice, Alicia points out that someone is concealed in the grass. Dennis and Karina immediately shift their attention toward her. With cautious steps, Alicia led the group through the dense forest, her voice steady as she urged everyone to stay close and follow her lead. A patch of grass-covered land stretched before the group. Hidden within the tall blades, Alicia and her companions crouched low, uneasy about their position. Alicia murmured her concerns, sensing trouble. Daichai fixed his gaze on the horizon, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he tried to make sense of the distant commotion. With a grave expression, Alicia pointed out that if the bandits' words were true, then a member of the vigilantes must be supplying them with information. Squatting down, Dennis explained that when adventurers assembled to hunt monsters, they typically relied on information gathered from the locals. Sitting beside me, Frida quietly mentioned that the knowledge of the local residents often had many gaps. Daichai glanced over at Dennis, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he pondered the strength of the monster hunters. Dennis explained that goblins become troublesome when they swarm together, yet their lack of intelligence holds them back. Their greatest weapon lies in sheer numbers, which can overwhelm even skilled opponents. With a bright smile, Rita mentioned that they were mapping out the territory, even as the hunt carried on. Caution sharpened Daichi's senses as he considered his guests' warnings. If the monsters roaming these parts proved more formidable than goblins or appeared in overwhelming numbers, the situation would demand the deployment of greater military strength. Goblin puppets armed with weapons were arranged by Daichi, who mused that the number of goblins threatening the village was no greater than the defenders prepared to oppose them. Piece by piece, Daichi unraveled the strategy behind the assault on Torin. Vivid images unfolded, portraying bandits unleashing goblins upon helpless villagers. Desperate for safety, the villagers sought the assistance of the guild. Amidst the turmoil, bandits mingled among adventurers, seeking any sign that the villagers might fall to their schemes. Alicia addressed the group, explaining that the bandits had no interest in attacking the entire village. Their real goal was to overcome Bertram's company and then loot the village from the other side. Daichi considered the idea of robbing half the village and escaping Bertram's company without being caught. The entire scheme struck him as far too suspicious. In the heart of the field, the bandits gathered face-to-face with another group of men. Keener observed that the bandits seemed completely unaware of any potential ambush. Alicia countered, pointing out that the bandits kept their guard up and watched their surroundings closely. Kneeling down, Karina asked if Alicia could somehow let everyone hear the bandits' conversation. Alicia nodded in agreement, then closed her eyes to concentrate. Amidst the stillness, Daichai caught the distinct murmur of a bandit's voice. The unexpected sound took him by surprise. Echoes of conversation drifted his way, words about Bertram's caravan arriving in town and the vigilantes drawing unwanted attention. Daichi stared in astonishment at Alicia's display of skill. According to Karina, Alicia had harnessed wind magic, allowing the group to overhear the bandits' conversation. A bandit remarked that the vigilantes had left something behind in the village. A bandit bearing a scar across his cheek struck up a conversation with another group of thieves. He mentioned their interest in the mysterious events unfolding in Torin village, prompting startled reactions from the others. Settled into the grass, Daichi and his companions quietly observed the unfolding scene. The bandits' voices carried on the wind as one pointed out that this village had already fallen victim to their previous raid. His comrades nodded in agreement, recalling the memory. The dark-haired bandit with the crooked nose accused him of having killed everyone back then. Upon hearing these words, Daichai's expression hardened, his features turning stern. One of the bandits mentioned that Bertram's group had yet to make a move since the trouble in the village. The bandit with the humped face cautioned that it was still too soon to be certain, while the bandit beside him quietly wondered about their next steps. Straining to catch every word, Frida and Dennis peered through narrowed eyes. The bandit remarked on their luck, noting the arrival of Bertram's company at this spot. Another bandit, distinguished by his crooked nose, murmured that this would be their biggest haul yet, far surpassing anything they had taken from the village. Crouched low, the group kept a close eye on the bandits as their tense negotiations unfolded. Relief washed over them, and quiet smiles spread as they drew comfort from one another. Memories of the encounter with Daichai and Kaina flashed through the mind of the scar-faced bandit, the taste of defeat still fresh. Muscles tightening, he reminded everyone that he had warned them about the formidable nature of the guards. The bandit with the crooked nose remarked that just 2 of the guards had any real skill in combat. In response, the bandit marked by a scar across his face pointed out that their small number did nothing to reduce how dangerous they might be. The remaining bandits kept their silence, standing watchfully in the background. With a crooked nose and a sly smirk, the outcast explained that one of the guards possessed B-class magic. Calmly, he reassured the others that there was nothing to worry about. 5 magicians from Rhonda had already arrived, their dark outlines gathered in silent watch nearby. Upon hearing those words, Daichai's eyes widened in astonishment. The cat that had nestled against his chest emerged, clearly startled, while the rest of the group exchanged looks of disbelief. Fear gripped Daichi as he sized up the bandits, convinced they matched their own strength. Karina's brow creased in concern, calmly remarking that this confrontation would not be simple. Karina announced to the group that she had gone to report the bandits. Daichai stood quietly behind her, a cat nestled against his chest, while Alicia hovered nearby, both sharing a foolish grin. A sudden voice caught Daichi off guard. Turning, he found Alicia standing there, her smile warm and inviting as she gently asked him to share stories about his parents. Astonishment filled the girl's voice as she cried out about Daichi possessing such groundbreaking theology, likening it to world-class inventions. Standing beside her, Daichi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Her reaction unsettled him, and he responded with a nervous nod, hesitantly agreeing. Uncertainty clouded Daichi's expression as he weighed the idea of confiding in Alicia. Even he lacked a complete understanding of these so-called technologies, which in reality were nothing more than ordinary goods. Daichi folded his arms, his mind racing to devise a distraction. He knew he had to steer the conversation elsewhere, offering Alicia a new topic that would draw her attention away from her previous question. As the kitten stretched with a quiet yawn, inspiration flickered in Daichai's eyes. He leaned forward, offering to share a piece of valuable information with her. Alicia turned to Daichai, her face brightening at his unexpected offer. Daichai loudly declared that cats held great popularity back where he came from. As he gestured emphatically, the nearby cat perked up its ears, catching the attention of everyone. Alicia, taken aback, parted her lips in astonishment. While Daichai and Alicia delved into a lively conversation about how adored cats were in Daichai's homeland, the curious kittens nestled beside them, quietly observing the friendly exchange. Alicia admitted her deep fondness for cats, sharing that she completely understood why so many people adored them. In the area where the boys lived, though, she noticed that cats seemed less celebrated. Daichai disagreed, insisting that cats were extremely popular. Taking her cue from Daichai, Alicia quickly agreed with him. Daichi conjured the scene of a man bowing respectfully to a cat, then mentioned a cafe that came to mind. He shared with Alicia that in his homeland, every 10th person lives with a cat, and various cafes exist solely to celebrate and honor felines. Memories of social networks where cat photos gathered countless likes surfaced in Daichi's mind. Patiently, Daichai described the process to Alicia, explaining that when someone posted a cat picture, it could quickly travel far and wide, reaching people miles away. Daichi exclaimed that back in his country, cats held a unique charm, inspiring countless accessories and products shaped like them. Memories of cat-shaped houses and t-shirts adorned with feline designs filled his mind. Alicia listened to Daichi's tale, her eyes widening with surprise. Wonder filled her as she tried to comprehend the idea of objects appearing as cats. A radiant smile spread across her face, and she pressed her arms gently over her chest, her hands resting above her heart. With bright eyes, Alicia declared she grasped the heart of cat-themed products, yet one puzzle remained: why shape everyday items like cats? Daichi chuckled at her curiosity and began searching through his bag. Behind him, a handkerchief lay neatly folded, while a small torch cast a soft glow nearby. From his bag, Daichi produced a pair of slippers, a watch, and a whimsical mug adorned with seals, their ears, tails, and muzzles either drawn in detail or traced as delicate outlines. With quiet confidence, Daichi remarked that a single glance at these treasures would leave anyone utterly enchanted. The sight before her sent a shiver of delight through Alicia. Her cheeks flushed, teeth pressed tightly together, and an involuntary blush colored her face. Only a single word escaped her lips, murmured in awe, "Adorable." Daichi went on, listing all sorts of cat-themed objects, plates, pillows, even adapters shaped like cats. Each time, Alicia responded with a gentle smile, finding everything delightfully sweet. The only exception came when adapters were mentioned. She quietly admitted she had no idea what those were, though she still insisted that, to her, they seemed just as charming as the rest. Delight swept over Alicia as she tumbled to the ground. Rising with newfound understanding, she expressed that she finally grasped Daichi's point. Cats existed to be irresistibly cute. Struggling to her feet, Alicia wavered unsteadily, her legs barely supporting her weight. She remarked with quiet admiration that the Daichi homeland never failed to impress, excelling not only in technological advancements, but also in crafting everyday tools. Nearby, Daichi watched her with a gentle smile. Alicia bowed her head, tears streaming down her face. In a choked voice, she insisted that the tools should be shaped like cats. Her lifelong dream had been to craft enchanted instruments, yet this particular inspiration had never crossed her mind before. Daichi gently rested his hand on Alicia's bare shoulder, offering soothing words as he reassured her that everything would be all right. Alicia knelt quietly, while Dachai lowered himself beside her, his hand resting reassuringly on her shoulder. He advised her against copying this approach, warning that inspiration might not always strike her in the same way. As a creator, her talent stands on equal footing with the inventors and artists from Daiichi's homeland. Overcome with frustration, Daiichi suddenly burst out, insisting that Alicia's recent loss meant everything had fallen apart. Meanwhile, the cat lounged at his side, casually scratching its muzzle with a paw. Alicia turned her bright, eager gaze to Daiichi as his voice rose again, telling her that now was the time to focus on enjoying the company of the cats. Shielding Alicia with his presence, Daiichi pushed open a towering door. From the widening gap, brilliant rays of light spilled into the room. He told her that all she needed to do was step through to discover a new world. Alicia's eyes sparkled as she glanced at him, her voice full of excitement as she declared her readiness to embrace the adventure. Alicia walked up to Daiichi, requesting his guidance. Daiichi greeted her with a bright smile, promising to teach her everything she needed. All she had to do was place her trust in him. Inwardly, Daiichi admitted that keeping up his act around Alicia had become a challenge, leaving him feeling somewhat weary. Daiichi went on to describe the unique qualities cats possessed, gently presenting Alicia with a cat's velvety paw. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she struggled to grasp its purpose. Daiichi explained that the device served as a tool, designed to press or squeeze a cat's soft paw whenever one desired. Daiichi presented a cat carrier, an unfamiliar item, to Alicia. As he revealed the cat inside, Alicia's hand rose to her mouth in delighted surprise. She recognized Nick immediately, curled up comfortably within the carrier. The cat slipped out of the carrier, dressed in charming clothes adorned with jingling bells. Asilist watched, puzzled by the irresistible cuteness she radiated. With a gentle motion, the cat tucked his paws under and rested his head upon them, delicate wings perched upon his back. Slowly, he twisted around to face the other direction. A robot cat rolled in on a small train, balancing a drink with one paw. Nick, the real cat, settled beside the robotic visitor, eyeing it with curiosity. Brightly, the robot cat offered a friendly greeting to the group. Daiichi watched with a smile and remarked on the clever combination of technology and cats. With a cheerful wave, Alicia insisted Daiichi present her with even more cat-themed treasures. Accepting the challenge, Daiichi declared it was time for them to move forward. Alicia now sported seal-like ears and paws, her outfit transformed as well. The crowd called out, urging her to truly embrace her inner cat and become irresistibly cute. Overwhelmed, Alicia's nerves kicked in, but she threw herself into the game regardless. Daiichi explained that she should begin meowing. With her hands hidden beneath gloves shaped like cat paws, Alicia pressed them to her mouth and admitted her embarrassment. Daiichi's expression softened into a cat-like gaze, and he reminded Alicia to finish the app with a meow. Alicia curled her gloved hands into playful cat paws, her mouth parting in a drawn-out meow as she arched her back, perfectly mimicking the graceful stretch of a feline. Daiichi voiced his delight at Alicia's progress, noting her sweetness. Nestled on Daiichi's lap, Alicia displayed a tail and soft paws on her feet. With hands pressed to her cheeks, she kept meowing softly. Daiichi offered her more words of praise. Alicia slipped into her pajamas, transforming into an adorable cat with a hooded one-piece adorned with perky ears. As she wandered around, softly meowing, Daiichi watched with shining eyes, overcome with pure joy and emotion. Delight lit up Daichi's face as he shouted encouragement, praising Alicia's progress and insisting they keep going. Meanwhile, Karina emerged behind him, her expression grave. The scene unfolding before her left her visibly stunned. Hidden among the shadows, Daiichi and his companions listened intently to the hushed conversation of the bandits nearby. Assessing the situation, Daiichi judged that these 5 bandits possessed the skills of B-rank magicians. A crooked-nosed bandit wore a sly grin, flanked by his 2 henchmen, one looming tall, the other noticeably short. Daiichi sized them up and understood the source of their bold confidence. The scar-faced bandit claimed first-hand experience battling the city guards and announced he had insights to share. His 3 companions gathered silently behind him, their presence lending weight to his words. The scar-faced man suggested waiting until the guards moved on before making their move. Daiichi listened, startled by what the bandit had just revealed. With a mocking grin, the leader of the trio questioned whether the man holding the ball felt intimidated by the guards. In a quiet voice, the man admitted his fear. Surprise flickered across the hook-nosed man's face at the honesty in the response. Meanwhile, the scarred man acknowledged the girl's danger, admitting he could grasp how she managed to overpower them. However, comprehension eluded him regarding the young man's methods, and Daiichi's image rose vividly in his mind. A deep furrow appeared on the scarred man's brow, as he admitted that the only clear memory he had was Daiichi driving a chunk of lead straight into his leg. Nearby, the hook-nosed man absent-mindedly scratched his cheek, and guessed that some kind of earth magic was likely at play. Memories of Karin and Daiichi flickered in the bandit's mind as he pondered the situation. If a magical projectile had struck, his enchanted armor would have easily blocked it. Yet, he observed that the man relied on something other than a spell. Among the bandits, one burst out in anger, recalling how two of his comrades had lost their legs in that battle, victims of that man's deadly skills. Another bandit responded with a shrug, placing the blame on their own carelessness for letting their guard down. Dennis started to believe there were only 6 bandits causing trouble in the village. Standing nearby, Freed considered his words carefully. The scar-faced man muttered about wasting his time, shuffled his feet impatiently, and insisted that the villagers needed to hear the entire story. The 3 men turned on their heels and started to walk away. The last of them announced that the final decision would be reached tomorrow, advising the others to pray that the bandits would call off the raid. The man agreed, but some unexpected noise caught his attention, prompting him to turn around. Corina informed the group it was time to move on. Overhead, the crowns of the trees rustled, standing tall where they had been planted years ago. Soon, the landscape shifted, revealing a deep gorge and the sheer face of a cliff ahead. A throng of bandits crowded the gorge, encircling a cluster of barrels stacked near the rocky wall. Their gazes converged on a single spot, where a one-eyed cat, as tall as a human, silently held their collective attention. With a skeptical twist of his crooked nose, the man accused Eli and his team of treating the mission with too much carelessness. Their overconfidence led to a scuffle with a guard girl, and ultimately, a swift defeat at the hands of another man. From the crowd, a burly blond man with a short beard stepped forward, arms folded across his chest. With a steady gaze, he inquired whether it was certain that among the guards stood a magician of B-rank caliber. Remaining silent after his question, he watched intently for any response. The man explained that a single magician could be found in the area, a girl distinguished by her Magician Guild badge. Nearby, a dark-haired man inquired whether the individual they encountered truly surpassed the rank magician in strength. The hook-nosed man remarked that Elaine, too, had taken notice of the boy, and in his view, the boy possessed a surprising strength that belied his appearance. Silent glances shot between the men before quiet deliberation gave way to determined talk of their next steps. The hooded man warned that if these individuals belonged to Bertram's crew, serious problems could arise. Quietly, the 3 men continued their work, lost in thought as they tried to make sense of the unfolding situation. A crowd of bandits clustered nearby, watching the negotiations unfold. One among them remarked that their numbers alone were enough to overpower the newcomers. Among the gathering, murmurs of uncertainty spread as the men questioned their own strength, suspicion flickering in their eyes at the thought that their opponents possessed magical powers. In the midst of this doubt, a bearded man with dark hair spoke up, reminding the group to remember their own capabilities and not to hesitate in intimidating the others. With a commanding voice, the bearded blond man called for silence. The dark-haired man and the scarred companion immediately turned toward the source of the outburst. At the back, a young man lounged among the group, a cheerful grin lighting up his face. He remarked that even if the vigilante took action, Bertram's company had no intention of offering their support. With a sly wink, the young man caught the attention of a burly, bearded blonde who had just quieted the group. That same man wanted to know if their companion had already set a trap for the intruders. Pete rested against a barrel on the floor, calmly explaining that Bertram's company leader would be traveling with the caravan. He recommended preparing traps for the vigilantes ahead of time and assigned the job of drawing them in. Arms folded across his chest, the blond man announced that vigilantes were watching over the north gate while Bertram's caravan had halted at the south entrance. The others remained quiet, attentive to his words. The hook-nosed man gave his approval, mentioning that Alan had already informed them. Pete, wearing a bright smile, introduced the men who would be leading the assault and explained that if the attack came from the north gate, Bertram's company stood ready to provide support. The group huddled together, weighing their options for the next move. The urge to seize whatever they could before backup showed up or confront the local vigilantes buzzed among them. Pete, realizing how little there was worth taking, regarded his companions with a look of disbelief. Conversations swirled among the men about how, unlike in previous times, the village now boasted a lively presence of many young girls, offering new opportunities for entertainment. The lively chatter continued without pause. The blond man maintained a grave expression, convinced that any chance of understanding between them had already slipped away. Lost in contemplation, the blond man weighed the flaws in the plan. Nuances and minor details caught his attention as he quietly analyzed possible obstacles and considered ways to overcome them. The men's clamor filled the air as they debated launching an assault on Bertram's group, their thoughts drawn to the tempting wealth stashed in the wagons. A dark-haired man with a beard muttered that joining forces with Bertram's group was out of the question. Their strength was simply overwhelming. The bandits, absorbing his words, fell silent and slipped into deep contemplation. Pete thoughtfully stroked his chin, remarking that a magician of that caliber might pose a significant challenge for their group. With a curious glance, the blond man turned to Pete, seeking his thoughts on the unfolding situation. Pete, recalling the fear etched across Alan's face, remarked that Alan's opinion carried little weight, given how frightened he had been. Rising to his feet, Pete extended his arms wide, declaring that every member of Bertram's team possessed remarkable fighting skills. To keep losses to a minimum, it was essential to steer clear of head-on clashes with them. Pete parted his lips, letting his tongue slip out as he thoughtfully pressed a hand to his chin. After a moment, he suggested that a surprise attack should be arranged. With astonishment flickering in his eyes, the blond man turned to Pete and inquired how he intended to make this work. Pete remained motionless, arms extended wide as the bandits fixed their gazes on him, each one silently observing his every move. With a broad grin spreading across his face, Pete clasped his hands together and confidently declared that overcoming the Northgate warriors would be no challenge at all. The bandits exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Pete's eyes narrowed as he asserted that confronting the vigilantes in Ram would ensure their victory. With a quick sketch of a small figure, Pete explained that if the vigilantes shifted their attention to guarding themselves, their defeat would come swiftly. Pete pointed out that if the vigilantes merely focused on defending themselves, the bandits could easily begin looting the village. Cheers erupted as the bandits lifted their fists and weapons high, celebrating the victory that seemed within their reach. With a gentle smile and closed eyes, Pete anticipated that his opponent would follow their own instincts. With arms extended wide, Pete calmly observed that the vigilantes were no fools. More than likely, they had already gathered all the villagers together for their safety. Most of them were probably assembled in the very heart of the village. Curly hair framing his determined gaze, the man explained that removing the vigilantes would only invite members of Bertram's company, who were still lingering in the village, to take their place. Across from him, the hooded figure and the scar-faced man fixed their eyes on him, absorbing every word in thoughtful silence. With a confident grin, the curly-haired man commented that the foolish vigilantes would scatter their group in this situation. Displeasure flickered across Pete's face at those words, convinced that out of everyone present, the real fool was the man with the curls. Transforming partly into a box, Pete announced that the vigilantes would concentrate on holding their ground. Arms folded, he glanced at the blond man, explaining that they needed to stall for time until Bertram's company could arrive and assist. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of the curly-haired man as he wondered what was holding them back. Driven by impatience, he proposed they plunder the abandoned houses while awaiting reinforcements, planning to slip away from the village as soon as possible. A skeptical frown creased the curly-haired man's face as he voiced his disbelief in Pete's claim that Bertram's company would reach the village before their departure. In his view, only someone blinded by greed and reckless desperation would fail to escape in time. With arms folded across his chest, the curly-haired man called out, his voice echoing with confidence that they weren't fools and would escape before trouble arrived. The bandit at his back chimed in with a grin, clearly pleased with their plan. With his hands shielding his face and head bowed low, Pete seethed in silent frustration, utterly bewildered by the foolishness that seemed to surround him on all sides. With a quick mental calculation, the curly-haired man determined that Bertram's company would arrive too late. By the time reinforcements showed up, they would have already vanished from the village with their spoils. Pete led the way through the abandoned homes, explaining that should the villagers be forced to evacuate, they would take every last coin and provision with them. Nothing of value would remain, and anyone searching through these houses would find only emptiness for their efforts. Curly hair bouncing with each movement, the man shifted his attention to the hooded companion and suggested that launching an assault on Bertram's company caravan might be simpler. Meanwhile, the hooded figure absent-mindedly picked his nose as he listened to the group discuss their next move. Pete, eyes closed in thought, suddenly felt inspiration dawn within him. Pete raised his hands expressively, explaining that targeting Bertram's company would only put them directly in conflict with its members. Such a confrontation should be avoided, as Bertram's group possessed far greater strength than typical vigilantes. Blocking Pete's path, the curly-haired man warned that approaching the ram now would be dangerous, as it might charge without warning. Frustration flickered across Pete's face, his jaw tensed and his lips quivered with restrained emotion. A broad smile spread across Pete's face as he clasped his hands together. He remarked that everyone shared the same sentiment. The man with curly hair, slightly flustered, nodded in agreement with Pete. As Pete steered past the curly-haired man, he turned his attention to the rest of the bandits. His words hinted at a strategy. A portion of their forces would remain stationed in the south, while others would slip into the center of the village to act as guerrillas. Bandits absorbed Pete's plan with focused attention. Pete unfolded the attack plan before the group, guiding their attention to the figures painted on the map. On the northern front, the bandits pressed against the vigilantes. Across the south, Bertram's company held their ground alongside a solitary figure positioned at the center. Seeing the tension to the north, partisans from Bertram's company advanced to support the vigilantes. Pete flashed a sly grin and raised a single finger, explaining that once the vigilantes were out of the picture, the villagers' hope for rescue would vanish, leaving only Bertram's company for them to confront. Pete paced the area, confidently asserting that, before the knights had any chance to aid the vigilantes, Bertram's group would be caught off guard and quickly relieved of their valuables. The wagons, brimming with treasure and left unprotected, tempted the bandits as they plotted their next move. One whispered that launching an attack on Bertram's caravan would give the residents enough time to flee and conceal themselves. His companion countered, predicting that most of the villagers would instead take shelter inside the very wagons they planned to raid. The bandits exchanged nods, their agreement with the plan evident in their hushed voices. A man with striking blonde hair regarded them thoughtfully before revealing that the supposed assault on the vigilantes was merely a decoy, a ruse concocted by Pete, who would soon share the true scheme. With an enthusiastic smile spreading across his face, Pete lifted his arms in agreement, affirming that the blonde-haired man spoke the truth. Pete's declaration unsettled the bandits, sparking anger in their eyes as they shot furious glances his way. A shadow flickered across Pete's face as a sly smile spread across his lips. He announced that the time had come to reveal their true plan, the one they would all follow. Nervous glances passed between the bandits, uncertainty tightening their features, while the blonde man could not suppress a crooked grin. All eyes were fixed on Pete, bracing for the details of his scheme. Meanwhile, in a small house within the village, a fist slammed down hard on the table. An elderly man's voice rang out in a fit of rage, sending a wave of fear through the two men nearby. Rising from behind a chair, an elderly man addressed the gathering with a chilling tone. Encircled by the villagers inside the headman's home, he commanded attention as tensions mounted. The meeting centered on the threat of bandits, believed to be concealed among the adventurers traveling with the main party. Midst the clatter of armor, a man carefully repositioned the knights, each clad in helmets and gripping their spears. The meeting addressed two pressing concerns. First, deciding on a course of action with the newfound intelligence about the bandits, and second, establishing how best to protect the village until reinforcements of additional knights could arrive. Regarding the information obtained by the bandits, the elderly man concluded that the leak must have happened near the village of Takura. He suspected the bandits had relied on their usual tricks. This possibility lingered in Taichi's mind as he considered the situation carefully. Daichi, Alicia, Frida, and Dennis gathered around the table, with Nick the cat perched comfortably beside them. Mugs clustered around a jug at the center, offering a cozy atmosphere. Slowly, Daichi rested his hands on the table and leaned forward, lowering his head onto them. With his head buried in his arms, Daichi quietly agreed that they would go along with the plan devised during the general meeting. The diagram revealed a towering wall encircling the entire village, leaving only two possible exits, one to the north and another to the south. At the northern gate, vigilant guards and seasoned adventurers maintained a constant watch, while the southern passage fell under the strict control of the company's personnel. Daichi presented the small men, assuring everyone of their ability to thwart any assault. Plans were made to deploy a portion of their unit to the village center. With the guerrillas positioned there, support could swiftly reach both the southern and northern sectors, and any intrusion by bandits through the walls would be quickly detected. Daichi explained that civilians from both the northern and southern areas were being relocated to shelters, all in an effort to reduce potential harm. Daichi intends to present this plan to Bertram's company. The image of the elderly man's stern expression lingered in his mind, while thoughts of the bandits, hidden behind the guise of adventurers, mingled with those of the vigilantes who would be stationed at the north gate. Dennis lifted his hand, voicing the concern that Daichi showed no fear about the possibility of their plan failing and leaving them empty-handed. Daichi regarded Dennis thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom behind his perspective. With a casual wink, Free implied that the villagers lacked the creativity to devise a superior solution. Even if inspiration struck, time constraints would prevent them from acting, leaving them little choice but to accept the young man's proposal. Daichi's lips parted in subtle astonishment, taken aback by Frida's unexpected honesty. Both Daichi and Alicia caught a faint sound nearby and instinctively turned to see what it was. Frina suggested it was time to leave, prompting Dennis to rise from his seat. With his hands resting on the table, he hesitated briefly before heading off to the restroom. Light streamed in through the windows, casting a warm glow along the brick corridors. In one of the dimly lit corridors, the group crossed paths with Karina, the chief, and an unfamiliar man. With a cold edge to his voice, the chief insisted they follow the plan and made it clear that no one should stray from it. Daichai, Alicia, Karina, Dennis, and Frida were assigned to remain with Santa Claus at the south gate, readying themselves for the impending bandit assault. The remainder of the escort squad would be posted in the heart of the village, led by Captain Jeffrey, whose dark hair and scarred face spoke of past battles. At any moment, they stood ready to assist any group in need. The command to prepare for battle rang out, prompting the men to spring into action without hesitation. Soldiers dashed through the camp, weaving between tents and wagons as they readied themselves. Off to one side, a distinctive tent set itself apart from the rest. Seated inside the tent, gripping a plastic water bottle and a gun, he mulled over the uncertainty of the bandits' magical armor. Doubts crept in about whether his weapon could actually inflict any serious harm, making him weigh every possible outcome. A collection of firearms lay scattered beside Daichi, prompting him to ponder which caliber would best suit his needs as he prepared to depart. Daichi pictured himself clad in a soldier's uniform, gripping weapons in both hands. Even in this vivid daydream, uncertainty lingered. He realized identifying the bandit who possessed the level B magician skill would remain elusive. Spraying bullets indiscriminately might only lead to disaster. Daichi powered up his laptop and started watching a tutorial on proper shooting techniques. His mind raced with strategies. Maybe he should attack everyone at once and deal with the survivors afterward, or perhaps it would be easier to gas the entire group into unconsciousness first. Daichi's attention drifts as the cat appears, carrying something unusual in its mouth. The animal drops a bundle at Daichi's feet, where various weapons of all shapes and sizes lay scattered. Interpreting the gesture as an invitation to play, Daichi assumes the cat has offered him the bundle out of mischief. Suddenly, crackling voices spilled from the walkie-talkie resting on the table behind him. The unexpected chatter caught Daichi off guard, and amid the static, someone revealed over the radio that the entire plan was a ruse. Daichi shifted his attention to the table, where the wacky-tacky device crackled on, revealing that their true objective was Bertram's company. Eyes still on the radio, Daichi broke into a grin at the broadcast. With a quick apology to the cat, he promised they would play together soon. The cat sat quietly, watching as Daichi's attention drifted elsewhere. Daichi stood before the table, a walkie-talkie resting on its surface. Beads of sweat traced his cheeks as anxiety gnawed at him over news that the plan had been a sham. Beside him, the cat watched the table in silence. The radio crackled with ongoing chatter, claiming the vigilantes were easy prey and suggesting their behavior would change drastically under pressure. With a cheerful smile, Pete explained that their true objective lay with Bertram's company. Opportunities to assail the village would come again, but moments like this, to strike at the caravan, were rare and shouldn't slip through their fingers. According to the blonde, the caravan's real objectives centered on the cargo it carried. Pete emphasized the value of the cargo, yet his real focus remained on seizing their leader. Among the group, a bandit wondered aloud if anyone had ever glimpsed Bertram's head. In response, Pete gestured toward the dark-haired Joseph, confirming that both he and Joseph were familiar with its appearance. Pete introduced the painted man to the bandits and carefully explained their scheme. According to the plan, one of their own would pretend to lose a letter detailing their upcoming strategy. The adventurer waiting at Northgate would discover this letter and, in doing so, uncover their next move. The men grew agitated, voices rising as they speculated that once the company discovered the letter, its troops would quickly be handed over to the vigilantes. Another added that, more likely, the company would just flood the village center with even more personnel. Meanwhile, Pete radiated joy, his face alight with satisfaction. Pete figured they would probably shift their troops toward the center, keeping their top lieutenants close by. Lifting his hand, Pete remarked that only the most formidable warriors would remain near the leader, capable of overcoming any opposition. Anger flared in the eyes of the curly-haired man as he jabbed his finger at Pete. He reminded Pete of his own words about the formidable strength of Bertram's guards, and now questioned why Pete was urging the bandits to launch an assault against such powerful foes. A sly grin spread across Pete's face as he winked. Confidence filled his voice when he claimed victory was certain if he and the three men behind him joined forces. He mentioned that adding a blonde-haired man as their leader would make their success even more assured. The hooded man remarked that it had been ages since they faced any real competition and warned Yosef to take care not to destroy everything. Tension quickly escalated as the group traded harsh words and threats, prompting someone nearby to urge them to settle down. A handful of bandits gathered on the sidelines, grinning with satisfaction as their plan took shape. Among them, 5 stood out from the crowd, their expressions twisting into sinister smiles. Unlike the typical rabble, these five possessed the discipline and presence of true soldiers. With a raised finger and a thoughtful squint, Pete remarked that practicing the technique would help them build greater confidence. All eyes turned toward the depths of the gorge as a chorus of terrible sounds echoed upwards. Shadows swallowed everything below, making it impossible to see what lurked in the darkness. Several bandits peered anxiously into the shadows, fear flickering in their eyes. One among them spoke up, insisting it was time to play their trump card to avoid future regrets should they fall. The bandit leader extended his hand, declaring the decision final. Alien and his followers would be told to prepare for an assault on the North Gate the following night. He ordered me to draft and deliver a false letter to deceive them. The bandits stirred, scattering stealthily around the cave, while their leader insisted every detail be included in the letter. His voice rang out, commanding that the assault would commence the following night. Settled on his haunches, Daichai rested his chin in one hand, his face absorbed in concentration, while the murmurs from the radio drifted into the room. Reports confirmed Pete's earlier warning. The bandits planned to strike that very night if their need to regroup proved urgent. A voice called out, asking if entry into Daichi's tent was permitted. The unexpected request caught Daichi off guard, leaving him visibly startled. Karina explained that Captain Jeffrey had uncovered details about the bandits' scheme, and the chief urgently needed to consult with Daichi. He assured her he would arrive shortly, then slipped his phone into his pocket. In the leader's tent, a torch cast a warm glow beside him, while the bandit's letter rested on the ground. Raising his hand, the leader calmly informed everyone that the bandits planned to attack that very night. Daichai and the others turned their attention to the village chief, their expressions serious as he spoke. Holding up a letter for all to see, the chief revealed that the patrol had apprehended a suspicious adventurer. With this adventurer, they discovered a letter intended for the bandits who had infiltrated the village. Wearing a grave expression, the leader explained that the bandits had probably discovered their partisan unit hidden in the heart of the village. The head's expression grew darker as he revealed that the bandits aimed to eliminate the vigilantes swiftly, planning to use this as a means to seize control of the northern gate. Painted figures depicted the bandits' strategy, laying their intentions bare. According to the leader, the group would be singled out as the next target. The bandits lacked the strength to overcome everyone at once, so their plan involved isolating each member and confronting them one by one. Dennis explained that this was actually the scheme devised by the true bandits. Frida, considering his words, remarked that such a plan would collapse without strong leadership, someone with the authority seen in the military or the night patrol. She listened to the boys' conversation with a thoughtful gaze. The group clustered around the table, where the head sat in authority. Dennis, curiosity evident in his voice, inquired about the reason for their gathering. In response, the head of state brought his hand down on the table with a decisive thud. The head declared firmly that he would not allow the bandits to act as they pleased. News had already reached the partisan detachment, who were now on their way to join the vigilantes. He called for the young men to make their way to the North Gate and offer their support. The group hung on his every word, captivated by the urgency in his tone. Placing a firm hand over his heart, Dennis promised to fulfill the command, though he couldn't help but ask what the head planned to do during this time. The head calmly responded, expressing his intention to remain with the merchants. Karina, turning to them, declared her desire to stay by the head's side. Settling back into his chair, the head intertwined his fingers and assured everyone that the company's staff would ensure his safety. The young man calmly insisted there was nothing to be concerned about. Turning to the leader, Dennis pointed out that the team would fight with greater confidence if they knew the leader was safe. Frida added that accepting Karina's offer of protection was the best course for the leader. The leader raised a hand in a sweeping gesture, explaining that the bandit group included 5-level mages. Without Karina, their chances in battle could suffer. Bakai recalled overhearing the bandits' radio chatter, which helped him piece together their intended strategy. Without warning, Daichi darted forward and raised his voice, insisting that the head must hear him out before reaching any decision. Remaining calm, the head inquired whether this matter truly demanded immediate attention. Daichi stressed the urgency of their conversation, warning that the South Gate must not be left unattended. The chief's temper flared, baffled as to why Daichi's warning would have any bearing on his command. Daichi calmly places a gadget on the table before the head and explains that, by simply listening, the truth behind the bandits' scheme will become clear. It was nothing but a clever deception. Surprise flickers across the head's face as his gaze shifts between Daichi and the mysterious device now resting before him. The device emitted a series of beeps before a voice announced the need to deliberately spread false information about the attack. Shortly after, another voice wondered aloud if it was time to guide Bertram's company straight into an ambush. Stunned by these revelations, the group could hardly believe their ears. Leaning over the device emitting voices, the head listened intently as those on the other end discussed both the plan and its execution. Despite hearing the sounds, a lingering doubt persisted. It was hard to accept that a real human voice was coming from such a contraption. Frida's hand flew to her mouth, astonishment written across her face. Dennis kept his gaze fixed on the table, unblinking. Karina pressed her hands to her forehead, overwhelmed, while Alicia faced the room with a bright, carefree smile. Lifting the device, Daichi quietly revealed that this was the real plan lurking behind the bandits' actions. With a faint parting of his lips, the head inquired about the kind of tool Daichi had brought. A moment later, he dismissed his own question, deciding that such details were irrelevant. Confusion filled his mind as he tried to grasp how their discussion had drifted from the device itself to the manner in which Daichi had acquired it. Daichi recounts how, while they were in the forest trailing the bandits south of the village, they abandoned their device about a kilometer away from where they stand now. Shock seized the head at Daichi's revelation, as the news was clearly recent. Suddenly, a loud shout announced someone's approach, prompting everyone to whip around in alarm toward the source of the disturbance. A breathless soldier charged into the head's tent, where the leader and his men were gathered. He blurted out news that the northern gate had come under attack and fighting had broken out. As the group swiveled to face him, the soldier continued, voice raised, reporting that a signal flare had just been fired into the sky. Rising from his chair, the head abruptly caught Daichi's gaze. With his hands pressed firmly on the table, he paused, weighing his next move. In response, Daichi lifted a hand, closed his eyes, and bowed his head, calmly announcing that he had a plan. Daichi gestures toward a specific marker on the map, explaining that their enemies have turned the band's own tactics against them. With a grave expression, he reveals just how straightforward the situation truly is. Daichi laid out his strategy through clear diagrams sketched by hand, capturing everyone's attention. According to his analysis, the bandits were expected to approach from the south. The team planned to circle around and position themselves to ambush the intruders along the narrow passage between the southern forest and the main gate. Daichi traced a path across the map with his finger, drawing the others' full attention. With quiet confidence, he assured them it would all fall into place. The key, he explained, was making the bandits feel as though nothing had gone awry and their scheme was unfolding exactly as intended. Daichi pressed on, presenting the little men with confidence. He explained the plan. Their task was to convince the bandits that every southern soldier had been ordered to march toward the northern gate. Daichi continued, explaining that she, Karina, Fried, Dennis, and Alicia would remain with the caravan. Meanwhile, the masked civilians would travel north in their place. The leader will position himself in the square, making it look as if he is solely responsible for guarding the gate. This will lure the bandits toward his location. Meanwhile, the others will circle around to flank the bandits from the opposite direction. Once the bandits let their guard down, the group will launch a surprise attack. With a bright grin, Daichi remarked that, even if their surprise attack failed, they would still manage to stall long enough for the head claws to reach the heart of the village. Karina, visibly upset, struck the table with her palm, voicing how risky the plan truly was. With unwavering composure, Daichi stated that bandits were on their way to attack. Conversation about the dangers faded quickly as urgency took over. Kaina then noted that the group of bandits was advancing toward the south gate and proposed gathering everyone and retreating at once. With his arms locked tightly across his chest, Dennis insisted their plan stood no chance. Nearby, Frieda pressed her hand to her chin, mulling over the situation, and calmly pointed out that the bandits would reach them before any rescue could arrive. The group planned to confront the bandits in the village center to delay them until reinforcements arrived from the north. Karina suggested that if the vigilantes held their position at the north gate, the combined strength of the company would be enough to overcome any opposition. With both hands lifted high, Karina beamed and eagerly sought confirmation that her answer was correct. Dennis hesitated before explaining that her assessment would be accurate if the fight itself was their only concern. Frieda stood quietly beside Dennis, both of them fixing their gaze on Karina. The head narrowed her eyes, furrowing her brow as she listened carefully to the group. Frieda quietly remarked that she doubted the head would ever agree to Karina's proposal. Daichi lowered his head, arms folded tightly across his chest, his eyes closing as he spoke. He explained that it might be possible to draw all the bandits into the center of the village. Yet their real aim was far more sinister. They intended to capture Klaus's leader. Karina's eyes widened in shock, but Daichi gently brought her focus back to the south, reminding her of the civilians still in danger there, waiting to be evacuated. A heavy gloom settled over Karina, her spirits dimmed by a wave of sadness. With her fists tightly closed and her head bowed low, she stood rooted to the spot. Sensing the shift in her mood, Daichi glanced back to observe Karina more closely. Standing before Klaus, the young man pondered their chances of overcoming the bandits. In the midst of uncertainty, Daichi ended the silence by revealing that he possessed a secret weapon. The clan leader fixed the group with a piercing stare, his fingers interlaced before his face. Calmly, he revealed the Daichi special weapon, a legendary tool said to vanquish 60 bandits at once, including 5 powerful magicians. Speculation arose about whether his expertise lay in devastating mass destruction magic, or perhaps in wielding a powerful magical tool designed for such catastrophic effects. Daichi considered the situation, his mouth set in a firm line, and explained that he could force the bandits to surrender without resorting to killing. The men encircling him stared in disbelief at his words. Loyal Klaus struggled to grasp how such a feat could be accomplished. Slamming her fist against the table, Karina jabbed an accusing finger toward Daichi and raised her voice, insisting he was no match for the bandits. She demanded that his careless attitude come to an end. Before she could continue, Dennis reached out, trying to restrain her hand. Dennis steps forward, gently moving Karina behind him as a shield of protection. Confusion flickers in Karina's eyes, unsure of what's unfolding. Dennis calmly states that it's impossible for anyone to simply trust Daichi could handle the notorious 60s bandits on his own. Dennis furrowed his brow, remarking that it seemed even less believable for the bandits to have survived such an ordeal. With a raised finger, the head signaled agreement with Dennis. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he anticipated hearing how Daichi intended to execute his plan. He waited silently, expecting Daichi to share his explanation. Daichi dug into his bag, hesitating as he mentioned his reluctance to reveal his secret weapon too soon. Carefully, he pulled an item from the depths of the bag. Bringing it close to his face, he explained that nothing would work without this essential tool, so he decided it was time to share everything with the others. Daichi unveiled a hidden tool, and the area around the headscarf stood deserted. Nearby, a cluster of torches and another handkerchief rested quietly. Tranquility enveloped the village as a gentle river meandered behind a sturdy stone fence. A lone bridge spanned the water, linking to a solitary house nestled nearby, beyond which only wide fields stretched into the distance. Outside, Daichi and his companions lingered in anticipation. Alicia stood apart, her eyes downcast. By the head's decision, she had been suspended from the forthcoming mission. Alicia spoke up against the chief's decision, suggesting that using offensive magic outside the village would be far more practical. Hearing her reasoning, Klaus, the head, reconsidered and withdrew his previous stance. Daichi glanced sideways, quietly considering that Alicia's true strength lay in casting spells from a distance. Meanwhile, Karina assured him with unwavering confidence that everything in their plan would unfold seamlessly. Hearing this, Daichi shifted his gaze toward Karina. Daichi glanced back and admitted he hadn't fully won them over. If the leader judged his plan too risky, the others had the option to walk away and let Daichi handle the rest alone. Should the plan collapse, Daichi would respond with a sweeping rifle assault. Alicia materialized quietly behind Daichi, catching him off guard. A gentle smile played on her lips, hinting at her readiness to step in with a spell if things went awry. Silence hung over the street, broken only by Karina's desperate cries. She insisted she would never let them be alone together. In response, they calmly explained that without him, the second phase of their plan could never move forward. Extending her hand with quiet determination, Karina vowed to stay by their side until the very end. Though doubts lingered about the success of the plan's second stage, a furrow creased her brow as she insisted they would all escape together. If it came to it, she would carry everyone herself. With that, she spun sharply on her heel, ready to lead the way. With a nervous hand brushing his face, Daichi offered Karina a reassuring smile, urging her not to fret so much. Dennis rested his hand against his face, admitting he had heard tales of Daichi's remarkable abilities. Yet, he remained puzzled by Daichi's unwavering self-assurance. Meanwhile, Fried, wearing a gentle smile, remarked that regardless of an opponent's strength, it is unwise to ever lower one's guard. With a hint of irritation, Karina remarked that although Daichi might be considered a first-class magician, he lacked any real combat experience. The comment caught Daichi off guard. Karina pressed her finger against Daichi's chest, remarking that even gifted magicians had sometimes lost their lives to lowly bandits simply due to inexperience. All those unfortunate magicians shared a single trait. Disdain flickered across Karina's face as she remarked on the arrogance of the magicians. Daichi glanced her way, surprise evident in his eyes, and silently admitted to himself that the situation felt intimidating. Daichi raised a fist near his face and let out a brief cough. With his eyes gently closed, he spoke of an old proverb from his homeland. Understanding both your own strengths and the nature of your enemy allows you to face even 100 battles without fear for the outcome. Surprise flickered across Karina's face as she struggled to grasp the meaning behind the unfamiliar saying. Behind her, Alicia offered a gentle smile, her presence calm and reassuring. Turning his back on Karina, Daichi explained that understanding both your own strengths and those of your opponent ensures triumph, no matter how many battles you face. That, he said, is the true meaning behind the proverb. Alicia marveled at Daichi's unique approach, while Karina, watching from behind, remarked that she grasped the overall intent of the proverb. Daichi lifted his hand and explained that their knowledge of the enemy's strategy was their greatest strength, allowing them to turn the plan back on their foes. Karina, however, voiced her concerns. She admitted she understood his point, yet noted his carelessness as the group continued their conversation. Daichi opened his arms wide, sensing the skepticism in the eyes of his companions. To them, he must have looked like nothing more than an innocent, inexperienced boy. Yet with quiet resolve, he insisted that while he lacked practical experience, his understanding and knowledge more than made up for it. Daichi mused over the countless books he had devoured across various genres, especially those chronicling history. His grasp of military strategy had grown far deeper than that of most of his peers. Daichi's mind circled around the idea that this marked his very first battle, yet no trace of fear lingered. A rush of anticipation filled him at the chance to prove himself. Determination settled over him, clear in his steady focus. Quiet confidence grew as he realized how calmly and rationally he could think. Nearby, Alicia's voice trembled with surprise as she announced their arrival. Alicia shouted that the bandits were just a kilometer out, her voice sharp with urgency. Karina unsheathed her sword and called for everyone to prepare themselves. Meanwhile, Alicia focused on casting physical reinforcement and protection spells on Karina. Daichi stiffened, acutely aware that with the bandits still a kilometer away, all they could do was await their approach. At that moment, Alicia's sharp eyes caught sight of something unexpected. Alicia called out to the group as they charged into the fray, warning them that alongside the bandits, 6 royal monkeys had joined the fight. Bandits and monsters surged forward together, closing in fast. A wide grin spread across Daichi's face, while the rest of his companions stared in disbelief at this unexpected development. Spinning around, Karina and Daichi hurried back to Alicia's side. Drawn by curiosity about who was commanding the monkeys, they edged closer to her and noticed that the monkeys had started to move. Daichi remembered hearing that a certain individual commands the royal monkeys, manipulating these formidable beasts to fight alongside their forces. Karina gestured toward the forest, calmly reporting that a total of 66 bandits concealed themselves within the trees, accompanied by 6 royal monkeys among their ranks. Karina glanced toward the dense forest, her voice heavy with worry as she announced the dire situation. Dennis, nerves stretched thin, called out that the number of bandits far exceeded their expectations, and they were now joined by 6 monkeys. Frida urged them to fall back, while tension tightened in Karina's posture. Alicia called out, noting that the bandits had picked up their pace while Karina remained close. Magical sparks flickered around Daichi as he announced his intention to hold the enemy back himself, urging the others to alert their leader. Confidence filled his voice as he explained that the success of his strategy hinged on more than just the number of foes. Anger flashed in Karina's eyes as she spun toward Daichi, her voice sharp with fury. Daichi responded with a calm smile, unfazed by her outburst. He explained that the number of bandits made no difference to his strategy. What truly mattered was boosting the supply of shells. Karina's jaw dropped as she turned to Daichi, astonished. Alicia calmly announced her decision to remain by Daichi's side. Karina and Daichi both gaped at her in disbelief, unable to find words. Alicia explained that her usual attack spells would have little effect within the village boundaries. A playful smile crept across her face as she added that, by relying on body-strengthening magic, she would have no trouble matching Daichi's pace. Karina insisted on her authority as the squad leader, reminding everyone that her orders took precedence. Before she could continue, Alicia broke in with urgent news. The bandits were only 700 meters away. Startled, Karina flinched. At that moment, it became clear that nothing would change if things continued as they were. Karina and Frida stood beside him, tension rising between them. Fury tightened Karina's fists as she declared her intention to remain with the boys. Determined, she insisted that Frida and Daichi should stay as well to offer their support. Frida unsheathed her sword, while Dennis mentioned their hopes rested with Daichi. Glancing at his companions, Daichi's grin widened, and he gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. The road winding toward the forest remained empty, not a soul in view. Alicia relayed that the bandits had closed in, now just 600 meters away. The group quickly moved into their assigned positions, ready for the looming confrontation. As Alicia lifted her hand, Daichi interpreted the gesture as the anticipated signal. The gap between them and their foes dwindled further, shrinking to 500 meters. every eye in the room fixed on Alicia's hand as she curled one finger inward, leaving four extended. Meanwhile, Daichi gently petted the cat nestled against his chest, its curious gaze peeking out from beneath his shirt. Three fingers slowly unfurled from a scarred hand, then only two remained. Out in the open field, the silhouettes of bandits began to close in on the group. With each step, their faces became clearer, full of menace and intent. Clenching his jaw, Daichi fixed his gaze ahead, the figures growing clearer with each stride as only 200 meters remained. His mind raced through the possibilities. If the decontamination plan failed, perhaps he could secure a weapon before it was too late. Only a single finger remained uncurled on Alicia's hand as the bandits came within striking distance. The boys squeezed their eyes shut and pressed their hands over their ears, bracing themselves. Daichi reached out with both arms, channeling his power. Overhead, grenades began to pour down like a deadly rain. The bandits glanced upward, their eyes widening as a cluster of grenades tumbled toward them. Shock flickered across their faces at the unexpected sight. Stun grenades descended and exploded in dazzling succession, casting a blinding light over the group and rendering them disoriented for precious moments. Curly-haired Pete and the remaining bandits find themselves engulfed by the piercing brilliance of the grenade's explosion, caught in a flood of dazzling light. Daichi averted his gaze from the sudden burst of light, instinctively shutting his eyes and covering his ears. When the explosion faded, he cautiously opened his eyes just enough to peer out, then slowly rose to his feet, eager to discover whether the planet had withstood the impact. The bandits squinted and stumbled as they tried to recover, most of them clutching at their eyes in confusion. A few stood frozen in place, while others sprawled helplessly on the ground. Around them, the royal monkeys also remained sprawled across the earth, unmoving and dazed. A slow smile spread across Daichi's face as he turned his gaze toward the bandits. Nearby, Karina shielded her eyes and covered her ears, bracing herself. A gentle touch on her back from Daichi let her know it was safe to see what had happened. All around, bright orbs and swirling lights floated upward into the night sky. The bandits, meanwhile, lay motionless on the ground. Fear clouded Dennis's face as he tried to make sense of the sudden chaos unfolding before him. Confusion gripped his thoughts. Meanwhile, Friedel turned his gaze to the field, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he pondered whether the bandits lay hidden among the tall grasses. Karina fixed Daichi with a sharp glare, demanding to know his identity. Daichi met her gaze in silence, remaining completely still. With arms stretched wide, Daichi declared that the moment had come to seize the bandits. Together with his companions, he moved toward the spot where the outlaws were gathered. Karina trailed after Daichi, her gaze fixed on him with unwavering attention. Daichi assumed the newcomer simply needed more time to adjust to the unfolding situation.